Chapter 402 Fighting the Unknown One. 52p.m. The night was silent and slightly windy. Within the palace of Tariq, several people, slaves, stable boys and maids were already snoring their butts off from fatigue. As each day in the palace was quite a hectic one. As for the guards, one should know that the main reason why Queen Kamara and her son could stay on the throne for so long was because Nopline had switched most of the guards in and around the palace, as well as the capital city. Essentially, because those who had previously labored here were still extremely loyal to her husband King Makil. She was sure that he would never work for her. Hence she had them dispatched out of the capital city. So everyone within the city was either placed by her or her brother. The guards who surrounded the palace were all stationed strategically around the place. But alas, some stood the while sleeping, while others ate and joked with their friends. Nonetheless, there were still those who took their jobs very seriously, as they patrolled about the place diligently. And at the same time, there were some who were doing some sneaky activities with the makes in hiding as well. In short, everyone within the palace had their own private agendas for the night. But unbeknownst to them, danger was just lurking around the corner right in hindsight. Landon and a few soldiers were already within the city itself, and were currently hiding just outside the massive palace estate. And while they were in hiding, the rest of their comrades were way in the air waiting for their signal. During the day, they had sneak attacked some of the daytime guards who were leaving the palace for whatsoever reasons. Maybe their shifts were over and they were going for a drink at the pub, or maybe they were just going to meet someone outside, or something else. But for sure when they had left the palace and had gone into the city, some of the soldiers had followed them and had put them to sleep real quick. They were then tied up and left scattered all around the city in hiding. So right now, Landon and the soldiers on the ground were all wearing the official guard uniform for the royal palace of Tariq. Hey, Leofric, I heard that Master will soon come to the capital again. Is that true? HMHM. It's true. Master Nopline would definitely come again in a few weeks' time. And for sure, it has something to do with the third queen, Queen Jasmine. But didn't they say that the third queen was licked up because she attempted to kill Queen Kamara? Let me tell you a little secret. My brother works as a guard just outside Queen Jasmine's cell, and from what he says, things are not always as they seem. What do you mean? To put it simply, the reason why Queen Jasmine was locked up has something to do with our master. Our master had taken a fancy on her years back, and now he wants her. But, isn't she already married to King Makil with 2 children? TSK. Do you think that the master cares about that? I heard that he's coming over to annul her marriage, and then forcefully wed her in secret. Who knows? He might even lock her up and take her to his estate at the end of it all. Good for our master. He's finally getting married. HMPH. Who asked Queen Jasmine and her family to be weak? As the palace guards continued their discussions, time swiftly passed by with the soldiers on the hot air balloons continuously looking at Landon's direction with their binoculars, while preparing to launch their ammunition. And soon, it was time for the show to begin. That's our master for you. He's always fearless no matter what. What a guy. SHHHHH. Do you hear that? Said one of the palace guards, who was currently perking up his ears while placing a finger over his friend's lips. Right now, he could hear a sound that faintly resembled that of an overfilled kettle, whose lid was currently closed, while the water within it boiled. Was someone boiling water outside the palace gates at this time of the night? In addition to that, the sound kept getting louder and louder, as if someone was about to throw the kettle towards his direction. But before the guard could figure out where those sounds were coming from, within the next few minutes, the entire place was in a state of turmoil. Boom, 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 boom. We're under attack. Immediately, the entire palace rumbled, and everyone soon woke up. What the hell was going on? Boom, 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 boom. This is bad. Someone quickly come here. We need more men. We need more men. All around the major parts of the palace, people were calling and screaming for reinforcements, as the attacks appeared to be taking place all at once at the same time. The slave quarters and other lesser regions had been neglected, but all the courtyards within the palace, as well as the space surrounding all major buildings, were constantly attacked non-stop. Even the building where Queen Kamara was sleeping in, had vigorously trembled as if it were experiencing an earthquake, every time these attacks had dropped all around the building. Waking up to the loud dreadful sounds of people wailing and screaming to no avail, Kamara jolted up from her bed like a spring, and hurriedly wore her bedrobe and shoes. Immediately, quickly dashed out from her room like a mad woman, and hastily left the left wing, while making her way towards the north wing instead. And as she ran, her maidservants who usually slept just outside her room also followed behind her hastily. They knew that right now, the only thing that their mistress was probably thinking of was whether her darling son Lecter was all right or not. Bam! The doors to the east wing were opened up, and just when she was about to head in towards Lecter's bedroom chambers, she immediately spotted her son, his servants and his own guards making their way down the stairs as fast as they could. Kamara sighed from relief and quickly hugged her baby. "Mother, mother, I'm scared," Lecter said while shivering like a squirrel. "It's all right. Mother is here. Mother will protect you," she said while stroking his head. "My queen, you might want yo take a look at this," said one of Lecter's guards, who was currently standing before a massive window above the stairs. Kamara gently patted Lecter's back and left him in the care of the servants and guards. How could she let her darling son see anything that would give him nightmares? She climbed up the stairs quickly, and when she looked outside the window, her heart stopped and her facial expressions soon grew gruesome. Boom, 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 boom. Chapter 403 Fighting the Unknown 2. Kamara felt her breathing rise very quickly, as she looked at the shocking scenes before her. She was on the third floor of the building, so she could see things more clearly from above. If she were back on Earth, she would definitely say that the scene was very similar to that of alien invasion movies, where the president looks outside his White House window, only to see beams and layers destroying the city, leaving only smoke traces and screams throughout. But in her case, she couldn't see any beams or lasers, as she didn't know who or what exactly was attacking them. All she knew was that after every few minutes, the ground would lift up from the ground and scatter away, followed by a large cloud of yellow flames, which soon turned white. And after the smoke vanished, those who had unfortunately been caught up in the moment would end up with severe injuries or death. The unknown was what usually terrified people the most, and she was not an exception to this fact. Her entire body shook continuously, as she was quickly filled with fright. What the hell was going on? Of course, it wasn't just her who was shaking like a leaf, as the guards around her also trembled hard as well while watching their comrades die below. It was the most spine-chilling scene that they had ever seen in their lives. They even tried to see if there was any way that they could escape from the mansion safely. But sadly, it looked like the attacks seemed to be taking place at all angles around their mansion. Damn it, did the heavens really want them to die so young? Just who had they offended? Boom, 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 boom. Ah, my leg. My leg. Help me. Boom, _ Landon and his crew, who had already taken advantage of the chaos and smoke, were currently within the palace itself. They quickly went through the slave quarters, until they were close enough to the Kamara's palace. Winston, Cole, Frederick. Send out the signal. Yes, sir. Immediately, the men took out a tiny black plastic-looking gun and quickly raised their heads straight up into the air. Several bright blinding red dots were shot into the sky through the sky, instantly illuminating the region greatly. And since there were no attacks launched here, the smoke was all the more prominent, making all those above to get the signal. On each hot air balloon, at least 2 soldiers were tasked with keeping a lookout in the servant quarters. So they immediately spotted the signal and quickly advanced to pause 2 of their plans. Right now, The ground squad was ready to make their move. Captain Wayne. We've received their signal. Good. Immediately tell Squad 3 to stop all attacks at the back of the main royal residential mansion. Yes, Captain, said the soldier, who in turn took out his walkie-talkie and passed the message along. One should know that with the use of walkie-talkies that could even work in the desert, rivers and other places which typical phone coverages wouldn't cover. Of course, communication was a breeze to them so far. Walkie-talkies had battery-powered receivers, unlike most handheld devices that needed signal towers, satellites and so on. While those above were making preparations, Landon and his rest of the ground team had already left the servant quarters and were currently heading towards the back of Kamara's mansion. As per the map Landon had gotten from the system, King Mikhail Parsley was still being kept in his royal chambers within that building. Din, 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 din. Since they were still wearing the clothes of regular palace guards here, when people saw them running around, everyone thought that it was due to fear. As all around them, several people were also running about chaotically as well. We're doomed. We're doomed. F it. How can we fight an invisible enemy? They keep saying that they need reinforcements, but when we get there, who will we be fighting? Around they just looking to kill us all instead? Yeah. How can I die this early? But aren't you 46? Boom, 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 boom. The entire palace was in turmoil, and the main culprits were already standing just outside the main mansion's back door, which was commonly used by the servants and slaves. Bam! They forced the door wide open and made their way in towards the south wing on the third floor. Landon pointed and 4 of his men and immediately gave out several hand signals to them. And immediately, 4 of them took out some sort of dye in a tube, rubbed it on their clothes and necks, ducked and rolled into the place frantically. They rolled in and acted scared as if they were running for their lives. It's bad, they exclaimed, and those guards who were supposed to guard this region, all shivered from fright and unconsciously took several steps back, as they felt that maybe this unknown enemy of theirs should somehow magically start sending attacks towards the door. And to make it worse, at this point, Landon and the rest of his gang also ran frantically in fear. Some limped in, while others supported one another instead. This act alone convinced everyone else that they were part of their team, so no one suspected their identities one bit. Plus, seeing the blood on their clothes, no one dared to question these men on anything, even though they could just walk in as they liked. There were likely to be more men within this building, so rather than getting into unnecessary fights, it was best for them to stay cautious at all times. And just like that, Landon and his men had perfectly infiltrated the mansion. From then on, they sneakily made their way past the second floor, and were currently heading towards the third floor. But how could it be that easy? Halt! Who the hell are you all? Chapter 404 4th Century Halt! Who the hell are you all? No matter how one looked at it, the only way to reach King Mikhail's bedroom was to pass through several guards just on his wing alone. When one ascended onto the third floor, they would immediately find themselves in a wide space which seemed like a hallway that circled through the entire third floor. The space was like a parlor or a living room of some sorts, as it had chairs, tables and other homely features to it. Also, within the space, one would find 8 hallways all positioned just like the arrows in a compass. There was the north, northeast, east, southeast, south, and so on. Typically, there were supposed to be a lot of guards all around the massive parlor. But with the commotion that went on, the guards probably went to protect their masters within the wings. Of course, Landon and his team had seen a few on the parlor and had even chatted with them, so that part was really a breeze to them. But once they walked through the south wing hallway, they immediately saw 12 burly men stationed outside a massive golden gate there. These guards didn't seem like the rest, as they were more serious than the others. As for the guards here, they knew all the guards were assigned to guard King Mikhail. as these people were specially hand-picked by either Queen Kamara or Nopline. So seeing these new faces, how could they dare to let unauthorized people in? Immediately, they kept their guard up with these guards that they couldn't identify. As for Landon and the rest, they had already decided to make their move on these men. But they had to do so silently without alerting those behind the golden door. Seniors. It's terrible outside. We are all dying like chickens out there. So can we just sit by your sides instead? One of the soldiers said pitifully, as he walked towards there. So what if you're dying out there like chickens? No matter what, you are not supposed to even be in this hallway right now, bellowed one of the guards there. And as Landon and the rest spoke, they slowly limped and advanced forward, so as to show that they didn't mean any harm to the men. Also all this while as they advanced towards the guards, Landon had been secretly giving out orders with his hands. So when they were somewhat close enough to the guards, Landon immediately straightened his shoulders and the rest did the same as well. Weren't they previously limping? The guards questioned themselves. Din, 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 din. Immediately, 12 soldiers from Landon's side quickly ran forward to take care of the 12 guards who were also standing guards at the golden door. The guards opened their eyes widely, as they were first immersed in a brief state of confusion. But then, when they thought of the battle that was going on outside, they immediately knew that these men might be imposters. Of course, before they could even unsheath their swords and prepare for battle, their opponents were already standing before them ready for action. Damn it. Warrant Officer Hayden quickly dashed towards one of the guards, and swiftly aimed for his enemy's belly. But when his enemy attempted to block his attack by doing a cross with his hands, Hayden smirked instead. Typical. Hayden then firmly gripped his enemy's hands and used it as a pillar, as he lifted himself from the ground, placing a firm kick to his enemy's face. Pit you. Pit you. His aim was to be as swift as possible, while giving no room for his enemy to make very loud noises. So of course when his enemy had fallen down and was about to yell again, he swiftly punched his face again and hurriedly took out his silencer. The bullet went straight through the man's head in a flash. Immediately causing the struggling body to soon give in to death's call. Hayden then pulled the body to the side, and then looked around to see if anyone else needed help. When all 12 soldiers were done with their task, they all looked at Landon as if saying, "All done, sir." From there, the gang continued to deal with more and more guards as they went through the entire south wing. The wing was extremely massive, as the hallway that they had just been in led to another door, which finally led to a massive parlor that could entertain at least 500 people within it all at once. And just at the other side of the room was another stairway that led to multiple doors. 2 of those doors were silvery, with the middle one being extremely big and golden. Off the bat, Landon had guessed that the silvery ones were like guest rooms within the wing, and the golden one with King Mikhail's personal bedroom chamber. All, they had taken care of all the guards and had finally arrived at Mikhail's doorstep. Landon raised his left hand and began a countdown with them. 3, 2, 1. Bam. The door was pried open by them, and immediately, a few of the warrant officers rolled in and quickly used their silencers to begin the show. These men had no idea what kind of weapons their enemy was using, as they found themselves dropping to the floor like flies. In this case, what would running with swords towards them do? At this point, Landon and also ran in with their guns all out, as the room alone had over 100 men within it. Immediately, some of the guards started trembling from fear, as they watched their friends die just like that. How can people just die without the weapon actually touching them? Wasn't this just sorcery? Sweat quickly formed on their backs, and they couldn't help but cry a little. Who the hell had Master Nopline pissed off? Chapter 405 A Wish of 1,000 Words. After dealing with the guards, Landon hurriedly rushed towards the massive bed frame at the furthest end of the room. On the bed was a shriveled-looking man, who was now as thin as a twig. Landon was immediately shocked. Silly. Was this really King Mikhail? From the system's information, King Mikhail should roughly have the same size and weight as Alec. But how the hell had this Herculean man seemingly turn into this twig before him? That poison must really be something. The man on the bed was frail, and had a bluish pale complexion. That seemed like death would be knocking on his door any moment from now. Luckily, Landon has come just in the nick of time, as from the looks of it, the system's analysis was really right. In fact, Landon felt like he could even see death lingering around the poor man. The rest of the soldiers also thought so as well, as they too felt the presence of death here. The moment Landon and the rest came closer, Mikhail forcefully lifted up his eyelids, as he wanted to determine who these men who had fought the guards here were. He looked at them as sternly, as his aura immediately became fierce. Even though he was at death's door, he still didn't give in to any pressure from people he thought were his enemies, and still spoke with an unyielding voice. As expected of a noble king, they thought. So why have you come? Mikhail asked coldly while looking at Landon. Though the brat in front of him seemed young, he could tell right off the bat that this little imp was the leader of the pact. Landon smiled back at Mikhail and didn't mind his cold, overbearing tone. Anyone in this situation would think that it was an enemy standing before them, or an assassin here to finish them off. After all, the man had been poisoned by his wife for years now, so maybe she wanted to deal with him in a manner that wouldn't bring any suspensions. One could never be too sure. Speak up. Why the hell have you invaded my palace? Because I'm here to save you. And why the hell would you do that? Because I like you. I've never met you before, so why would you like me so much that you would risk your life for me? Because I like you. Several of the skiers almost face-palmed their faces when they listened to Landon's responses. Your Majesty, just who do you think you are fooling? Even they themselves didn't know why His Majesty had brought them over to save this man. Originally, they were from Arkadina, and Tariq was Arkadina's sworn enemy. Of course now, they don't mind actually getting along with the Tariqs. One should know that ever since they had gotten into Baymard, their mindsets had also changed as well. So in short, they didn't mind getting along with anyone, provided he or she weren't willing to enslave people, rape, murder and so on. And while they scouted during the day during their entire 4-day trip, they had also realized that the commoners were very simple-minded, just like those in Arkadina. So the problem really came from those with powerful positions. Hence they didn't see any reason to hate all Tariqans. Blame would only be given to those who were to be blamed. And that was that. Listening to Landon's reply, Mikhail's mouth twitched, and he immediately closed his eyes to calm himself down. At this point he knew that this brat wouldn't tell him anything, so he decided to just allow them to rescue him as they claimed. But before he did that, there was something that he had to do as well. I have a request that has to be done before we leave, he said, giving no room for any negotiations. Landon looked at the stubborn man and smiled. In the future, if he wanted to make this man trust him more, then he had no choice to listen to the man's request. All right, Landon said. Hearing that, Mikhail opened his eyes and looked at Landon deeply. Please, save the rest of my family locked up in the dungeon in the West Wing. As a king, Mikhail would have never used please to anyone before, but while he had been bedridden with this poison, the thing he regretted the most was that he couldn't save the rest of his family from Kamara's schemes. He had lost 2 of his wives, as well as 3 of his children from Kamara's hands. And right now, his other wife, as well as her own children, were also locked up in that dungeon as well. As for his first wife, her son the Crown Prince and her daughter, they had luckily escaped ages ago, so he wasn't truly worried for them. But a while ago when Kamara had playfully told him that he would marry the one in the dungeon to her brother Nopline, How could he not boil from anger over and over again, if not for the fact that he was sure that he would die soon? He would have already started planning his revenge to kill the BCH. But sadly, in this lifetime, he would have no chance for revenge whatsoever, or so he thought. But that was a story for another day. Mikhail looked at Landon and was about to say thank you. But in the next moment, he immediately took back his kind intentions. Hey old man. Why are you looking at me like that? I know that you're probably thinking that I'm too handsome right now. And I also know that I told you that I liked you too. But not in that way, alright? Mikhail closed his eyes again and steadied his breathing. It was moments like this that he wished that he had his strength back. This brat was definitely asking for a beating. Alright, Landon chuckled and instantly turned serious again. Leo, Maria, Zane. Quickly take off one of the guard uniforms and dress His Majesty Mikhail up. Victoria, Sharon, Gavin, Alexia. You four will get a set of clothes for all the prisoners that we will rescue from the dungeon. And the rest of you, peel up the dead bodies on one side now. I want this down in 2 minutes tops. Move. Chapter 406 Queen Jasmine. In the span of minutes, the team had already all done their tasks, which also included changing Mikhail's clothes for that of an ordinary guards. It was like magic to Mikhail. And he himself had almost blushed when he saw the female soldier amongst the men step forward to take out his pants. How could she do her job with such a straight face? What were women turning into nowadays? But unbeknownst to him, the female soldier only saw Mikhail the same way a female doctor would see a male patient. Plus Mikhail was wearing what they called as Werek underwear, which basically looked like diapers. So it wasn't like she was seeing him naked or anything. So why should she worry? Rather, when seeing this diaper-like underwear, she immediately thought that maybe these people didn't even bother to buy this king one of Baymard's male boxers or briefs instead. Anyway, in a flash, everyone was done, and they were all set to go. Very stealthily, they stormed through the hallways of the south wing and paused for a moment, as they wanted to check if the coast was clear before they exited the wing. Landon used his hands to signal for 2 soldiers to take a look, while he and the rest stayed behind. Immediately, those 2 dropped to the floor quietly and tried their best to take a peek. And after they were sure that everything was okay, they looked back at Landon and did an okay sign to him as well. With that, the gang quickly left the south wing and proceeded to the west wing as fast as they could. Of course, once they stepped through the hallways there, they did what they had done previously, and quickly took care of the guards there. So far so good, they thought. Din, 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 din. Right now, they were within Mikhail's study, as he had the entire West Wing set out for private dates and meetings on state affairs. As for the other wings like the Southwestern Wing, East Wing and all the rest, those ones were strictly used for royal residential residences, as each wing with the exception of Mikhail's, had at least 6 rooms within them. Anyway, right now, they were within his study and were currently making their way down into the secret dungeon. Most of the soldiers stayed guarding the study, while the rest followed Landon down instead. Of course, Mikhail stayed above with the rest, as he would only be a burden to them if he came down with them in the end. He closed his eyes and silently waited for this brat to do what he could. The brat had really brought a lot of surprises to him, and for some reason, he just felt that this young man was the type of person who could do anything that he put his mind to. Walking down the stone stairway, the soldiers quickly realized that even though the dungeon was dark and somewhat stuffy, it didn't have any foul stench or unpleasant odor hovering within it. True, it did smell like sweat, but at least that was better than blood, urine or even poop. Arriving at the bottom of the stairway, they immediately noticed an overly exhausted woman sleeping on the dirty floor with several huge chains in her legs. And sleeping beside her, were 2 others. A girl who looked no more than 7 years old, and a boy who also looked nothing more than 14. These two were the woman's children. Hearing the faint sounds of footsteps hurriedly approaching her, the woman's eyes quickly shot wide open, and she immediately placed herself in front of her children. She had spent close to 2 years in this cell with her children, so how could her ears not be sharp and alert to the sounds of any approaching footsteps? It's been so long since she had seen the full sun, or even had a breath of fresh air outside these dark walls. So of course, she had to train herself to be strong for her children. No matter what, she had to get them out of here, as her youngest had suddenly turned extremely ill a while back. Previously, when her youngest fell ill here, the fever would pass on its own. But this time, it was too prolonged, and she feared that her child would die anytime soon. And within these 2 years, Nopline had been asking her to marry him, for sure. Since she only still loved Mikhail, she just couldn't do it. But now that her child was in this state, she had no choice but to sacrifice herself for them. If marrying that devil would free her children from this prison, then so be it. She looked up thinking that Kamara, Nopline, or one of the guards that she had grown accustomed to throughout all these years. But the people who approached her were none of them. So who were these men, and were they a threat to her children? She immediately got up like a wild animal and stood firm before her children, who were too tired to get up. Landon and the rest looked at her and sighed. Mothers were really something. Please be at ease. We're only here to help you. King Mikhail is waiting for you above the dungeon, Landon said in a calming tone. Hearing them, a brief flash of surprise filled her eyes, before it quickly faded away. Why should I trust you? Ever since I've been locked up here, I've been told that Mikhail was almost dying. So how could he have the strength to gather you all up for this rescue? You're right. He didn't gather us here. I knew it. You all are here to kill us, right? Jasmine said while looking at them coldly. She readied her hands as if she was ready to punch them real hard if any one of them dared to come close to her children. Queen Jasmine, it's true that King Mikhail didn't send us here, but that doesn't mean that we aren't here to help you. In truth, we came here to rescue King Mikhail, and he, in turn, asked us to rescue you. Jasmine gently lowered her fists, while looking at Landon as if trying to see through his soul. Have you ever met my husband before? Nope. Did anyone we know of specifically tell you to rescue him? Nope. Then why would you do it at the risk of your own life? Because I like him. Chapter 407 The Escape. Jasmine was left speechless by this mischievous brat before her. Sigh. Forget it. It was best for her to focus on saving her children first, before worrying about any other thing. And besides, she was truly curious to see whether Mikhail was up there now or not. Her eldest child needed medical attention now, and she knew that there was no way that Kamara would help out with this matter. Before Jasmine knew it, the men quickly took out black sticks and pointed at the chains on the floor. Queen Jasmine, please hold still. Bang! The sounds of 2 bullets hitting the chains quickly gave off a loud bang noise. 2 soldiers had just shot the chains on each side of her legs all at once. Jasmine speedily crouched down in fright, and by the time she looked at her legs, she was filled with even more shock. She was free. Her legs were now unbounded. But how did they do it? The sound of the bullets had immediately woken up her son, who struggled to open his tired eyes. As for her sick daughter, of course, the fever had made it hard for the poor girl to even wake up. Little Raoul, you're up. We don't have much time any longer, so listen to mother, okay? Raoul just nodded and did as he was told, and very quickly, his sister, his mother and himself were all wearing guard uniforms. In the case of his sister, since she was just 7 years old, they had just placed a guard shirts on her which ended up looking like a king nightgown instead. Warrant Officer Miranda, you will carry the princess. Warrant Officer Shane, you'll carry the young prince. And Captain Malik, you'll carry Queen Jasmine. Yes, sir. Hearing the orders, Jasmine and Raoul wanted to refuse, but before they could even protest, they found themselves lifted by the rest and placed on the backs of these men in a flash. With that, everyone hastily made their way out of the dungeon and immediately reunited with the rest above. When Jasmine saw Mikhail, who was currently being piggybacked on one of the soldiers, she couldn't help but tear up a little. Did Kamara hate Mikhail so much that she had to starve the man this much? She knew that Kamara had poisoned Mikhail, because almost every day Kamara would come over and gloat about the fact that she had finally won, as well as the fact that the kingdom was finally hers too. But really, wasn't Kamara being too much for making her mighty giant now look like a twig? Nonetheless, she still loved him very much. Even at this moment that his face was pale and somewhat bluish in color, she still had hope that he would make it through all this. Raoul looked at his father in shock with only one thought in mind. Women were indeed scary beings. With the whole gang together, they immediately planned to make their grand escape. By just when they had just left the study, in the massive parlor space within the wing, they soon came face to face with the devil herself. "Who the hell are you all?" Everyone looked towards the exit tunnel at the other end of the room, and immediately spotted a beautiful woman walking in with 40 guards angrily. She was furious. After making sure that her son was safe, she immediately decided to check in on Mikhail, and give him his normal dose of poison. But when she got there were piles of dead bodies lying around. And stepping in, she quickly realized that Mikhail was missing. At this point, she was utterly confused. In her mind, these attacks outside were sent down from the heavens, so she had already removed any thoughts of this being an enemy attack instead. So the only other option was that Mikhail had taken advantage of these attacks to escape. Immediately, she sent most of her men to search the entire mansion, as well as go out in the battlefield and look for him, while she stayed with just a few by her side. Right now, she was coming to gloat with Jasmine over the fact that her precise husband had deserted her to die here. But who would have known that she would come and meet Mikhail, as well as Jasmine trying to escape instead. Mikhail's men must have been watching them for a while now, and have probably decided to take advantage of these heavenly attacks to rescue him. Yes, that was the only explanation for this, as in her mind, it was utterly impossible for any human being to plan those attacks outside. Mikhail looked at Kamara in rage, as he truly wanted to strangle her to death with his bare hands. While he was under her custody, she had blatantly admitted to being in life with his own blood brother. And to make matters worse, Lecter wasn't his son at all. This fact alone was too much for any man to bear. You all are fools. Up come her. Do you really think that you'll be able to make it out with all those attacks going on? Don't be foolish. Better turn around now and give up, Kamara said arrogantly. Immediately, Landon and the rest didn't wait for her to finish talking, as they immediately dashed towards them at full speed. As Landon had said at the start of this mission, they weren't here to fight everyone. They were here to rescue and ran away as fast as they could. So right now, they had to escape from this mansion rather than spend hours fighting. They only had 48 minutes left, before those in the hot air balloons run out of ammunition, so they had to get going fast. Seeing Landon and men rush towards them, some of the guards pushed Kamara to the side while shielding her, and the rest immediately took out their swords instead. Sling. How could swords compare to guns? As the soldiers ran, they shit those who were blocking their path, and quickly left Kamara and the rest behind in just 2 minutes. Kamara looked at the scenes before her in rage. Why did her men have to pretend as if a sword had just been launched at them? The enemy didn't even do anything, yet her men had just fallen to the ground just like that. If they wanted to pretend, couldn't they do a better job to at least look somewhat convincing? Of course, how could she have known that what her men were feeling was actually several times worse instead? Get up, you lazy asses. Chase after them now, quickly. Chapter 408 Take off. Din. Very quickly, Landon and his team ran out of the wing, and immediately began walking fast instead of running, so as to look less suspicious. They knew that right now, the men they had shot should still be in terrible pain. So at least that would buy them enough time before they were actually found out. Right now, everyone was looking for Mikhail, so they tactfully moved, while circling those who were carrying Mikhail and his family. Everything went in smoothly, and they finally managed to escape the mansion. Boom, 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 boom. They quickly exited the mansion from the back, passed through the space quarters again, and moved all around the edge of the castle walls, until they finally exited the front gate again. Freedom. They were finally out. With no time to waste, they soon ran away as if they were running from the attacks. As those who saw them thought so instead, they quickly got onto the horses that they had kept in one of the stables at the back of an inn, and quickly made their way out of the city as fast as they could. But of course, before leaving the inn, they immediately sent out a signal to the soldiers above instead. Those above immediately saw the red-colored spark and knew that they had to stop their attacks. After 5 more minutes. As for Landon and his gang, they rode like the wind and hurriedly made their way to the city gates. Sling. Stop. You know the rules. No one is to leave at this time if the night. Stop, 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 I tell ya. _. The guards at the gate had all been shot in their arms by Landon and his men. As they truly didn't have any time to saw right now, the guards on the floor broke out in cold sweat, as they truly didn't understand how they had ended up like this. Just what sort of mystical weapons were these? They rolled on the floor and wailed loudly, as they looked at the many disappearing figures of their enemies. And just like that, none of the already injured guards dared to follow them into the forest. Who in their right mind would follow these men in after seeing their conditions? Besides, they were in so much pain that they felt that their hearts would almost fall out of their chests any moment from now. So how could they truly focus on chasing these men? They looked at the fading figures of these men and couldn't help but shudder a bit. What exactly was going on today? As for Mikhail and the rest of their family, they were out this rescue trip. They had been stunned and shocked sky by the methods of these strange men. Who exactly were they and what other surprises would they bring them again? Raoul had his mount opened all through the rescue, as if he was watching some sort of movie. When the person carrying him fought while flinging him in the air and keeping him safe, he almost wanted to clap and applaud in awe. One would say that the person carrying him had fought very similar to how Jackie Chan would do in the movies back on Earth. He would use anything around him, flip Raoul up ways. And at even one time, Raoul didn't even know how he had ended up being carried in princess style, when he was previously being piggybacked. Bravo, bravo. Even Mikhail couldn't help but nod in appreciation as well. These soldiers, as they called themselves, had been trained well, and surprisingly, the brat was the most skilled one amongst them. Indeed, the world was for the young. Din, 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 din. Landon and the rest quickly made their way to their hideout, where those on the hot air balloons were already waiting for them there. One should know that even though those on the hot air balloons attacked for 5 more minutes after the signal had been released, it only took them a few more minutes to arrive at the hideout. On the other hand, Landon and the rest had to ride their horses at full speed for 69 minutes more, just to leave that inn, ride through the city, go deep into the forest, and finally arrive back here again. And while they were traveling, the rest who were previously on the hot air balloons did their maintenance check, changed the gas tanks, and took care of every other thing necessary for their trip. Looking at the many giant floating clouds before them, Mikhail and his family opened their widest widely in amazement. What was this thing and what could it do? They just saw it standing there on the ground, so of course, they had no idea of its functionality. Immediately, Landon and the men quickly took off the guard outfits, immediately revealing their military uniforms underneath. Mikhail and the rest were also stunned by these outfits as well. What sort of material did they use to make them? And while all this was going on, some soldiers stepped forward, helped Mikhail and the rest remove the guard uniforms, as well as gave them comfy thick socks, sweatpants and outfits to wear. And to finish it off, they had given them the softest blankets that they had ever used in their lives. What the hell? Who were these people really? Luckily, Landon had made plans for more than just one rescue. That's why he didn't fill up the passenger stalls on each hot air balloon. Everyone quickly took a bathroom break. As when they got up the air, they wouldn't be coming down for a long time. And in a flash, McKeel and his men had been carried in and placed close in separate stalls all close to each other, on one of the hot air balloons. Entering their stalls, they were all very shocked at how meticulous it looked. There was some strange transparent thing there that had water in it, plastic bottle, as well as some semicircular fluffy thing, which they were to wear flight pillows. They placed it over their necks and continued to observe their stalls. There was also something called Pringles, as well as something called Doritos and a sweet UO026 salty protein bar. In addition to that, there were two things called juice boxes there as well, that read apple juice and grape juice on them too. And since they would be flying high up in the air, if they wanted to sleep and felt that it was too cold, they could use the removable square cover at the side, secure it over their stalls and sleep soundly with their blanket there and neck pillows there. But how could they sleep yet? They just felt like something magical would happen next. And they were right, because in the next few minutes, the scene before them had left them utterly shaken right down to their cores. How was this even possible? Chapter 409 Aftermath. All right. Everyone, settle down. Make sure that you are all in your stalls with your doors properly secured. Please also help our guests secure themselves in as well. And as we ascend, please keep your arms within your stalls at all times, Landon said as he spoke with a loud megaphone in his hands. He did this so that those on the other air balloons could hear him as well. Pilots, get ready for takeoff. In 10.9.8.7.7.5.6.7.8. Go. McKeel and the rest immediately felt their bodies become heavy and heavy at every passing moment. But that was not what was important to them right now. They were flying. They were really flying. They looked at the trees go smaller and smaller in shock, and even felt like they were on top of the world for a brief moment. Jasmine couldn't believe her eyes. She looked down, and could even see a smaller version of the palace from way up here. Amazing. After they had reached a certain height in the air, the men all visibly relaxed, and soon started to converse and open up some of those weird things here. After the battle, of course, they were somewhat hungry. McKeel and the rest followed their actions, and opened up their bottles of water, juice boxes of apple juice and grape juice, as well as their Pringles and other snacks too. They didn't know what these things tasted like, so they decided to try all at once and see what they would eat in the end. Crunch. Raoul bit into a Pringle and nearly lost his soul. How could it be this good? He quickly gulped down a mouthful of apple juice and couldn't help but smile. Ah! How refreshing, he thought. Of course, Jasmine was the same with her son, as she too had never tasted anything better than these protein bars. As for McKeel, after gulping down the water, he was completely taken aback. How could water feel so clean and fresh? One should know that even when they boiled their stream water to drink, it still didn't taste this good. So how could this water be so different? McKeel and his gang ate a bit, as they had truly been starving within the palace for a long time. And of course, Jasmine didn't forget to feed her sick daughter, as she quickly pried open her mouth and fed her with this clean water first. As a mother, she wasn't comfortable leaving her sick daughter alone in one stall, as she needed to monitor the girl's condition all through the night. So she had asked for her daughter to stay with her in one stall. Sure, it would be tight as hell, but she didn't mind. So her daughter was currently lying in a comfortable position on the stall's floor, while she stood up and enjoyed the scenery. And once it was time to crouch down, she would immediately place her sleeping daughter over her chest and sleep as well. Time passed by, and soon, many of the soldiers went to bed. Once they would have to get up during the day shift and cater for the rest. Landon soon checked in with the family, and after ensuring that they were all set, he instantly helped them place the breathable lids over their stalls and wished them a good night. With that, Mikhail and his family covered themselves with their blankets, adjusted their neck pillows, and soon slept away peacefully. It had been a long but exciting night. Landon went into his own stall, closed it up, and quickly disappeared into his time capsule. Why should he stress himself when he had a real bed within the system? And besides, just 1 hour within the system was equivalent to 5 days' time. So he could have all the night's rest that he needed as well as get some work done too. Plus, he had a fridge in there with food. So for sure, that would be where he would spend the night. Nonetheless, if anything were to really happen, the system would immediately alert him before his soldiers did. So he was sure that no one would disturb him for the night. And just like how they had traveled to get here, they would also do the same when leaving. So they would travel during the night and have their breaks during the daytime instead. Time passed by quickly. And just like that, the morning had come so suddenly. 6a.m. Crash. Kamara shot a clay cup at the kneeling men before her in rage. What the hell? She had sent them out throughout the night to find and hunt down Mikhail and that SL Jasmine and her waste-called children. But what did she get? Nothing. How did this even make any sense? Even if Mikhail and the rest had the upper hand by escaping earlier, generally speaking, their horses would need to rest after a bit. And with that in mind, Kamara thought that they would catch up to them and capture them. But to her surprise, they couldn't find a shadow of them anywhere. Of course right now, if Kamara knew Mikhail was already a 2 weeks' journey by horse away from here, she would definitely puke out blood and curse the heavens for their unfairness. Incompetent fools, my brother and I feed you and take care of you so well. Yet you all are just a lousy bunch of good-for-nothings. Crash. She immediately shot another clay cup at the men in anger. Damn it, her brother would be coming anytime soon. So how was she supposed to explain the fact that his bride had run off with Mikhail? And why did the heavens choose to strike on this day of all days? Kamara just felt that the heavens were too biased and favored Mikhail too much. Damn it, since they had Mikhail now, they might soon come over and launch a full attack on her, so she had to be ready fast. It looked like it would be the final showdown between her and Mikhail. But no worry, with her brother's help, who would dare to come in her way? Chapter 410. Leaving home a few days passed by, and Landon and the rest had already gone back to that island close to Tariq. They immediately gave those slaves who wanted to go back to their territories some of the money and food that these pirates had kept here, as well as some of the ships here as well. Those who wanted to reunite with their families, all took food and managed to sail the boats towards the shores of Tariq. Since they weren't sailors and didn't know the exact location of the empires, they decided to get on the boat from the shores of Tariq. As for the slaves who had decided to follow Landon, they too were given money and instructed on what to expect when going to Baymard. One should know that the pirates had secret underground layers of gold, silver and precious artifacts that they had probably robbed from numerous sailors. While Landon was away, his men had already cleared up the entire cave. As they took everything that they thought was valuable away, they didn't give the slaves money previously, because only Landon had the right to say what was going to be distributed. And so with everyone being satisfied, Landon, Mikhail, the slaves and the rest of the gang all set sail towards Baymard. At this point, Mikhail and the rest had decided to just give up. If they kept getting so many surprises like this, then wouldn't they die of a heart attack instead? Even though this was a military warship, it still had 7 first-class luxury rooms within it. As Landon had also thought of the fact that maybe they might be rescuing special guests one day. He didn't care whether the guests were rich or poor, or whether they were nobles or peasants. All that didn't matter in his eyes at all. as he just wanted his guests to feel somewhat comfortable. With the first-class luxury rooms, Landon had made all of them to be familiar-sized, so as to accommodate as many people in them as possible. They all had 3 separate bedrooms in them, as well as a parlor and a balcony. As for the other guest rooms within the ship, they were all like economy-class guest rooms. Anyway, Landon only had 50 guest rooms on the ship, as he made all the rest for the soldiers, engineers and mechanics who had to check the equipment and so on. After being placed in one of the luxury suites, the family of 4 immediately felt like they were in a dream. How was the light working with no fire? How was the water flowing whenever they turned the tap thingy on and off? They were in a daze, as they did a tour of their suite. And funny enough, it was at this moment that their daughter had decided to wake up. She looked at everything if she were insane, and quickly rubbed her eyes multiple times. Well, she might as well decided that this was the heaven that everyone had been telling her about. But why were her parents and brother here with her? After understanding her situation, she didn't even waste time touring the place, even though she was very weak. But what did that matter when faced with this heavenly place? In her mind, this place was way better than her room in the palace. There were things that she had never seen before here, and when she saw herself in the mirror, she was immediately stunned. Was this what she really looked like? The mirror was beautifully crafted and clearer than those copper-polished ones. Her heart bested excitedly, as she held her mother's hands dearly. Who exactly was her savior? Just after 30 minutes of touring, their room door was knocked. And soon after, several trolleys of food and drinks were rolled into their parlor area. The soldiers placed the food on the table for them and immediately bid them farewell. When the door was slammed shut, everyone went towards the table and dug in. Before, they had thought that they had gotten the best foods of their life when eating those Pringles and so on. But who would have known that these people have more goodies again? The foods served were so good that they almost licked their plates happily. After having their fill, they pressed the button attached to the wall, and soon, the soldiers all came up to clear the dishes. Followed by Landon and a few military doctors. They immediately placed Mikhail in a wheelchair and rode him back to the ship's clinic, while Landon and the rest of the family followed them patiently. The little girl, whose name was Kreia, would sneak a peek at Landon from time to time, as she was truly intrigued by him, as Landon was her savior. In her mind, her own version of him was more like a handsome superhero. Of course, Landon could feel the little miss gaze, so he turned around and winked at her, which made her blush with embarrassment. Jasmine and Raoul laughed, as they saw the little bun blush hard while trying to hide behind Jasmine's long skirt. She was so darn cute. The little girl peeked out again when she thought that the coast was clear. But to her amazement, Landon had immediately swooped down and carried her in princess style. She looked at Landon's smiling face in a daze. And soon after, everyone laughed out loud again. After realizing that they were laughing at her, she pouted while blushing even more. Weren't they just bullying her? HMPH. But her savior was really cool though. And so, the family of 4 enjoyed their stay with Landon for a while more. In their minds, there were no more surprises that Landon could spring onto them. Alas, they were deemed to be utterly wrong. But that was for their future selves to figure out. Landon scanned Mikhail's body with the help of the system and immediately came up with his operation plan for when he got to Baymard. Of course, he also scanned the rest of them as well, just to be sure that they didn't have any other ailments as well. As for his little fan, she had just been experiencing high fever, and coupled with the fact that she wasn't getting enough nutrients, how could her body not fall apart? Just like that, everyone kept busy and waited patiently for their arrival at Baymard. Mikhail looked out towards the sea in silence. While standing over the edge of his suite balcony, he clenched his fists in anger, as he thought about Kamara. A storm would be brewing soon. He would definitely be the victor after the winds pass. Soon, he would have his revenge. Chapter 411 Research Mania. Back in Baymard, while Landon had been away, Baymard's industries had been extremely busy within these past few days as well. In short, within this past week, All industries within Baymard had been painstakingly brainstorming their minds off non-stop. For over 2 years now, the industries had chosen 2 particular weeks within the years, and had called them the weeks of research mania. To put it simply, this was the time where all product suggestions that had been placed within the ballot boxes around the industries would be looked over diligently. Within the first week of research mania, people could still put in their suggestions, but they would have to send them directly to the offices, and not within the ballot boxes, as all suggestions put there would be accounted for within next year's research mania only. Anyway, within this first week, all suggestions that had been collected throughout the year would be organized neatly, and within the second week of research mania, the suggestions would be brought over to the board of directors and leaders of each industry, where they would vote on the top 2 best ones and set their goals in creating them. Landon had come up with this idea, so as to help the workers come up with their own unique products instead. And the catch was that no matter how much they asked for his help, he would never intervene or give them suggestions. Except it was something that might kill or injure them. They would have to do several trials and errors and come up with an ideal product on their own. Within the first year that Landon came up with this plan, many of the industries had burned through all their research money with no end product. And even within their second year, many of them had only successfully produced 1 out of 2 products as agreed. And after the products were made, they would be screened by a group of special screeners. Of course, it didn't end there, because after the screeners did their job, the products would then pass through Landon, who would be the ultimate screener. Nothing that could harm or kill people was to ever be released. So Landon would take time off his schedule and do his own tests on whatever products that they had made. In short, the research center and labs were busy all year round with their plates full, as they tried their best to make these suggestions become a reality. Cynthia Drew woke up very early in the morning, got ready, made sure that her youngest daughter got on the school bus, and quickly rushed over to work. She was a 32-year-old woman, who was currently the head of the research department within the food industry. This was already the second week of research mania, so she was very familiar with the drill already. "Good boss," said a young girl with a chipper tone. The young lady, who was her secretary, quickly brought in some documents, placed it before Cynthia, and stood still and attentive while waiting for her boss' next orders. "Morning, Nikita. Are these the R.M files?" "Yes, boss. Those are the research mania files." "Good. We're short on time now, so please prepare everything we need for the meeting at 11 p.m. "Dismissed." "Yes, boss." With that, the young lady retreated and went back to her secretary's desk outside Cynthia's office and began preparing for the meeting. Time flew by speedily, and soon, it was already 10:30 a.m. Cynthia immediately left her office with one of the secretaries stationed in the room just before her office. It only took her 20 minutes for her to leave her office and drive to one of the other buildings within the food industry. "Morning, head researcher Cynthia." "Morning, overseer Lyle." "Morning, morning, 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 underscore." Within the next few minutes, everyone simmered down and the meeting had finally started. "All right. Chief Accountant Distrian, how much have we budgeted in total for research this year, and how does it compare with last year's?" Lyle asked. "Even though our industry was making a ton of money previously, we only had public exposure last year around July, and since then, we have been exporting canned food and other items throughout the entire Pino continent. So, of course, this year, the money budgeted for research was significantly higher than those of the previous years. In essence, for research alone, this year, we were able to allocate 700,000 bays for the chosen projects, compared to last year's 150,000 bays. 1 bay equals 1 copper coin. So the amount is equivalent to 700,000 copper coins, and is also equal to 7,000 silver coins, or 70 gold coins. Hearing the amount, everyone clapped excitedly as they were truly blown away by the amount. Chief Lyle clapped and laughed out sheepishly as he usually did, as this meant that he could make more food. One should know that Lior was a food fanatic, so how could he not be pleased? Even at this moment, he had been thinking about building his house of food with any of the new products brought in as well. As for the rest, their minds were also focused on the aspects of Jew food items as well. But, the amount assigned for research was still something that really shocked them to their core. That was somewhat close to 1 million bays. Of course, the money would be allocated towards both chosen research projects depending on which one needed more investments assigned to them. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you, Chief Accountant Distrian. Alright. Moving on to the list at hand. Let's begin with last year's suggestions that came after the deadline. And just like that, everyone went through their entire week buying and picking the best choices. Flying hot air balloon drink? No. Yes. Powdered drink? That's impossible. How can a drink be powder? No. I agree with him. It might be a waste of our resources to invest in that. And just like the food industry was brainstorming, others also did the same as well. Flying cooker? No. Talking watch? Impossible. No. Battery-operated fridge? No. Too costly for ordinary folks, as the battery would probably drain out by the end of the day. Strings to floss the teeth with? Genius. Approved. Flying hot air balloon car? Yes. If it can carry people in a basket, if we do the math, maybe we could make it work. Let's just keep it at a maybe for now. Chapter 412 Side mission completion. Days went by, and soon, Landon was back in Baymard again. After assigning someone the task of aiding all the slaves' new Baymardian residents in settling down, Landon immediately had McKeel and his family go straight to the hospital so that the doctors could do a proper check on them. He knew what they were all suffering from, but of course he couldn't just say that he used the system to scan their bodies. Hence he needed them to do the medical tests, so that they could better confirm their situations for themselves. Jasmine, Raoul and Creole suffering from malnutrition, with the addition of fever and headaches in Cree's case. In McKeel's case, of course it was poison. And even though the doctors had been studying toxicity for a while now, Landon knew that time was of the essence to save McKeel. Hence he took over the job as lead surgeon and doctor in the case. McKeel was suffering from hemlock poisoning. That wife of his was really something to have been constantly giving him this. The plant is a dangerous plant that causes poisoning after ingesting any part of it, be it the leaves, flowers or even seeds. In short, all parts of the plant are very toxic and fatal even in small amounts. And even touching the plant or letting one's skin accidentally brush over it, may cause skin irritation or rashes to occur. The plant can even put someone in a coma if they had taken too much of it, as well as lead them to respiratory failure, central nervous system shutdown, breakdown of skeletal muscles and finally death. The bottom line, this plant was no joke. Luckily, with all the toxicity information stored in Landon's head, he was able to see the best method for curing McKeel, and so, the treatment began with 4 other doctors on board. They worked tirelessly for 5 whole hours, as they tried their best to remove all traces of poison within the man. The whole thing was giving Jasmine and the rest uneasiness. Not too long ago, they had also done their own medical tests, and were even given some sort of medical book and so on. Apparently, they had to buy the drugs there, which they did before coming to the waiting room for surgeries. It's been over 2 hours since they took a seat here, and so far, they still didn't know what McKeel's situation was like. They kept looking at the white hospital door impatiently while praying subtly within their hearts that everything would be fine. Mother, do you think that father will be okay? Cra asked anxiously. Of course he will. Didn't your new friend, Landon, tell you that? Believe my dear, your father will be just fine, Jasmine said assuredly. But of course, she herself was worried to bits. At first, she had thought that she would definitely lose her husband. But after Landon had made that promise to her, She soon began to have hope, and right now, she only wished that what Landon had said would come true. Time passed by quickly, and soon, they saw a doctor walk forward towards them. He pulled down his mask, and they were shocked to see Landon instead. The brat was also a healer doctor. The treatment was successful, and he's now out of harm's way. But even so, he would need to stay in the hospital for a month and a half before he can leave. In this way, we can monitor his situation, as well as give him good physical therapy to get his body strong and healthy. As the patient's family members, I will also need anyone above the age of 15 to sign some documents as well. With that, the mission of putting McKeel out of harm's way was finally done. And by the time McKeel woke up, Landon immediately began discussing their undercover disguises here in Baymard. Of course, for the time being, they would have to stay here. One should know that unless Nopline himself was dealt with, even if McKeel went back to Tariq, he would still be in danger given his poor health. So until Nopline is taken down, as well as Kamara, and Michael's blood brother, then it wouldn't be advisable for the man to go back. Hence they would have to stay undercover here in Baymard. So to start off, Landon had requested for passwords to be made for them with new identities. Apparently, they were a peasant family from Arcadina, and since Landon didn't want them to one day slip up accidentally, he decided to let them continue to use their real first names. Just in case one day, Little Creme messes up and says her real name instead. As for their last name, he had decided that they would be called Jones. McKeel Jones, Cre Jones, and the rest just like that. Also, he gave all them some of the money that they took from the Pirates Island, as they had literally escaped with nothing. So with the money, they could buy food, clothes, and even get a house within District H if they wanted to. And since their identity was that of a former farmer, they couldn't get any luxurious homes. Just the standard average ones would do. As for the children, they had to go to school, as that was what was required for them. So Landon immediately introduced Linda and Little Momo to them too, because even though they would start school 1 or 2 grades below Little Momo and Linda, it was still good for them to have friends within the same school. Of course, Landon had also given them enough money to pay for Cree's tuition. As for Raoul, even though he was 14 now, his birthday was actually in a few days' time. So at 15 years old, in this world, he would be considered a man. Hence Landon had given him and Jasmine a rundown of all the jobs that they could do if they wanted to. After all, with the money he gave them, they could be as lazy as they wanted. But if they chose to work, then Landon would do his best to place them at their chosen jobs. These were all the things that he and McKeel spoke about. Brat. Did you really destroy my palace in Tariq? How could I? If I do that, then where would you and your family live in the future? HMPH. At least you're smart. Alright. Take your rest now. I'll see you tomorrow again, little imp. Thank you. No need to thank me. I said I like you, didn't I? Heal up first, and then we'll talk. With that, Landon left McKeel in the comfort of his ward. Ding. Congratulations host on completing one of your side missions. Now, the host can take up more tasks. Chapter 413 The Plague. Now you can take up more missions host. Landon stood rooted on the spot and almost wanted to break down and cry. What the hell? He looked up to the sky and almost raised his middle fingers up in annoyance. Damn it. What the hell? Did he do some unspeakable thing in his past life to make him end up with this sort of system? System. Before you show me what's new, can you show me what side missions I've done so far, as well as what's left? Landon said while massaging his temples. This system was really something. As you wish host. Completed side missions. Signed treaty with Corona. Treat King Adrain in Baymard. Stop the people from the Temple of Adonis from reaching Arcadina's shores. Develop Riverdale City. Kill messengers sent by Eli. Rescue U0026. Hide King McKeel away from Kamara, Nopline and their minions. Side missions in progress. treat King Mikhail here in Baymard. In complete side air missions, place the ghostly prince on the throne. U0026 sign treaty with the new king of Yodan, King Sirius. This treaty must be signed in order to unite Baynard and the Empire of Yodan. Looking at everything, Landon realized that he had just 2 more side air missions to do, all of which would take some time to complete. No wonder the system felt itchy as to give him more tasks to do. But he still had his main missions to complete, so why was this system uneasy to see him take a breather? Sigh. Forget it. System. What do you have for me this time? Answering host. Right now, the host has 4 side air missions ready to go. 1 side mission, host must reunite King Mikhail with his son the Crown Prince, and help them capture Nopline and seize Terik once more. Dateline, 1/0026 years. Punishment for failure. If they should fail and die, the host will die as well. And if they should fail but survive, 3% of the host's soul pool will be devoured by the system. Rewards. The system will advance 2 levels up. 2 side mission. A while back, Nopline had sent his men to capture peasants all around the Pino continent and bring them to Terik so as to build his army again, as well as make his entertainment dens grow wealthier. But the host being a divine helper, how could the host let that fly by? So the host must stop those ships from reaching Terik, as well as free the slaves in them too. Dateline, 1 month from now. Punishment for failure, none. Rewards, the satisfaction of helping others. 3 With King Mikhail here, the host must definitely take advantage of this situation and sign a treaty with him uniting Baymard and Terik. The host shouldn't forget that the primary reason the host was brought here, was for development, peace and unity. So the system advises the host to hurry up with uniting the Pino continent, so that the host can go out and unite other empires and nations as well. The host should know that within most continents, some empires are currently at war with each other. So uniting each empire, within these continents would definitely take up time. With that said, the host should hurry up with this one. 4 In a while from now, a certain major city in Corona, will be faced with their yearly Shinjep attacks. But this year, it might be the worst of them all, which could eventually lead to a plague if not handled properly. The host is to take a special team consisting of both doctors and scientists, and go over there to contain the situation. The host should know that this is a plague that has never been seen on Earth before, as this cure is 3 times more severe than most cures in Earth's medieval times. Of course, the system will give the host the method of handling the situation, as time is of the essence in containing the situation. So for this mission, the host needs to train the doctors and scientists on how to come up with their own cures and remedies, as well as handle situations like this. The host needs to create drugs for treating the disease-plagued people there. U0026 Lastly, the situation needs to be contained at all costs. If should more than 50% of the people die there, then the host will still receive punishment as well. So the host should be warned. Deadline, none. Punishment for failure, instant death. Rewards, the system will give the host no more side air missions until the host finishes his main mission. Looking at his missions, Landon immediately started making plans for what he needed to be done. Since the plague situation and the rescuing of slaves were going to happen around the same time, he decided to send some of his men to rescue the slaves, while he, on the other hand, would go over to Corona and treat the people there. Even though the system would give him the exact formula and precautionary steps to take when dealing with this particular pandemic, one of the goals was to teach the medical staff and scientists the proper way to go about it. That way, if something like this happened and he was out on a mission, then they would definitely know how to work their way through it. As for rescuing the slaves, he would send some of his men to do them in a few days' time from now. One should know that his ships were faster than those of his enemies, so he couldn't make them go to the chosen target spot and wait there for days. Hence he chose to wait for the enemy ships to be somewhat close to where he had planned to attack, before he could let his men do the task. Another thing that he duly notes was the fact that he also needed to sign a treaty with Mikhail, uniting Tariq and Baymard. Of course, one shouldn't forget that he also had another one that was given to him a while back, requesting for Jim to sign a treaty with the new king of Yodan, King Sirius. Well, if he united Baymard with the rest of the Pino continent, then all that would be left was taking care of Alec and putting William on the throne. But how could it be that easy? And of course, his mission wouldn't end there, as he had to go out and unite other empires within other continents as well. Anyway, even though the workload was weighing heavily in his mind, he still couldn't smile as his mind slowly drifted towards his main missions. In just a few more days' time, the last drug type tasked to the pharmaceutical industry would be completed. So what did this mean? It meant that soon, the Baymardians would go crazy again. And why all the fuss? Well, 2 words: cathode TVs. Chapter 414. Making headlines again. Fall had finally woven its net all across the Pino continent. The trees had begun to shed their leaves, and the breeze, which used to be hot, stiff and almost non-existent, was now gently caressing the entire Pino continent daily. The squirrels began saving their nuts and other foods for winter, while the birds all flew south for the winter as well. In short, the summer had gone, and in came autumn. September was here once more. Once again, Baymard was now making headlines within the entire Pino continent. By now, even the most remote villages had heard about Baymard. Everyone was eagerly waiting in anticipation for new products from this empire, especially the women within the Empire of Arcadina. Many women had started their journey in using several beauty products from Baymard. Oh my heavens! I just started using this Sunglow body lotion from Baymard, and now my skin is so soft, just like those noble ladies. I know, right? My face used to be so cracked. By now, after using their Kimberly face cream for 3 months now, it's so smooth and looks way better than it was before. Amazing, right? Store owner, give me the Radiant body lotion. Me too, shop owner. Me too. Not a problem, ladies, but we have just one more bottle left. Clearly, I need it more than you all. Look, do you see how ugly my skin is right now? Shop owner, I think that it's only fair for you to give it to me. After all, I'm very ugly as it is. What fairness? Shop owner, it's obvious that I need it the most. Look, with my saggy pimpled face, how dare she look at me straight into the eye and say that she's the one who was ugly looking. All of you are just idiots. Clearly, I'm so hideous that even a newly born baby would faint from the sight of me. So clearly, I'm the ugly one here. So give me the bottle, shop owner. The shop owner looked at his many female clients helplessly, while still feeling like he was hearing things. Since when did women compete to be the ugliest? Were the products really that good? And while store owners did their best in supplying these products, within several auction homes, within many homes, even newly made mothers were acting up as well. Congratulations, mistress. It's a boy. Thank you, Emma. Why are you putting the baby in that hard cloth? If he pooped or peed right now, wouldn't you need to change it every minute? Where are the Baymardian Pampers? Miss, Thera sold out. What do you mean by Thera sold out? How can I let my noble baby still use these hard rags? Do you want his bum to have rashes? Go into the streets and buy it off from any peasant with it. I don't care how much they want it for. But I want that diaper. And don't forget to get the baby wipes as well. Now go. Yes, miss. One should know that for mothers in this era, while their babies were still in the diaper stage, it was typical for the babies to have rashes, scabs and other wounds on their butts. This was because the fabric used for it was pretty stiff and hard. And even if they used the cloth made for kings, it was still cloth after all, and wouldn't be able to give any protection to their child's bum. But with these new Baymardian diapers, it was so thick, soft and gave a great cushion for their baby's buttocks. And the best thing was that they wouldn't need to change the diapers every minute if the child made a mess of in there. So how could they not want it? At the same time, many auction homeowners were also in tears from the loss of money that they were making when it came to their previous best-selling products. Up next, we have the beauty elixir from the famous alchemist Lupio from the continent of Morgany, 150 copper coins, 215 copper coins, _. Listening to the bids, the auctioneer couldn't help but smile bitterly. Previously, Alchemist Lupio's products usually went out for over 1 million copper coins or 100 gold coins. But now, it only went out for 150 copper coins. Even the peasants would be able to afford it at this rate. The reason why the auction home was crying was because they had already given Lupio's aides over 1 million copper coins, as they thought that it would still be a hot commodity. But who would have known that the women wouldn't even put this product in their eyes? To put it simply, since Alchemist Lupio used to send his products here in the past, of course, they understood the worth of his product, and would always pay him half of what he usually got up front, which was typically over 1 million copper coins. But of course, this time, they had completely miscalculated the worth of these products in this Baymardian era. Why would the women spend so much on a bottle of colored water? What this elixir was just leaves heated with water and mixed with other things within it. To be honest, the options worked, but they took like 3 to 5 years for someone to notice just a tiny change in them. But after using and feeling the texture of Baymard's rich creamy bottles, as well as using their lipstick, lip gloss, and other cosmetics and body care products that get had, how could they still be happy with what this elixir? After all, Baymard's products worked with months, and was ridiculously cheap to the point that they almost felt that the people in Baymard must have been really stupid as to let their products out with those prices. So with the auction of these elixir products now, forget it. One should know that Baymard's cheapest lotion costs about 30 copper coins, and usually, many of the lotion bottles could last for up to 4 to 5 months. When compared to these elixirs that finished up within a month or so, as they required one to drink them up. So for these women, they had even given Alchemist Lupio enough face by starting the bid at 150 copper coins. So he should just sit there and be grateful. 245 copper coins, 270 copper coins, 275 copper coins, _. And while all this helter-skelter was happening out of Baymard, what these people didn't know was that they would soon be in for another whirl of surprise, as the main culprit for causing all this commotion was at it again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all main missions. Now, you can start production of Cathode TVs. Chapter 415 New projects. Landon was currently sitting within the comforts of his office while waiting for Tim, the head of the engineering department, as well as several accountants and others to come in as well. Just thinking about his rewards for completing his main mission, he couldn't help but smile foolishly as he stared outside his massive window. Of course, with rewards came more new main missions from the system. Previously, the system had given him several side missions to do, but this time, it gave him his main missions instead. To put it simply, there were 8 main missions given to him. 1. Create cathode TVs, as well as make at least 10 movies with them. 2. Create cereals, as the system had given him 7 types to make: Honey Nut Cheerios, Cap'n Crunch, Corn Pops, Corn Flakes, Fruit Loops, Apple UO026 Cinnamon Quaker Oats, UO026 Quaker Original Instant Oatmeal. 3. He was to create eyeglasses for the people. Previously, he couldn't, because he didn't have enough medical information to aid the doctors in prescribing the right eye to people. One should know that even though he had the means to make lenses, there was still a massive range of lenses types that needed to be made. Hence he needed to know the particular specs of so many things before he could even think about asking and prescribing medical glasses to his people. for he was to open up several barbing and hair salons within Baymard. One should know that even though everyone here basically did their own hair, having such basic necessities of any growing nation. So, of course, the system had told him to do so. 5. He was given new medical information on toxicity, and 4 other medical subjects and told to teach the doctors and students. 6. He was to perform and teach 6 more surgical procedures to the people. 7. He was to create 5 new drugs. 8. U0026. Finally, he was given beginner to intermediate knowledge on forensic science, aka criminalistics. With this, he would be able to officially create a new sector within the police department for this purpose alone. As for the deadline of these missions, of course, just like the main missions that he had previously had. This one also had no deadline as well. For his reward for completing all 9 of these missions, he would 10 more random beverages, 6 more medical procedures and 20 more formulas for creating different drugs. Knowledge on running and caring for all sea life within a public marine aquarium. Specific code and knowledge on making the first ever Pac-Man game. 1000 development points TP and 5100 technology points TP. In a nutshell, these were all the rewards he would get if he completed these main missions. Landon leaned against his window and smiled slightly. While observing several figures speedily making their way into the palace, Tim and the rest of the crew hastily walked as if they had ants in their pants, as they were all excited to know what new projects His Majesty had in mind. When they got into the palace, they even walked ahead of the secretary who was supposed to lead them towards Landon's office. Anyway, they were all familiar with the office's location, so they immediately ran there instead. Landon, who was currently sitting down, could now hear the faint sounds of several incoherent footsteps approaching his office. Din, 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 chack, bam, underscore. Honestly, how old were these people? Once his door had been open, several of them tried to pass through the door at once. And unintentionally, someone had tripped, making everyone fall down like dominoes. Landon's lips twitched a bit, as he speechlessly stared at them. What the heck? Not too long ago, he had just sent word to them, and all he had said was that he now had new and exciting projects to be done. But how could he have known that the words, new project, would make them grow this crazy? Your Majesty, we are here. Your Majesty, quickly tell us what's on your mind. Your Majesty, please get on with it. I can't bear another second without you saying anything. Underscore. When everyone was settled down, Landon's secretary, who had also watched the whole show helplessly, immediately began sharing several documents to each industry involved with His Majesty's projects. Landon began by giving his formula for pill production to the overseer of the pharmaceutical manufacturing industry, and following that, he decided to focus on the food industry next. Lyle looked at the file given to him and smiled at Landon gleefully. Cereal. That was his main task. Your Majesty, is this cereal thing only for breakfast? Can it only be taken with milk? How about eating it with Dom Perignon? What about eating it with Fanta or water? Lyle asked while tapping his legs excitedly. Well, let's put it like this. Technically, you can try it with anything else, but it's best with milk. And as for when one can take it, any time would be fine. But the mornings would be best, as it has fibers that would help one out throughout the day. Lyle listened keenly while nodding his head obediently, as he continued to listen to Landon's explanation. So Your Majesty, when do we start? Well, need to equip and install production machines in any of the massive rooms within your industry. For this, you'll need to make a proper budget and contract those within Overseer Tim's industry to do so. So it will still take time for production to begin. Your Majesty, have I done something wrong to you? Underscore. Hearing Landon, Lyle let out a sad sigh. Of course, he was sad about the fact that he couldn't start production now. His entire face was that of a lonely sad puppy, as he fell back into his seat in a dejected manner while pouting. Landon looked at him and shook his head wryly. How was he supposed to comfort a grown man in such situations? He looked at Lior once more before looking at his file again. As they say, time could heal a man's broken heart. Oh well, on to the next. Chapter 416 New Projects to Overseer Wiggins. Overseer Tim. Both of your industries will be essential for this next project. Yes, Your Majesty. They answered in unison. One shouldn't forget that the system had tasked Landon with creating barging and hair saloons. For this matter, he didn't want to create any electric tools like electric hair clippers, hair dryers and so on yet. So for Wiggins' department, they would focus on creating chemical products like shaving oils, dry shampoo, hairspray and other basic barbing and hair salon. One should know that even though simple tools like combs, brushes and scissors already existed in Baymud, the professional grade ones were slightly different, as they had different types and uses for each. Take for example the matter if barbing one's hair. One might need a soft brush for sensitive scalp, a paddle brush, different types of combs and so on. So for Tim's department, that was what they would be focusing on instead. And while these products were being made, Landon would hire more people and train them for at least a month before they could officially begin. In Landon's mind, looking at District C government buildings, Hospital Region, District D Luxury Hotel, Go-Kart Region and District G National Park, Local Hotels Region. These were the regions where both barbing and hair salons would be in, and each region will have at least 4 barging salons, as well as at least 5 hair salons within it, with several guests and tourists coming in, for sure. He knew that this place would be a hit, especially with the women. He had specifically requested for Wiggins to make professional hair styling products that would make the woman's hair shine and look vibrant. Yup, for sure. The place was definitely going to be a success. With that said, Overseer Tim, before we get on to the last thing on my list, well, begin with Air first. Yes, Your Majesty. The more Landon spoke, the more everyone in the room was taken aback. Your Majesty. So these glasses thing can make people see better? Tim asked in shock. This was definitely something that only a messenger from the heavens could do. Tim and everyone looked at Landon in awe. All hailed the great King Landon. Your Majesty, from the list you've given me. Under the prescription glasses list, there are 5 main types: single vision glasses, multifocal lenses, bifocal, progressive, UO026 reading glasses. In addition to this, each type has several categories within them. Like the single vision glass one that has different types that focused on nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, and several more within it. So even though there are just 5 main branches of prescription glasses that will be produced, in truth, we will be producing over 30 different types of prescription glasses. But even at that, there's something that I don't understand, Your Majesty. What happens when none of the standard specs for making these glasses work with some particular patients? Tim asked while massaging his chin curiously. For him, this was a serious matter, as the main goal of manufacturing these glasses was to meet everyone's needs. If that's the case, then based on the doctor's observations from their eye examinations, we can make them their own custom-made glasses as well. Take for example the single vision glasses branch. In particular, the sub-branch which tackles nearsightedness. Lenses used to correct this situation are called the minus power lenses, as seen in your file. So within this particular glass type, the lenses could have several power ranges as well. So since it's a minus lens, one could have a 3.00D lens or even a 6.00D lens. In short, it's safe to say that we will be creating a massive range of lenses just within each sub-branch alone. So if the patient doesn't fall within what we make, we can just customize lenses particularly for his case. So Your Majesty, the patient would order glasses from us? No. Not the patient, but the hospital. clinic or any other region that sells them out. From there, we send their custom-made glasses to the hospital or establishment that requested them. Of course, at that point, the patient will either have it shipped out to their home address or pick it up at the establishment depending on their preferences. But no matter what, we do not personally ship medical customized eyeglasses them out. Hearing this, everyone nodded as well, as they too were intrigued by this glasses thing. One should know that for many of them seated here, it wasn't a lie to say that their vision had indeed deteriorated throughout the years. So these prescription glasses might definitely be the answer for them. One last question, Your Majesty. Apart from these prescription glass category, there's also something called fashion glasses. Mind me asking, Your Majesty, but what do these ones really do? Tim asked confusedly. The first category made sense to him, but this one had no specialty to them. One should know that some prescription glasses might even cure myopia in children. But these ones didn't cure anything, and honestly seemed useless in his eyes. But unbeknownst to him, his future self would be one of the first people to rock sunglasses in style. As for now, he was still unconvinced about the whole thing. For the fashion glasses, of course, there were sunglasses, regular clear stylish glasses, as well as glasses with different color lenses like yellow and red instead. And of course, they would also come with different frames as well. And with the emergence of cathode TVs, many people will see them as a stylish trend very soon. As for where the glasses would be manufactured, of course for now, Landon had suggested that they use one of the warehouses within the construction industry and build them. And in the meantime, while they were doing so, Tim also had to build an eyewear manufacturing industry as well. As for who would be the overseer, Landon had given the duty of choosing the next overseer to Tim. They would go through the usual screening method and promote one of the supervisors or project operators for the job. Landon looked at Tim and smiled. Finally, as for the last thing on the list, let's talk about cathode TVs. Chapter 417, Cathode Ray TVs. The meeting continued on, with everyone getting stunned with the last project. The whole cathode TV project had completely made them speechless. They blinked and wiped their eyes off with their sleeves, as if trying to make sure that they weren't dreaming. Moving portraits. How was that possible? They were so excited that they started fidgeting and laughing sheepishly. They wanted to run, shout and scream out loud about what was going to happen next in Baymard. But of course, these projects were all supposed to be kept confidential until it was time for them to be made known. So they knew that they couldn't. To their surprise, His Majesty not only wanted to do cathode ray TVs, His Majesty had also told them about something called a cathode ray camera as well. Apparently, this camera thing would be able to make portraits without requiring one to paint for hours and hours. In their minds, they had just one word for these two projects: genius. Landon looked at their overly animated expressions and smiled. It was so funny that they were getting excited over this, as both projects will no doubt give one of the lowest qualities of pictures and films when compared to what he was used to in the modern times. But still, this was a milestone for Baymard, and it was also new to these people. So either way, it was good to start off there. As I said, I won't go deep into production until all the resources needed for both the cathode ray TVs and cathode cameras are made available. Also, we need to equip and install production machines and pipes within one of the massive rooms in your industry, Tim, before we start production. But in the meantime, Tim, like we did for the other projects, you need to hire electrical engineers, technical engineers, and all other engineers that would bring value to these projects. I want engineers who are already working within your industry, as well as new graduates or those looking for employment as well. And once they get accepted, then you will be required to teach them while waiting for the production site to be completed. But of course, the hiring process can only begin 2 weeks from now, since he'll use this first 2 weeks to teach you and a few supervisors the basics and concepts of it all. Yes, Your Majesty, Tim said excitedly. Your Majesty. If you don't mind me asking. But what moving portraits are we going to put in the cathode ray TVs? Wiggins asked curiously, and immediately everyone's ears perked up. Yeah? What was going to be placed there? This part of the explanation had really confused them a little. It's a surprise, Landon said with a smile on his face. No matter how much he would try to explain the different movie dramas, as well as the whole series concept to these people, they would still never get it, as they had never seen or watched TV in their entire lives. So what was the point? It was best for them to wait and see it for themselves. At least with the introduction of the different genres in radio, the people at least now knew what he meant by genres. One should know that on the radio, there was a channel that focused solely on children's stories. And it covered genres like fantasy, history and so on. Hence, they already had a pretty rough idea about the genre thing. But because they didn't know what to expect on film, they were still utterly confused about what would be in these moving portraits. As for what Landon wanted to focus on first, well, he had worked the whole TV thing like so. With the emergence of TV, one needed live TV shows like news, as well as recorded TV shows like movies. For live TV shows, Landon just wanted 6 channels for now: news, both international and national, sports, kids TV, fashion, health, tourism. Movie 1, recorded movies of all genres. Movie 2, live plays and shows from the theater. Those were all the channels that would come up for now. Of course in future, it would expand. Be it for now, he would go slowly but surely. For the kids' TV shows in particular, Landon wanted something like live shows with adults dressing up in costumes. He wanted Sesame Street, Barney and so on. As well as shows that taught them how to do simple math, count and many more. In truth, from morning till noon, shows like that would commence on the channel. But from noon upwards, other teenage-focused shows would commence as well. He would definitely record the first Power Rangers ever and put it on the kids' TV. As well as kids' game shows that were similar to treasure hunts like the famous Legends of the Hidden Temple, that used to air in Nickelodeon back on Earth. Anyway, these were the sort of things that Landon had been aiming for. And when it came to movies, only about 25 of the recorded movies made will be placed on TV, as Landon wanted the people to buy most of them from the store shelves as well. Of course, one should know that the system had also given him the exact model for solar TVs as well. So those in other empires could take these TVs away, as well as those fat and large movie cassette tapes, and watch them from their own empires. And when it concerned the matter of pre-recorded TV series, Landon didn't want to do those yet, as he planned to record an entire season before airing it out. Since this was already medieval times, for sure, Game of Thrones had to be done too. Of course, he would edit some scripts and remove the dragon part. But still, it would still be grand. And also, shows like The Legend of the Seeker, Hercules, Xena, Camelot, Spartacus and many more would be on there, as well as TV shows that aired Baymaud's Modern Life, fantasy TV shows, romance and so on. In fact, the only TV series which he could really make right now was the whole Power Rangers, and kids' TV series like Sabrina the Teenage Witch. With these ones, he could film every 7 episodes a week prior, and release them strategically a week later. And when it came to animation, since he didn't have the time to properly teach people now, then they would just have to wait. All in all, Landon had planned to release 20 movies once the cathode TVs were done. Lyle, he said, 25 would be put on TV, and the others had to be bought and watched from home at their own convenience. And one shouldn't think that this was all that could be bought from the stores, as every live show that aired on TV, like the theater shows with magic tricks, and even Broadway plays, would also be recorded and sold in stores a month after they aired. As for pre-recorded TV shows, only kids shows would be done now, and bi-weekly, The TV station would release a TV guide for everyone to know what hour each show would pop up on the screen. This was the plan. Chapter 418 Baymard's Motion Picture Studios. After listening to Landon's response about surprising them with this moving picture thing, the group decided to give it a rest. How long had they been together with His Majesty? Sigh. Whenever he said that something was going to give us surprise, that meant that he wouldn't even bother to explain it any further to them. Well, they would only have to wait and see what would be placed within these moving portrait thingies. With these official contracts in your hands, look over the budget, as well as everything that's needed for the contract, and immediately send them back to where they are all supposed to go to. Of course, as the sole provider of these ideas, as per usual, I will only get 2% of every gain made from each product sold out, Landon said, and everyone nodded as well. From the beginning of his creative journey here, Landon had been taking 2% profits from everything that he had created here. So if someone bought medical pills or anything else, get his 2%. In everyone's mind, they all thought that this was too small for Landon, who had created the ideas. But for him, since he was really pirating off people from Earth, he didn't feel too good taking too much from these people. And besides, 2% looked small. But with all the products that they had made, as well as all the ones that were shipped out and bought all over Baymard, did these people truly know how rich he was? Bruh. He was swimming in money all right, so why would he request for more? And besides, he only did this so that he could find some other commercial projects, as well as his personal projects too. In addition to that, 60% of his gains would be kept for his children and their children, and so on. He would make a will that properly ensured that every generation had money and never really got broke. And since he didn't want greed in the picture, no matter who they were, everyone would get the same amount of wealth. No exception. Anyway, 2% was all he would be taking for all products here, and that's not mentioning his weaponry shares for coming up with the ideas as well. In short, he was a rich man. Tim. How far have the men gone with the construction of Baymard's Motion Picture Studio? Your Majesty, it's been 7 months since we started construction, and so far, we've only been able to construct 27 of the place. But as per instructed, the entire front view of the studio is accessible to those who want to use it, and while they use it, we'll continue construction at the furthest ends of the place, so as to reduce the noise while they use the moving pictures. Also, as per your request, we have left a massive region untouched, and have also added a lot of trees in it as well. Now it resembles a jungle, Our Majesty. Great, Landon exclaimed. How could he not have been prepared for the emergence of cathode TVs? Ever since the system had told him about it, Landon had immediately made plans with Tim. Within District D, he immediately used up a massive portion of land just for this purpose alone. In his mind, Landon was aiming for something similar to Universal Studios in Hollywood. That studio was where Universal Pictures did most of their movie scenes. The place had an entire region with numerous story buildings in them. That was designed like a zombie apocalypse. There was also a region that had fake car crashes, as well as streets that depicted numerous ordinary homes in movies. And to make matters even better, they had an entire region filled with medieval castles. And some of them even had fake snow all over the candles as well. They were also mad scientist research labs and so much more there. In short, Landon wanted Baymard's Motion Picture Studios to be somewhat similar to that, so as to make it easier for all those who would be directing the sets as well. As for the studio itself, even though it wasn't as big as Universal Pictures back on Earth, its size could still rival several others as well. The studio would have 7 main sectors in total. The first sector would be the public region, where guests can come in and have fun. It would be like a mini amusement park with fun rides, games, and other attraction sites that told the story of every mainstream movie or TV series produced in Baymard. But of course, since amusement park rides haven't come into Baymard yet, He had only planned to make the place into a touristic place for now. Guests could entire houses or homes that looked exactly like those of their favorite characters in movies or TV. As well as eat food in themed restaurants as well. Also, guests could buy items that looked exactly like those in the movies as well. If for example, Landon made Harry Potter, then a replica of the one store could be there as well. And the staff would also act as the storekeeper too. Everyone would be in character for the guests, and of course, after that first sector for guests, the entire sector 2 to 7 would be used strictly for movies and TV series. But if the guests really wanted to have a backlit tour at the real filming site, then they can also book a tour as well. All in all, Landon was pleased with everything so far. Alright, those are all the projects that I have so far. Once the production sites are all ready to go, immediately start production. And everyone, don't forget that today is the big day. Your Majesty, how could we forget? Yeah, Your Majesty. We've been looking forward to it for a month now. We even bought tickets on the first day that it was announced. Your Majesty, today is the day, and for sure, we will definitely be there. Yup. Today was the grand opening of Baymard's Emerald Theatre. The performers had been practicing for ages, and the theatre school had already been opened long ago. The theatre had realized several tickets for numerous shows, and just like how one would choose several options when going into a cinema, likewise, there were also numerous shows going on at the same time interval as well. Today was the day for the stars to shine. With the meeting finally over, everyone quickly went their ways in preparation for tonight's event. And while they were all having a very merry time within Arcadina, someone else was almost losing his mind from fury. Bam! Why? Your Majesty, please spare me, said a shivering man who was all covered in blood. As he looked at the towering figure above him, he gulped down the blood in his mouth in fear and tried to beg for his life again. But before he could speak, the towering man quickly took out his sword and sliced his throat swiftly. Sling, bap. And just like that, the man's bloody head dropped onto the floor just like that. The towering man took his time to wipe off the blood on his blade with no hint of expressions on his face. And when he was done, he faced the men who were quietly kneeling behind him in fear. I'll ask you all again, what happened here? Chapter 419. Who did it? Right now, Alec was present within one of his many hidden bases in Arcadina. On his way back to the capital, he had decided to stop by one of his remote bases in the western region, so as to inform them about his grand plan of taking over Baymard. But who would have known that when he would get here, all that greeted him would be ash, blood, and numerous heaps and piles of dead bodies scattered about freely? Looking at the scene before him, how could he not be furious? Blood. The foul stench of blood filled the air, and the sounds of flies and insects buzzing around the flesh of the dead made the place look even more dreadful. In short, none of the slaves or men that he had been keeping locked up here were still around. It seemed like they had all escaped. But how? He had made his security to be as tight as a newborn baby's grip. So how could they just escape just like that? More than 98% of the guards had all died, with just a few survivors who were left. Their legs had been chained and bounded onto several pillars within one of the rooms within the camp, and surrounding these bounded men were grains of wheat, and bowls of water, and empty bucket, which were now filled with shit and flies. When Alec first found them, he was utterly disgusted that he asked for them to be thrown into the cold stream, so as to let the men wash up before he spoke to them. As requested, his guards pushed the survivors into the stream, and after 3 minutes, they took out all their clothes, burned them, and let these survivors air dry their bodies instead. And even though their bodies were still dry, Alec rules to give these men any new clothes. So they were just kneeling the nude in the camp. Alec looked at them scrutinizingly, as his brain quickly went to work. Previously, he had suspected Landon for being the cause. But when he thought about it more, How could that son of his one day know of any of his secret training camps? Only those who had once gone to the camp or heard about it from him would know. In addition to that, the rotting corpses of his dead guards, all looked like they weren't even 4 days old. With this alone, Alec was even more shares that Landon couldn't be the one, as he had just left that son of his in Baymard a month and a half ago. So who was it? Alec looked at the shivering men who were currently kneeling before him, and took baby steps towards them. Bam, 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 bam. His every step made their hearts race faster and faster. As they silently trembled in fear, he squinted his eyes and looked at the men with an emotionless expression on his face. "Speak up. What the hell happened here?" "Why? Your Majesty, Your Majesty." On the night of the attack, several masked men swarmed into the place and attacked Jews with the use of black powder. They first started by shooting arrows, followed by the attack of their swords. "Why? Your Majesty." They also seemed to know every layout of the Ace as well. It was almost as if they had been here themselves before. Alec listened to the men ramble about the attack, and when they all finished speaking, he turned towards one of his commanders and whispered into his ear, "The place has been compromised. If an enemy of ours knows where it is, then the place is of no use to me. As we would be sitting ducks if we brought in more men here. The enemy might attack again, and kill even more men than before. So turn this place into a killing home instead. Use this place to torture mad kill prisoners around. And when you're done, lock up the place and leave. As for these useless men, I have no use for them any longer. So you know what to do." With that said, Alec turned around and walked back to his carriage unhurriedly. And while he moved, he could hear the screams of those men from behind him. "Your Majesty. Your Majesty. Mercy." Alec sat in his carriage and closed his eyes immediately. He had enough. Goddammit. Did the world truly think that they could bully him this much? First, it was that useless son of his. And now, it's some unknown masked men. When had he ever been insulted so much before? For that unfilial son of his, he would definitely wage war after he had arrived at the capital. In short, while traveling towards the capital, he planned to stop by all the bases and get them ready for his grand attack. So now, they all just had to wait patiently, until he arrived in the capital. From there, he would take some nights and march down towards all these camps. And while he passed through camp to camp, he would also take the men the as well. By the time he reached Baymard he would probably have more than 21,000 people ready to fight this war. But who would have known that one of his camps would be being destroyed just like that? This definitely ruined his grand scheme of things. As for the attack from those masked men, there was someone in particular who would pay the price for it, and that was City Lord Sanders. He clenched his fists and looked out his carriage window angrily. Didn't he specifically tell that idiot to look after this place at all times as well? So where were his men when all this happened? From the dead bodies scattered around, none of them wore Sanders guard uniforms. So why did that fool not send his people to guard the place? Alec immediately issued for the couch men to head towards Sanders City next. Like he had said, Simeon's head would roll no matter what. But of course, things never go as one expected it to be. Because how could Alec had known that a while back, Sanders had gathered his forces just to launch a full-scale attack on Baymard. As of now, Sanders was long dead. So who would Alec really skin alive? Your Majesty. We're ready. Good. It's time to go to the deserters' city. Tell the men to move out immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Life was truly funny, because while Alec was at the point where his rage could even kill a bird flying by, some other people were all happy to the point that they could be that flying bird instead. We're going to be late. Quickly, quickly, quickly. The show is about to begin. Chapter 420 Baymard's Emerald Theatre. Back in Baymard, the people were all jolly and merry, as tonight was the grand opening of Baymard's Emerald Theatre. In the afternoon, there is a whole cutting ribbon celebration. So with all that out of the way, People could just come over to watch any show of their choice. The theater had 10th-story buildings within its premises. With each building would have 2 high-ceiling stages within them. The first floor would be where popcorn, drinks and so on would be sold. And on the second and third floors, the audience would find a massive stage on each floor. So, with 10 buildings in total, Baymard would end up having 20 stages altogether. Oh, dear, we've booked a ticket for the Amazing Flying Dutchman. So how can we be late? Hurry! The Dancing Swan show is going to come on any moment from now. We have to get into Theatre 3 as soon as possible. I heard that the music show will have 6 never-heard songs before, so how can I miss it? And I heard that their #1 song will be My Heart Will Go On. Just the name itself shows that it's going to be mind-blowing, so we definitely have to go to Theatre 6 no matter what. I think our show is in Theatre 8. Quickly, we need to get our snacks and settle down fast before the show starts. Yes. Can I have a medium bag of salted pretzel buns, a large Fanta and a small bag of popcorn? The crowd swarmed around the scene like bees, as they tried to find the right building and door where their selected show would be taking place. Everyone wore their best attires, as they didn't know what to expect. And very soon, the entire place was either filled with couples, families, and even cliques of friends that had gathered up just for tonight. Today was Harvey's 3rd day in Baymard. Harvey was a very popular jester in the Empire of Yoden. He was known as the Laughing Killer. This was because it was once said that his performances were so funny that one could laugh themselves to death if they weren't careful. In short, he was a big celebrity in the jester world. As most new jesters that tried to break into the field also looked up to him as one of the greatest as well. A while back, he had heard about Baymard being the best place for tourists to visit, so he and his family had come here for a proper vacation. He had been here for 3 days. And he dared say that the stories about Baymard really didn't give enough justice to the place. Everything about this new empire was simply breathtaking and heavenly. And while he was here, he had also heard and read about this theater thing through the radio, from people on the streets, as well as the newspapers. So today, he had managed to get a few last-minute tickets for himself and his family. One should know that the tickets for all shows had already been on sale for over a month now, and just because he had bought the tickets late, he didn't have many options left. Hence he could only get what was available. As a comedian, of course, he wanted to see their stand-up comedy thing. But it was already sold out, and all that was left were rockets for some circus thing. One shouldn't be fooled. The reason why the circus thing wasn't sold out yet wasn't because people didn't want to watch it. Nope. It was because that theater was the largest, as it had a bigger stage and more audience seats instead. Hence they were able to squeeze out some tickets from the stores. And surprisingly, each ticket had a seating number on it. How odd. But brilliant. Stepping into Building 3, they immediately went forward to order some snacks. And after they were done, they finally presented their tickets at the doors of Theatre 5 and immediately went in to take their seats. Harvey looked at his watch and sighed from relief. Phew. They had finally made it just 1 minute before the show began. Immediately, the lights turned slightly dim, and the loud sounds of drums could be heard echoing throughout the hall. Bam. Ba-ba-bam. Ba-ba-bam. Ba-bum. As the drums played, some sort of smoke immediately arose from the stage, instantly making the place look more and more mysterious to those watching the scene. Everyone excitedly tried to gauge out what was happening there, and soon, more and more people jumped out from within the smoke and began dancing like crazy. And coupled with the stunning light show that was happening there as well, everything made Harvey and his family clap and cheer eagerly. What an entrance! And after the smoke had cleared up, and the dance had ended, a man wearing the longest purple hat that they had ever seen came out all dressed up in sparkly clothes. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to Baymard's first ever circus act, the host said, and as he spoke, he removed his large hat and gave a slight bow to the audience. I know that most of you are confused about what a circus show really is. But don't fret. because by the end of tonight's show, you will know all that you desire, as things might not always be what it seems. With that, the host took out several roses from his coat and immediately squished them up together in his palms, and then he shot it up into the air. Then, something miraculous happened. Rather than seeing rose petals, the guest could see a bird fly out, as well as some butterflies. Pooh! Wah! How did he do it? Clap, 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 clap. Everyone was mesmerized. Especially the children. They kept screaming and jumping like crazy. The host was a magician. That was all they could think of. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you, thank you, thank you, the host said while bowing numerous times to them. Now, let's get the show rolling, shall we? Chapter 421, Baymard's Emerald Theatre 2. For our first act, we will have the Winged Trapeze Heroes open the show. With that, soft music began to play, and the lights turned light blue instantly. And soon, several spotlights were pointed towards 8 people who were all standing on several planks, all suspended on several ridiculously tall ladders as well. And these people seemed to be holding on to some sort of stick that was attached to several strings on it too. Oh my heavens, were they going to jump? Wasn't this too crazy? Everyone was on the edge of their seats. And even Harvey couldn't help but squeeze the popcorn in his hands tightly. And just when the anticipation from the crowd had reached its max, 2 of the people on the ladders immediately jumped down, making everyone's heart sink deeply into their chest. But to their surprise and amazement, these people didn't fall to their deaths. Instead, they swung at insane angles. And one of the men left his own wing, did a front flip and hung onto the feet of the other person who was swinging as well. Bravo, bravo, bravo. This was too unbelievable. At this point, Harvey and his family were completely sold by this circus thing. And so just like that, the night progressed with them witnessing numerous acts all at once. There was a case where a magician sawed a girl into half and even separated her legs from her upper body, and then he put them together after saying something like abracadabra. Just with those words alone, her girl's body had been put back together. When everyone saw the girl get out of the box in one piece, they all stood up and applauded like crazy. Following that, they also watched how one man made several wild hangouts jump over several hoops of fire as well. And of course, one shouldn't forget the girl who stood on a moving bicycle, while doing flips and other stunts. Also, there was also a woman who could climb up a rope while twisting and turning around it, as if she was some sort of mythical creature. Her makeup was soft, and her head had a fairy crown on it. She was breathtaking, to say the least. And the music just made her dance even more mesmerizing for the audience. And after her, there was the man who rode a bicycle wheel over a thin rope that was suspended in the air. How the hell was that even possible? Harvey looked at the people around him, and for the first time in his life, he wondered if he had ever truly put on a show for people. As a jester, all he had done was throw food in his face, pretend to fall onto the ground angrily, and other silly stunts. In fact, in his career, being called a fool was one of the highest compliments there was. But looking at these people, no one called them fools. And they didn't have to throw pie on their faces just for laughs. And what was even more interesting, was that everyone looked at the performers with awe, respect and worship, rather than him, who had been called a fool or stupid all through his career. No one would look at a fool with worshipping gazes, just as they did that magician. It was utterly impossible. And so just like that, his brain had suddenly been enlightened. And now, he wanted to find his real strong points within the entertainment world and pursue that instead. He quickly decided that tomorrow, he would go watch the stand-up comedy show as research instead. He wanted to better his craft as much as possible, as well as know whether these people also threw food onto their faces or did silly things as he did just for laughs. He had to admit, he did like their way of doing things better than his. So why not change? He looked at the scene before him and nodded. This is what entertainment should truly be like. In fact, Harvey and his family weren't the only ones who were excited as well, since Landon knew that little Momo and the rest would definitely like it. He had also taken them to watch these shows as well. Even if many people didn't believe in magic, Landon felt little children should, as in a way, magic symbolized hope and belief that the impossible might one day become a reality. Little Momo and the rest were also on the edge of their seats. Their hearts heated aptly, and their mouths were left wide open in shock. Ever since the show had begun, they had been standing over the private balcony for the royal family in awe. And of course, London and secretly invited King McKeel's family as well. With all this time that had passed by, of course, Cree had now joined little Momo's pack of friends as well. As the show went on, their eyes gleamed, and they couldn't help but saw the words abracadabra many times as well. Big Brother Landon. Does magic truly exist? Cree asked, with an expecting and overly excited gaze. If you believe it does, then it does. Only in believing can something become true to you. Magic is believing. With those words, the little girl excitedly nodded and watched the show happily as well. Landon smiled, as he watched even the adults get fully immersed as well. For him, of course, magic existed. How else would he explain how he could teleport or even use the system at all? It was definitely not normal. Time passed by, and just like that, the show had finally ended. Some came out crying, as they had just watched the play of Romeo and Juliet, while others came out laughing from the stand-up comedy skits. Of course, there were some who came out singing some heart-wrenching songs like My Heart Will Go On, Celine Dion. In short, everyone was completely satisfied with these new theatre shows, and the only complaint that they had was that it was way too short. With everything coming to an end, Landon dived straight for his bed and closed his eyes happily. Tomorrow, he would finally be leaving for his mission. It was time to deal with the pandemic. Chapter 422 Planning ahead. It was a brand new day, and Landon was currently standing within one of the large halls in the castle. As he was about to give a brief overview to the soldiers, as well as the doctors and nurses on what was supposed to be done. In essence, Landon had three main things to fulfill. Up first, he had to send some of his men to rescue the slaves that were current on their way to Tariq via ship. As for the second and third things on his list, since they all concern Corona, Landon decided that both teams should journey together on their separate ships there. Of course, what they needed to do in Corona was to prevent and control the pandemic, as well as retrieve some demented prisoners from Corona. And since the system had told Landon to specifically control the pandemic situation, he decided to assign another team to retrieve the prisoners. Hence there were two separate teams traveling to Corona alongside each other. In the hall had over 800 people within it. Everyone in the room came with their pens and notebooks, as they didn't want to miss out on any information at all. After Landon had already dived into what all three missions were about, he quickly began assigning multiple tasks to the various leaders. Once again, Baymard will be required to play an active role in world peace. Lieutenant Felix, Lieutenant Brandt, and Lieutenant Trevor, you three will be in charge of Operation Freebird. I expect you three to handle this Navy mission. You may only destroy the enemy's ships once sure that no hostages are still on board the ships, and of course, you may also take in prisoners as well if need be. Do you under? Yes, sir, answered the three in unison. Good. As for Major Beery, little Linda's brother and Mother Winnie's son, you will lead a team of soldiers and travel alongside me to Corona. Your team will focus on escorting the prisoners from Corona to Baymard without any hiccups. I expect no prisoner should escape throughout the journey. And bear in mind, even though most of the prisoners aren't as deadly as those class prisoners, they have still wanted criminals all the same. So you and your men should not let your guard down. Is that clear? Exclamation mark. Yes, sir, Beery answered. Excellent. Lastly, Second Lieutenant Gray, Second Lieutenant Pat, and Second Lieutenant, you will lead a team of soldiers to guard and protect all the doctors and nurses going to Corona for Mission Shinjep. The Shinjep pandemic is soon upon us, and apart from doing your main mission, You all might be required to also aid the doctors in taking care of the patients. So take note. And since I will be a doctor on this mission, you don't need to report to me on any safety concerns while on the mission. I give you all full permission to make the calls. But if you all really face some unspeakable problem, then and only then can you turn to me for advice. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Alright. In front of you all are the maps and layouts for your mission terrain. With this at hand, you all need to photocopy them and pass them on to your teams as well. And since everyone knows what they are supposed to do, I also expect you all as leaders to come up with a detailed plan and submit it to your Army General or Navy Fleet Commander in the next 2 days. Any team that doesn't comply with this will not leave Baymard, and will also receive 20 days of punishment from the forces. And 2 days after submission, you all will be called in to discuss if these plans need to be modified or not. Of course, then and only then, will you all be required to inform your squads on your plans for these missions. So tallying everything up, everyone has just a week to prepare for their missions. Be it food for the slaves on the ships, needs for the prisoners, or ammunition needed for these missions. Everything will have to sort out by you all. So I also expect to see a budget report submitted alongside your detailed plans 2 days later. Bear in mind that the budget needs to show the list of needs for these missions. On that note, anyone who doesn't give a detailed list will also be punished as well. Any questions, Your Majesty? Since everyone will have at least 5 military doctors for these missions, do we need to budget on what they need as well? One of the lieutenants asked while taking down notes and looking at Landon seriously. No and yes. In essence, they would need to budget based on what they think will accommodate the situation. And when they do, you all need to add that into your reports as well. Any other questions? After Landon finished talking with the military forces, he quickly sent them away and invited the doctors and nurses to come in for their own briefings as well. Even though they weren't soldiers, they needed to know the basic guidelines, as well as what to do whenever any sort of plague or pandemic raided the continent. Hence Landon also wanted them to come up with their own budgeting plan too. And if there were any problems, he would amend it and show them the proper way of handling things. In addition to that, one shouldn't forget that they needed to create a remedy for the situation as well. So even when they arrive in Corona, the doctors and nurses would have to be split up into different groups: those in charge of treating the patients, those in charge of sanitizing and educating the people, those in charge researching and finding a cure, and finally, those in charge of producing the cure. When going to Corona, those who were assigned for research would have to bring all their test tubes, chemicals and equipment needed for testing. And after they had a plausible answer, those who were assigned to drug production would have rushed back to Corona, give their findings to the medical and pharmaceutical team there, who would then do their best to create these drugs. Of course, Landon already knew about the cure for this pandemic thanks to the system. One could actually kill this problem by taking some of the drugs within Baymard already. But he wanted to see what the doctors and nurses would do in this situation as well. Of course, he wouldn't be doing this at the expense of other people's lives, as he would do his best to keep everyone alive and comfortable whole waiting for the cure. And so just like that, everyone had been thoroughly briefed. Now, all Landon could do was wait for the day of departure. Chapter 423 More issues. Your Majesty. King Father Lucius had already arrived, and is currently waiting for you outside. Thank you, Betsy. Apart from giving briefings for those meetings, today, Landon also had to attend to some matters in King's Landing. 5 days ago, the head military soldiers they had all requested to have a meeting with him and Lucius. It was about safety. He swiftly walked out of one of the castle buildings and got into Lucius' car. Bam. How did it go? Lucius asked, with one hand on his steering wheel and the other on the joystick. They should be fine for now. But it's no biggie since we'll readdress their plan of action 2 days from now, Landon said while wearing his seatbelt. We still have time. But for now, let me give you a brief summary of what's been going on. As Lucius spoke, he began to drive away as if he was on some sort of race. Landon held onto the car and couldn't help but pray silently in his heart. If the system didn't succeed in obliterating him, then for sure, Lucius would definitely be the next to kill him with the way he was driving. It wasn't so much the speed that was Landon's problem. Nope. That wasn't the main issue here. The real problem was that Lucius would cut in ridiculously narrow bends and corners. As if he were in a James Bond movie. What the hell? Boy. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? Since being so quiet, then that means that you're fine, right? Lucius said, with a mischievous smile on his face. Definitely doing it on purpose, aren't you? Landon glowered while trying to hold on to his dear life. As for Lucius, he said nothing ... and even began to whistle happily. All right, brat. Let's talk about the situation down there. You see, while you've been moving in and out of Baymard for these missions, the roads leaving Baymard have become increasingly dangerous, with more and more peasants walking on foot or even traveling by horse there daily. The wild animals that used to live deep within the forest have started migrating and making their way towards the roads. They would quietly stalk their prey, dash out, grab their victim in a blink of an eye, and disappear into the forest. The animals are also a major concern, because now they've started camping around our secret glass towers in the woods. And outer men are now having a hard time doing to and fro from there. So far, how many cases do we have? In total, we've lost 23 elderly people, 9 children, and 76 adults. And if we let this continue on, then his number might even multiply with time. Lucius said while smiling bitterly. No matter what, they had to come up with a solution to this issue. They drove for another 1 hour 28 minutes, before finally making it to King's Landing. Typically, they would probably arrive there after 1 hour of driving. But with the traffic, as well as the normal checks that took place when they got into King's Landing, they could only make it after 1 hour 28 minutes. One should know that at the main gate that separated King's Landing from the rest of Baymard, anyone going in and out of Baymard still needed to have a security check, even the bus drivers who took the visitors at the port. The checks weren't that long, as when the vehicles stopped, the guards there would immediately hop on board and check on the situation there. Of course, they also checked for clearance IDs, as only those who were soldiers and workers here in King's Landing could drive vehicles in and out. Anyway, Landon and Lucius had already shown their standard clearance ID for entry, but since they were going to the heavily guarded military building within King's Landing, even if Landon was a king, he still needed to pass through the military checks for access. They first started by getting past the first military gate, while showing their military clearance IDs to the soldiers there. All clear. They through 3 other clearance gates, before finally parking their car. As from here on out, every other check would be done on foot. Kikak. Landon quickly undid his seatbelt, opened his door, and immediately stepped out. Bam. Thank God he made it here in one piece. They did more than 4 body scans with metal detecting machines, 5 ID documents and clearance checks, and all other necessary steps needed for entry. And finally, they were done. Stepping into one of the buildings there, a young man who seemed to have been standing there for quite some time now immediately walked towards them, and gave military salute. Your Majesty! King Father, Army General Lucius. Welcome, the soldier said, with his chest all puffed out. Lucius was known as King Father, just as Mother Kim was known as Queen Mother. And just because the men didn't want to overlook Lucius' position as Army General, they usually said both titles all at once. As for the police officers, since Lucius was also the Chief of Police, they called him Chief of Police, King Father Lucius instead. It was a long gas title, but they didn't mind it at all. Looking at the soldier's badge on his uniform, Landon could easily tell what rank the soldier was in. The young man was wearing a black military attire that had red badges sewn onto each breast pocket. In Landon's army, the red badge was given to any soldier within the officer ranks, which were all those above the warrant officer class. And on the younger man's red badge was a symbol which signified what particular rank the young man was within the officer rank class. The young man saluted Landon and Lucius with pride when he approached them. "At ease, Lieutenant." "Is everyone ready?" "Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone is ready, and are in conference room 7, floor E." "Good. Lead the way, Lieutenant." Chapter 424 Code Violet. Landon and Lucius followed behind the soldier and swiftly made their way towards the meeting room. "Your Majesty, King Father Army General Lucius. This is where I'll leave you both," the young man said while giving them another goodbye salute. "You did well, Lieutenant Spencer," Lucius said. And with that, Landon and Lucius immediately stepped into the meeting room. Once again, everyone rose up from their seats and greeted them. Of course, soon after, they all sat down, and the mission had finally begun. 20 minutes into the meeting, Landon and Lucius had been well informed on the problem at hand. Before, they only briefly knew of the situation at hand. But now, they thoroughly understood everything concerning the issue. "So, what do you all suggest we do?" Landon asked. Before he gave out his own solution, it was best to hear out what others thought as well. "Your Majesty, one of the main issues is that the roads are very close to the woods, making the animals come out and grab people as they liked. So why don't we clear out some trees around the pedestrian footpath, creating ample distance between the pavement and the forest?" said a female soldier, who was in charge of one of the sectors within King's Landing. "That would definitely aid to make a divide between the forest and the highway roads." "All right, let's note down all the suggestions, and after we're done, we'll analyze and talk in depth on the pros and cons of each point and later take a vote on them so as to choose the best options. And so just like that, they debated and spoke for another 2 hours, before finally concluding on what needed to be done. First off, one should recognize that not only were the people not safe, but even those soldiers who had to keep a lookout from above those glass towers were also in danger as well. And not surprising, Landon found out that most of the points that he wanted to suggest were already suggested by Lucius and the others in the room. So to start off, they had agreed to create a very wide gap between the road and the forest. Hence, the government would have to contract some construction workers to get that done immediately, and of course, while they worked, the soldiers would protect them as well, lest some wild animals attacked them while on the job. In addition to creating ample space, Landon had also wanted them to place road rails along the roads as well. This was also good, so that in the future when everyone in Arcadina or the world owned a car, the railings could help prevent accidents or cars from sliding or skidding off the road and crashing onto the woods tragically. In short, there were more than 11 solutions that had been voted and approved from all 27 solutions that had been suggested. And just like that, the meeting came to an end, with Landon asking them to write a formal report and submit to the government office in District C. Of course, just to be sure that they didn't miss any crucial information or solution, everyone decided to head on towards Shanks Road, and envision these solutions for themselves. Would what they had come up with actually be enough? Would it keep the visitors safe? These were all questions that they needed to figure out for themselves while inspecting. As they walked in the roads, several peasants and people in carriages and horses all saluted them gleefully. "Good afternoon, Your Majesty." "Good afternoon, King Father Lucius." "Good afternoon, seniors." One should know that Landon and Lucius' faces were on some baybills, as well as some posters in Baymard. So how could those who had gone to Baymard frequently not recognize them? And so just like that, more than 45 minutes had passed since Landon and the rest had begun inspection. They were almost ready to call it quits for the day. But then, something happened. Out of nowhere, A wild animal immediately grabbed a 6-year-old child from the side and pulled the child into the forest with great force. Timothy, an elderly woman who had been walking alongside the boy, screamed out in pain from sadness. In her mind, her sweet grandson was gone. A tear quickly slid down her wrinkly cheeks and her vision became blurry from the waterworks. But before she knew it, someone came behind her and patted her gently. "Granny, please get up. He will be brought back in no time," said the calming soothing voice of a tall stranger in Baymard military attire. The elderly woman quickly wiped her eyes to look at the man before her. Did he just say that to make her happy, or was he telling the truth? No matter what, she felt like she had to look into the eyes of this stranger to be sure. A minute later, she burst out into more tears, as she felt that there was hope. Her grandson might make it. As for who had gone after her grandson, she honestly didn't know who they were, but she truly thanked them in her heart. Of course, her grandson wasn't the only one who had been grabbed. Just around her space, 7 others had been trapped as well. Everyone wailed, as they truly felt despair. But fortunately, they all saw hope as they saw the confident look on the soldier's face. They immediately dropped to their knees and kowtowed more than 10 times to the man who was comforting them. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." When the soldier who comforted them saw that everyone had now calmed down, he immediately took out his walkie-talkie and contacting those at King's Landing. "Code Violet. Code Violet. I repeat, Code Violet. We have an animal attack on Shanks Road. I need paramedics immediately for the injured, as well as more soldiers now. _ As the soldier spoke, the peasants around him all stood, as they truly wanted to see how this would turn out. It was just 1 p.m. So no matter what, they had the time to watch this show, as Baymard's gates don't close until 10 p.m. So why not watch? Plus the soldier right now sounded so heroic that they were in awe just from watching how fast he reacted to the crises at hand. Even the little boys and girls around couldn't help but look at the man as a hero. Now, they silently wished that they could be part of this sort of heroic squad. Meanwhile, once those who were at King's Landing got the message, they immediately passed on the message, jumped out of their seats, and dashed out of their offices. In short, after the message was delivered, the entire place became helter-skelter, as people ran left, right and center continuously. Quickly, quickly. Where are the military paramedics? Oh my god. What's taking everyone so long? 5 minutes tops. I expect to see as many people as possible out there. Get at least 3 military doctors within the paramedics here now. And what about ammunition? We don't know what animal it is, so get the big guns always. Damn it, soldiers are out there fighting for their lives. Yet you all are here strolling around like grannies. Hurry up. That's an order. _ Chapter 425 Code Violet. To Landon, Lucius and a few others from the meeting were currently running as fast as they could into the forest. The forest was an assault on all their senses. The sounds of insects, birds and other larger animals immediately created a symphony of nature. The forest floors would get wet, hard or mushy in different regions, as well as the brightness of the forest, which would seem down or go bright at different regions as well. And the heat and humidity soon pressed in on their skin, making them sweat like crazy. As they ran, the leaves continuously crushed up against their bodies. And even though they still didn't have a clue on what they were after, they still hurriedly chased behind the pack of wild animals with all their might. All they could hear were the trees making swish sounds, and the animals giving out loud hiss sounds, as if they were communicating with each other. At first, Landon thought that maybe what they were chasing were a pack of massive snakes, but according to his knowledge of this world, there were no such things as snakes at all here. And to add to this point, even if snakes did exist in this world, this part of the world was too cold for snakes to be in naturally. So what other animals could make that sound? Hiss. Din, 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 splash. They ran like crazy while stepping over rocks, puddles of water which connected to small streams and so on. Stay alert. It seems like these animals are trying to draw us into the inner parts of the forest. More specifically, they want to take us to their nests. So keep your eyes sharp, Landon said while loading up all the guns that he had on him. Of course, those who followed him from behind also did the same as well. After running for a while now, the sounds from these animals were finally getting louder and louder. Damn it, they must be near their lair. System. I want to buy explosives now. Host. Don't mind this system asking. But isn't that wasteful? Doesn't the host already have enough ammunition back in Baymart? The system said, in a calm, unfazed tone. As for Landon, he was almost about to lose it. The system was probably watching him from above as if his life was a movie, while probably chewing heavenly popcorn too. Damn you, damn you, damn you. Just what was the point of saying that he had ammunition in Baymart? Did it look like he could go back to Baymart anytime soon? System. Just do it, no matter the cost. As you wish, my wasteful host. Landon truly felt like crying. Why him? Immediately, he requested for enough ammunition for the entire group. System. Place the items on chest strap-ons underneath my shirt. As you wish, host. Landon soon unbuttoned his shirt, and those behind him were puzzled by his behavior. But they quickly looked at Landon in awe. Here, before coming for the meeting, I had carried these items around, just in case we came for inspection and ended up in a sticky situation like this one, Landon said while giving everyone one strap-up belt from his chest. Of course, each belt contained a maximum of 3 explosives in them. And since the soldiers already had their guns and tasers with them, Landon felt like this number would be enough to do the trick. Everyone couldn't help but nod in appreciation, as their king was always one step ahead of any crisis or situation. He seemed to be prepared, even if the world was coming to an end. With a mind like this, no wonder he was king. Everyone was now ready for action. As they heard the hiss sounds get stronger and louder, they jumped over a log, and immediately found themselves in an open plain. And just ahead of them was a cave. But before they could even make their way into the cave, they found themselves surrounded. Landon's eyes flashed with shock as he looked at the animals before him. They were musins. Everyone looked at the creatures before them in great vigilance, while they prepared themselves for battle. Musins. They looked exactly like snakes, except that they had 4 legs like a reptile and could only grow up to 7 feet tall. And no joke, they actually looked like large anacondas on legs. Of course, since they had legs, most of their length came from their powerful tail, which could grab their prey, curl it up and run away with their prey. Fortunately, their tails weren't as strong as the bodies of anacondas back in Earth. Or else even if Landon found those victims, their bones might have already been crushed and broken already. One important thing was that they weren't poisonous at all. But they did have a defense mechanism, which was to release some sort of liquid that would just numb their prey for a few hours. That was it. And they had long snake-like tongues. And their eyes also blinked and looked like those of a snake as well. No wonder they made those hiss sounds. In addition to that, these creatures hated excessive heat. As they thrived more in winter instead. Also, unlike snakes that could climb up trees or high places, these ones could not, as one could imagine their 4 legs being as short as those of crocodiles. And of course for the color of these creatures. Yup, it was pink. What was up with the god or goddess of this world and pink? In Landon's opinion, the goddess of this world was a little kid. Right now, over 30 musins surrounded them from all directions, and Landon and his team were just 7 in number. The musins slowly inched towards them, while looking at them with their cold yellowish reptilian eyes. Their fork-like tongues slithered out of their mouths, as they steadily raised their long necks until their heads were all leveled up with their prey. Without waiting for the snakes to make their moves, Landon immediately yelled out for his men to take down the enemies. Of course, while these reptiles were making their move and talking in hiss language to one another, Landon had also done the same as well, as he had been instructing the rest on what creatures they should focus on. be it left, right or center. Landon had quickly split up the killings amongst everyone, with him having the highest number to kill, of course. Hiss. Slowly, but very confidently. The Musons moved in while swaying their heads slightly, as they slithered their tongues towards their prey. Landon watched their every move, until they were close enough for their plan of attack. Now, bang, 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 bang. Chapter 426 Musons now. Bang, 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 underscore. Immediately, Landon and his team sprung into action like no tomorrow. Lucius pointed both of his guns at two advancing Musons that were coming his way. As His Majesty had said, aim for the head. The creatures moved very fast like lizards. And Lucius quickly calculated his attack point. Bang, 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 chah. The creatures, who already had their mouths wide open ready to bite Lucius, wailed in agony, as they had just been shot in the mouth. Of course, Lucius knew that this alone wouldn't be enough to kill them. As it was better to get their skulls instead. He had to make his move quickly. The animals didn't wail for long, as now. They were extremely furious. One of them still attacked Hedn, while the other one turned to the side, and used its tail to knock Lucius' guns out of his hands just at the moment when Lucius fired shots again. Bang. Shit. Lucius thought. Right now, he had successfully taken care of one of them. But the other was undoubtedly a hard nut to crack. Immediately after the other one fell dead, two more came towards him happily. As if he was a Happy Meal order. Lucius looked at his other gun, which had fallen not too far away from him, and was covered up by the tall forest grass. He looked at the advancing creatures and immediately calculated his next move again. And just before he wanted to move, he saw one of the creatures shake its neck vigorously. And after that, the creature's mouth soon became puffy, as if it was holding a lot of water in its mouth. Liquid. It must be getting ready to spit out its paralyzing liquid into him. One should know that these creatures could only spit out if they were on an empty stomach. So this was good. It meant that they still hadn't eaten any human for the past 3 days, as that was their digestion time. But they did like to catch their prey and store for when it was time to eat. Pwah! The creature spat out its pink fluids, and Lucius immediately rolled away for his dear life. Typically, the paralyzing effect found in the fluid could only be dangerous within the next 1 minute. So if they had gotten Lucius now, then he would be paralyzed for a few more hours. But now that they missed him, after 1 minute, even if someone was to touch or step on that fluid again, it would just be pink water and nothing more. It seemed that something in the atmosphere neutralizes the liquid's effect within a minute. But of course, if the prey had already touched the liquid before then the prey would be doomed, for sure. The other Musons hadn't moved when one of them had spat out that pink fluid, as it could also paralyze them as well. So they chose to watch the show instead. But who would have known that this small human would be so nimble and flexible? Hiss. They immediately followed the rolling human, and when he dived towards some black thing, they quickly made their way towards his feet, wanting to bite and drag him off into the lair. But of course, how could everything go as they planned? Just as they were about to bite the human's legs, the human turned around and pointed 2 black things at them. He'll be back. Terminator style. Hiss. The creatures looked at the human in confusion. Bang, 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 underscore. Landon, who wasn't far away from the scene, almost slipped while running and killing as well. He'll be back, father. Saying it at the wrong time, Landon said while shooting one of the creatures around them dead. Oh yeah, but you say it all the time, Lucius said while trying to get up as well. I agree with His Majesty King Father. That shouldn't have been the line that you use for this scene. Like hasta la vista baby, said another who was beside them. Bang, 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 bang. And so, the killing continued. And after all 30 were dead, only one person amongst the 7 got paralyzed. He couldn't talk or move for the next few hours no matter what he did. Everyone looked at his situation and couldn't help but shiver a bit. How frightening. Everyone. You all stay here and guard Evan, while I head on in, Landon said while recharging his guns. "But your majesty. But how could you go into the cave? There are probably more than 70 more inside, your majesty. So how can we let you go in alone?" One of the men out frantically. In his mind, it was better for him to die than for his majesty to die. His majesty was the hope of the entire Baymud, and his death would undoubtedly make their enemies restless. In addition to that, all of them really cared for his majesty, as he had always been kind to them and treated them with respect. This was a feat that almost no king could brag about. So how could he or his teammates leave Landon to hoe in there alone? Impossible. "But your majesty." "No buts, Major. Don't forget that there are victims in the who might be eaten any moment from now. So time is of the essence. It's currently dark inside the cave. And I'm guessing that I'm the only one who had night vision goggles amongst you all, correct? So if I allow any of you to follow me, then wouldn't these creatures pick up all out like ants? Never go into the enemy slayer blinded. Isn't this one of the first things that I taught you all? So if any of you follow me in, you would be a burden to me, rather than a help. And besides, help should be on the way soon. So you all don't need to worry about me. Besides, if I wasn't confident in myself and my skills, then I wouldn't have chosen to go in at all. Everyone stood there quietly and smiled bitterly. Even though what His Majesty said was true, it still made them feel incredibly guilty towards Landon instead. They were literally sending one man into the enemy's den. That was the situation in summary. Lucius looked up towards the sky and sighed. I silently prayed for the ancestors to watch over the brat. Truly, it seemed like this son of his was always one step ahead of him all the time. The boy was indeed special. Landon, on the other hand, really didn't want to worry about their behinds when he went in, because as he had previously said, none of them had night vision goggles. So what was the point of them going in? Landon ran towards the cave stealthily without turning back. And just like that, he was off. Chapter 427. Into the Musin Den. Stepping into the cave, Landon's nose was immediately bombarded with a strong foul and musty stench. One he didn't recognize at all. For sure, the smell was quite strong and unique. The cave's floor was as hard as a rock in some regions, and in other parts, it had puddles of God knows what in it as well. Landon slowly advanced with his night vision goggles on, until he finally arrived at the innermost parts of the cave. All this time, all he had picked up with his night vision goggles were bats that were hanging on the cave's ceilings. But now, he had finally picked up the 4 musins just up ahead. They were all slowly advancing towards him stealthily as well. Landon didn't waste any time, and immediately shot each of them twice in the head as swiftly as he could. Bang, 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 bang. Kawach. They squirmed in pain and finally fell onto the floor hard. Bam. In these creatures' minds, they probably couldn't understand how a human knew their exact position in the dark. System, how many more are left? 119 left. Host. Alright. Also, system, what can you offer me in this situation? Answering to the host, the system can give you night illuminating eyes. Right now, the host can only see living beings with those night vision goggles. But what about the cave's topography? If this system wasn't guiding the host previously, the host would have already fallen into several deep holes within this cave. These animals have already mastered the topography of the cave, so they have the upper hand when going up against the host in night vision goggles. But if the host bought the system's night illuminating eyes, then the host will be able to see the entire cave, as if the host were looking at a room or even the outside streets in broad daylight. Listening to the system, Landon couldn't help but nod his head in agreement. It was true. For all he knew, this place could be set up as the Cave of Wonders in Disney's Aladdin. So it wasn't best for him to fight these creatures with only the night vision goggles as his aids. Since when did the system become so kind as to offer him something without any payment? Did the system finally have a change of heart? Had it finally repented from its point-grubbling ways? Of course, the host should know that just using these night illuminating eyes alone for just 1 hour will cost a pretty hefty amount. Underscore. Yup, that's the system that he knew. Kind, TSK. He would rather believe that people could breathe through their ears than believe that the system was kind. Landon smiled bitterly and sighed. Luckily, he had just been rewarded for his main mission not too long ago, so he had enough points in his stash right now. I don't care how much it costs. So use my points and purchase them for 2-hour use only. As you wish, host. Immediately, Landon took off his night vision goggles and pasted it back in his storage space within the system. Even though he had gotten it for 2 hours, in his mind, he would be done in no more than 40 minutes, as he wanted to wrap up things before Hilo came along. But just in case he couldn't, then the extra time was necessary as well. With the night illuminating eyes, he could now see everything clearly. It was as if the sun's rays had directly hit every part of the cave, leaving no space dark at all. Landon advanced stealthily, until he finally spotted 12 more up ahead. They looked at him, and instantly moved towards him without even making any hiss sounds, as the creatures immediately thought of lunging a surprise attack on Landon. But how could it be that simple? Bang, 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 chah, hiss. Landon had shot 3 dead. As for the other 9 Musins, seeing that their friends who had dropped to the floor weren't getting up again, they all decided to rush towards Landon crazily. And so, the battle began. Landon jumped, ducked, shot, and even rode one of the Musins on its back like a horse. And by the end of it all 9 had also died, just like their friends before them. Landon continued to advance while killing all Musins that dared to appear before him, until finally he had reached the innermost chamber of the Musin nest. System, how many more are left? He asked, while recharging his guns for the upcoming battle. Answering to host, 23 more. Landon nodded, took a deep breath and finally ran into the room like crazy. It was time to end this. Within the nest region, the Musins were all divided up into different groups. On the right side, Landon could see a huge pile of bones, as well as no more than 15 eggs there, that weren't hatched yet. And in addition to that, there were also 3 baby Musins that were as tiny as a cat feasting away too. Of course, instantly, Landon had decided not to kill them, but rather, to place them in the zoo instead. This way, they could live without him feeling like they eat children or even adult visitors in the future. But one shouldn't be fooled by the cuteness of these baby Musins, because even though they were still babies, right now, Landon had walked in on them digesting 3 whole adult human legs. What the heck? Nah. No matter how one looked at it, they were still ferocious beasts. So he would rather keep them in the zoo, than let them live around Baynard's borders. If this continued on, even Baynard citizens who wanted to go for vacation in Arcadina, might also be swallowed by these beasts when they grow up. As for the eggs, Landon had decided to save 2 and destroy the rest, as he couldn't take that many into Baynard even if he wanted to. Anyway, on the right side of the room, he saw a huge pile of bones, several Musin eggs and 3 Musin babies. But on the left side of the room, Landon saw many of the Musins guarding some sort of room, which he guessed was where the Musins all kept their prey. Landon burst into the room, and immediately, some Musins went to protect their children, while others marched up straight towards him. Of course, some sneaked around the others and went towards the exit of the cave, before closing in on Landon from his back. And just like that, Landon had found himself surrounded by them in an instant. But how could this faze him? Hiss. Bang, 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 bang. Kawach. Landon immediately shot the closest 2 that were coming his way, before jumping up and somersaulting into the air, immediately missing the pink fluid that had been spat onto the ground. He rolled for a bit, before getting up and ducking again, as one of the Musins had waved its long tail towards his direction. Bang, bang, bang. He fired more shots, and cartwheeled to the left with one hand, as he saw one of the musins send its long neck towards him, just like a snake would do. Since it wanted to bite into his head with its long fangs. And while cartwheeling on one hand, Landon used the other to fire several shots as well. Bang, 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 underscore. The battle continued on, until no more musins were left standing. And then suddenly, Landon heard someone call his name. Your Majesty Landon, Your Majesty, we're here to assist you, underscore. Chapter 428 Help on the way Your Majesty Landon, Your Majesty, we're here to assist you, underscore. Landon turned around, to see more than 100 people running in with flashlights and other tools as well. Your Majesty. Are you okay? Several of them asked while running towards Landon frantically. At first, when entering the cave, Lucius and the rest had been walking in stealthily, and slowly. They first passed the first 4 dead musins, before passing 12 more, 11 more and so on. And the more they passed, the more shocked they were. Was His Majesty even human? True enough, His Majesty was definitely a battle genius for him to accomplish such a feat. And the more dead musins they saw, the more confident they felt in Landon's abilities. They continued to slowly advance until they reached the region where Landon was in. In fact, they had just arrived when they heard bullets going off. And when they stepped in, the last musin was already dead. And all that stood was His Majesty at the center. Of course, at the far corner, there were also some baby musins that had been put to sleep with 3 tranquilizers, probably from His Majesty. They couldn't help but wonder how His Majesty was always prepared no matter what. This was definitely the mindset that only a true-born leader could have. His Majesty was frickin' brilliant. Landon looked at the men and nodded in appreciation, as he thought about the time they took to get here. One should know that they had followed their trails, as well as used the military dogs to sniff Landon and Lucius out. And sometimes, this alone could take time to accomplish, as the forest can sometimes mask scent easily. Also, when getting into the cave, the men had to walk in slowly, as they had to be sure that they too weren't walking into danger as well. So Landon was utterly surprised to see them arrive when he had finished the battle. Good. He didn't waste his efforts in training them at all. Your Majesty. Are you okay? I'm fine. You all did well to come to our aid very quickly. Well done. With that, Landon quickly divided separate tasks for the men. Some took 2 musin eggs, and the 3 musin babies, while others quickly advanced into the room where these creatures usually kept their prey. Of course, Landon followed them as well. In the room, they could see more than 90 people in there. Those who were just brought in couldn't move, as they had been numbed by the pink fluid from the musins. As for the rest, they could move, but some of them had fatal injuries, because while some musins carried their prey using their tails, other musins bit their prey and dragged them into the den instead. Luckily, these animals didn't release any poisonous venom from their fangs, or else most of these people would have died way back. According to the survivors, most were brought in 3 days ago, while others were brought in 2 days ago, as well as today. They said that these musins would bring in people during the morning, afternoon and evening, but they didn't know why they weren't eaten yet. Of course, Landon knew why. And that was because these musins could only eat every after 4 days. Unlike snakes that couldn't move after swallowing up their prey, these ones could move after an hour of swallowing up their prey. But even though they could move, they still couldn't eat up anything until 4 days had gone by, for some particular reason. Apparently, for the babies, today was their 4th day, but for the adults, they hunted and did everything as a clan. So they all had the same meal day, which would have probably been tomorrow if they hadn't killed them off. The soldiers carried those who needed to be carried out. While those who could walk followed happily behind them. Some cried while others thanked their ancestors for leading these brave men to rescue them. Of course, before they all left the cave, the men had planted several bombs around the cave, especially around the mucin eggs that were left behind. And with a loud boom, The whole place came crashing down once they left the scene. Everyone quickly made their way back to the highway and were immediately greeted with claps and praises. The paramedics quickly rushed forward amidst the chaos, and quickly assisted the injured in a flash. More paramedics were called to the scene, as there were 97 survivors in total. And even if some weren't heavily injured, the paramedics still had to treat cuts or bruises that they might have gotten when dealing with those ferocious feasts, as well as bandage them too. Of course, some soldiers came forward as well to write down the statements of these survivors. If this incident would have happened within the city, then the police officers would be the ones taking down these statements. But when it was out of the Empire of Baymard, the military had full authority on the situation. Hence it was their job. Of course, those who lost their grandchildren, husbands, and other family members this morning, as well as this afternoon, immediately hugged their rescued family members in tears. This was a miraculous occasion for them. And while this was going on, those who had witnessed the Musins grabbing the creatures, also came out to give their own description of the incident as well. For sure, the news reporters were also there to capture the scene as well. A shocking incident has truly left several families devastated. Today, here on Shanks Road, several people were being yanked away by Musins. But fortunately, authorities swooped into the scene, chased down the vile creatures and rescued the victims. And standing beside me, is Bucky, who was an eyewitness to the whole fiasco. Bucky, could you please tell the listeners what you saw or heard? It was terrible, I tell ya. I was walking on my own, marching towards Baymard with my new bag in my hand, see? And then, I tilted my head to the right just to see who were those walking beside me, see? But what I saw was a long tail with scales on it that grabbed a young lady beside me and pulled her into the forest in a blink of an eye. The woman screamed, and I screamed back as well. And then, I saw some soldiers going after the lady. So I stopped screaming, sat down and ate my sandwich. But what does this have to do with your sandwich? Oh. Since the soldiers are going in, I knew that the lady would be rescued, so why should I stress? Look. Wasn't she rescued in the end? Stick around with us more, as we continue to update you on the situation as it unfolds. I'm Catherine Colber, and you're listening to the BBC Station 1. And so just like that, the day ended with soldiers being dubbed as heroic men. But of course, Landon knew that this wasn't the end of the matter. Based on the system's info, there were still 7 more Musin nest sites around Shanks Road. So he decided to eradicate all of them, before going out on his mission to Corona. And so just like that, the soldiers were now being dubbed as the heroes who took down a legion of Musins. They were nicknamed the Musin Slayers. Chapter 429 Peekaboo. I see you. The days went by quickly. And before everyone knew it, it was time for the soldiers to go out on their separate missions. Everything was set and ready to go. And on this glorious day, several men and doctors had sailed out to sea with determination. The doctors and nurses were especially feeling giddy. As for most, this was their first government mission ever. But while all this was happening, with Tom the Yodan Empire, several people were at their wits' end. The capital city, the Empire of Yodan. Crash. I can't stand this. I can't stand this at all. How much more longer do I have to suffer under the hands of that shrew? Said a woman who was making a fuss in her bedroom chamber. Mistress. Please calm your anger. One of the maids standing beside the woman said as she was afraid that others might hear what her master was saying. It wasn't just her, but all the other maids in the room, who also felt anxious and poked their heads out the bedroom door, while looking left and right suspiciously. Phew. No one was around. The woman in question didn't seem to care if she was heard or not, as all she wanted to do right now was to vent her pent-up anger as much as she could. Damn it, just who does she think she is? The woman yelled hysterically. Mistress, please calm your anger. Once the maid spoke, The woman quickly paused and turned to look at the maid coldly. "Eh? What did you call me, Pa?" The entire room echoed with the loud crisp sound of a slap from the woman into the maid's face. "Stupid girl. How many times have I told you to call me first queen? You all come. Take this idiot out there and whip her 300 times with a horsewhip," the woman said ferociously. Hearing what her master had said, the little maid couldn't help but scream out in fear. "Wouldn't 300 slashes kill her?" "Queen. Queen. I was wrong, Queen," the maid begged and cried while being dragged out of the room by the other maids all around her. The maids who were carrying her out couldn't help but look at her pitifully. They too understood her pain, but there was nothing they could do about the situation. Their master was the former first queen of Yoden, who was called Queen Ivy. When King Maclean was still ruler of Yoden, almost everything thought that the next heir would either be the first prince, their master's son, the second prince, or even the fourth prince. But who would have known that the former king would wield everything to the most unlikely candidate, the third prince, instead? Ever since the third prince, Prince Sirius Maclean, became king, of course, their master wasn't queen anymore. In addition to that, she also couldn't be called Queen Mother, as that position was also taken by the third prince's mother. So with all that said and done, almost all of their master's resources and people had been pulled back into the palace, and were now being used by King Sirius, as should be. After all, when their master had just arrived in the palace years ago, most of the knights under her command had also been given to her by her husband. So for sure, she had to return all those knights that were given to her since then, as well as those that were added on later on through the palace. They would be given used by Sirius, who did then give them to his future wives and children as well. So of course, they took most of their master's knights back to the palace, and to add insult to injury, their master had moved out of the palace, along with the other wives of the now King Father Maclean, and were now living in an estate that was not as big as that of the palace. Sure, it was still bigger than that of most first-class nobles within the empire, but still, it was a real downgrade from their master's previous one. Especially living space. Now, all wives lived in one massive building, so the chances of them bringing in people secretly, or even sending private messages and so on, was a real daunting task. As all women in this house were already enemies, even though the women had their own hall wings, it was still too close, and not as spacious as they would want it to be, as who knows where to a spy from the other wives would have been able to sneak in and listen to what their mistress was saying. As for why they called their master mistress, that was because as per the law, no one could call her queen anymore, as it will only be used for Cyrus' wife or wives. Anyone who disobeys would be severely punished. Everyone called her Duchess. And since she was their master, they could also call her mistress as well. But their master hated both names, as she only wanted to be called Queen Ivy. Hence her obvious disdain when they called her mistress. Nonetheless, they still called her that because if any of the other wives heard them call her queen, they wouldn't hesitate to use this opportunity to deal with their master. The maids all shook their heads and smiled bitterly while pulling their fellow maid to her death, and soon Ivy was left alone to herself. She ran her hands through her hair and crouched down by the fire in rage. Today, that idiot husband of hers had brought that shrew who was now the queen mother to the estate. At first, Ivy wanted to use this opportunity to teach her a lesson. So she had planned to fall down the stairs and blame the SL. But who would have known that the BCH would beat her to it and fall down the stairs instead? Of course, when Maclean looked at the top of the stairs and saw Ivy, he quickly guessed that she was the one who pushed the Empire's Queen Mother out of jealousy. And now, she had been grounded for 6 months and had also lost her favor as well. Damn it, she truly wanted to kill the BCH. Thinking of her men who had already gone after Sirius in attempts to kill him, Ivy couldn't help but smile coldly while watching the flames from the fire rise. BCH. Just you wait. Soon, you'll send your son to the grave, and then, well, see whether you'll have the qualifications to be Queen Mother or not. And just when Ivy was deep in thought, One of the maids knocked her door again. "Knock, knock." "Mistress, I've brought your favorite," said the maid. Listening to her words, Ivy's eyes opened widely. Ivy had 4 personal maids. So she had taught them some coded words amongst themselves. Just in case others were listening on. "Bring it in then," she commanded. And immediately, the maid stepped forward with a large bowl of fruits. "Place them on the table and get out." "Yes, mistress," the maid responded while doing just that. Ivy quickly closed the door behind the maid and went towards the table. Sure enough, there was a note there. "Master, former Queen Winnie and her children have been located. Thera in Baymard. Reading the note, the corners of her mouth were raised slightly and her eyes twinkled mysteriously. "Found you." Chapter 430. New Baymardian life. Back in Baymard, it had only been a day since Landon had left. But of course, the Empire was still as booming as ever, especially for the students. A few days ago, the museum had finally been created. And now, it's a very popular touristic site for all. Before Landon had left, he had made great plans to organize a museum tour for the children from all grades. Be it grade 7 or even grade 10. For the next 2 weeks, the teachers would have their hands full in taking each grade for a tour at the museum. Today, it was little Cree's class that would be going out today. Of course, little Momo, Linda and the rest who had previously come to Baymard last year with Santa from Corona weren't in the same grade as Cray, with the exception of Rebecca. Rebecca, who was previous 6, was now 7. And was the same age as Cray. The two had developed an unbreakable bond ever since they began attending classes together. And funny enough, they even started calling themselves BFFs as Barbie would do. Anyway, when they both heard about their class going for the tour, they were both so pumped that the night before, they continuously talked their family's brains into mush. It was so bad that everyone was seriously considering whether to strangle them to sleep or even put bandages over their eyes to make them go to bed early. It was one of the longest nights ever for 5 their respective families. And when they finally got the children to sleep, they all thought that this would be the end of it. But who knew that the children would be so up early in the morning, singing and making all kinds of exciting sounds instead. As for the culprits involved, they couldn't be bothered at all. Because in their minds, nothing could dampen their mood. "Mom, I don't want to be late for school today." "So can I not have breakfast?" Cray said while looking out her window anxiously. "Nonsense. Do you even know the time?" "Young lady, your school bus will be here in 45 minutes. So how is that not enough time for you to eat? And even if it was on its way right now, how can I let you go to school without any breakfast in that tiny belly of yours?" "Come on, little lady. Let's go downstairs and get you something to eat." "All right," Queen Jasmine from Terik said while handing Tyringer the last place on Cree's shoes. "But Mum." "No buts. Downstairs." "Now." "Yes ma'am." With that, Cray was left resigned to her fate. But at the table, she ate as fast as she could, even though her mother told her to slow down multiple times. And while she was eating, Jasmine unhurriedly placed her inbox into her bag and started placing food for her son instead. Of course, right on cue, Raoul came down as well, as he too needed to hurry off to work as well. He worked within the agricultural government office, as he took this as a chance to learn how to better the lives of his people later on. In his mind, his older brother, the Crown Prince, would definitely take the throne later on, so he wanted to do his best to support his brother. So when he told His Majesty Landon about his desires, he surprised that Landon had agreed to help him realize them. He had been placed within the agricultural sector, as the food was the most important thing that all peasants truly cared about. Without good nutrition, even sick people couldn't get better with or without drugs. So Landon had sent him there to understand the basics of farming, crop yield and so on. It seemed like a layman's job for someone of his status. But as someone in the place of power, nothing was too insignificant for them to learn. Hence he had taken the job seriously. Of course, in addition to that, when he got his first pay, he truly felt like he had earned it. As a prince, of course, He had gotten much more money than what was currently given to him. But ever since he had come to Baymard, he had learned things like budgeting, setting long-term goals, short-term goals and so on. It wasn't just him who was thinking like this. But even Jasmine herself. Everything about these Baymardian women shocked Jasmine. She didn't know that women could do so many jobs like the women of Baymard. Even Queen Mother Kim worked as a teacher, as well as did other government jobs as well. Not to talk of Princess Lucy and the other noblewoman that she had met here in Baymard. So when she thought about how she used to just lay around in the castle all day living in Tariq, she couldn't help but frown at her former self. The women in Baymard earned their pay, but she had never earned anything. While working in the Ministry of Finance, she too had begun to understand how complex running an empire was. She had to write it reports and let her be secretary type them out using the typewriter, as well as do presentations and so on in front of the board. She had never felt so accomplished in her life. It was precisely because of this that she had decided to change her lifestyle when she got back to Tariq. She would use her newfound knowledge and help whoever took over the throne in any way she could. Of course, Jasmine knew that Landon didn't want to make his move yet until Mikhail was completely well and strong. So for now, they could only bide their time happily in Baymard. Jasmine looked at her children and smiled. Sure enough, just as Landon had promised, they were indeed comfortable. Who knew that little brat would create miracles like the ones she had seen here in Baymard? Was he really a messenger from the heavens? Even she herself had started believing it as well. After all, he had created so many miracles within the Pino continent. So it wasn't far-fetched for anyone to believe it. Jasmine quickly placed her husband's food in several plastic containers, as she would stop by the hospital just before going to work, to send the meal to Mikhail's private ward. Time flew by with both children eating like wild animals. And very soon, Kree's school bus was finally here. "Bye Mom. Bye Big Brother Raoul," Kree said while dashing into the bus excitedly. Both Merger and Son just looked at her fading figure and sighed. Sigh. They grow up too fast, they thought. VRRRRMMM. And with that, the school bus had left, carrying a pack of excited children in it. Chapter 431. Baymard's National Museum. Soon, the children had all arrived at the school. Of course, the teachers had them wear extremely light green vests that looked like those worn by safety police officers who controlled traffic or helped people cross the streets. They did this so that they could keep a better eye out for the children. Also, if any of them did wander off on their own, it would be easier for anyone to spot them if they were wearing this as well. The children were briefed on what to do if they got lost, as well as what to do if they ever got kidnapped. Of course, there were going to be at least 5 teachers going with them on this trip, so that 3 can walk behind all the children, and 2 can walk ahead instead. One had to be prepared for all possibilities no matter what. And after readying the children up, the teachers quickly joined them on the school buses. VRRRMMMMMM. Just like that, they were gone. Kree and Rebecca smiled broadly while observing the busy roads of Baymard excitedly. Museum. The word alone made Kree utterly confused, as she had never heard of it before. But according to the latest edition of the Baymardian dictionary, it was a building where objects of historical, artistic, scientific or cultural interest could be stored and exhibited. She didn't fully know what to expect when touring this museum place, even though she understood the concept, she still didn't know what sort of objects would be there. In short, she had come to learn that one should expect some sort of magic when dealing with Baymard. Take for example, the Emerald Theatre. Several places on Tariq had theatres, but none of them had been arranged in the same way as Baymard did. Be it structurally or in terms of shows, the entire experience completely blew her mind away. So even though she felt that she understood the dictionary definition of this museum thing to some degree, she still felt that Baymard would definitely manage to give her some sort of surprise while she was there. Well, she had never seen or heard of a museum before, so of course from now on, Baymard would be the standard in her mind. VRRRRMMMMMM. The school buses all stopped at the parking lot adjacent to the museum's entrance. With that, everyone got off, held hands, and walked towards the museum's entrance. There, one could see large golden gates that had the words, Baymard's National Museum. One should know that because the museum itself held 6 different types of museums in it. It had just been named National Museum. Of course, 6 out of the 11 buildings there were all dedicated to showcasing one museum type. Hence on each of those buildings, the museum type was written on them as well. Baymardian History Museum, Baymard's historical past and present. National History Museum, which looks at civilization for the entire Pino continent. And soon, the rest of Hertfilia. Natural History Museum, extinct animals, species, traditions and practices from the human race. Zoology Museum, sculptures of current species that exist. Wax Museum, for people who made a difference within Baymard, as well as the Pino continent. And in future, the entire Hertfilia. Technology Museum, which would focus on all mainstream technological improvements. The place was crowded with numerous tourists. So with so many types of museums available to the public, how could Landon pick any of them? Hence it was better to stick to the name Baymard's National Museum instead. Of course, these 6 buildings out of the 11 were the largest buildings within the museum estate. As for the other 5 buildings, 3 were kept for food courts, security, buying museum merchandise, fire department, staff rooms, and so on. While the other 2 were just kept for future use instead. Krell looked at the massive entrance and found that the place was even larger than she had initially thought. Just from looking over the massive golden gate, Krell could see several tall buildings that were all evenly spaced out from one another. But even though they were widely spaced out, they were still surprisingly connected with one another with the help of fully covered glass bridges on their 2nd or 3rd or even 5th floors. The children followed their teachers gleefully into the museum estate, and were first taken to one of the non-tourist buildings. There, they were immediately greeted with a very tall lady, who eagerly came over to welcome them. "Welcome kids, I'm Gale. He'll be your tour guide for today," the lady said while flashing her pearly white teeth at them. Gale again went over some safety tips while touring, and also placed several pretty colored ropes around their necks that had museum tour badges on them. And with that, they could finally begin the tour. "Alright. Let's start off with the Natural History Museum, shall we?" "Yay!" They walked, skipped and hopped behind the guide, while making their way to their designated building. The building they were focused on, was focused on showing extinct animals, as well any traditions and cultures from humans that no longer existed. So if it were back on Earth, dinosaurs would be placed here, but here in Hertfilia, they had their own extinct creatures as well. Stepping in, everyone immediately exclaimed, "Wow!" This was beyond shocking. What sort of creature or animal could provide such bones? And how come they had never seen something that large before? Everyone blinked in awe at the sight before them. Within the massive museum space, one could see several bones of strange creatures all around the place. And just beside the bones, was a colored portrait of how the creatures looked like, as well as a portrait showing how tall a human would be if they stood beside these creatures today. The entire thing was completely shocking and unfathomable, as they followed Gale around in shock. But the most eye-catching creature that they had seen so far, was the one that seemed to have 2 heads. The feature had a darkish blue scale-like skin, as well as 6 legs, very long razor-sharp teeth, and 4 tentacle-like scales at its back. It was truly a frightening heart to behold. Gale looked at their shocked faces and smiled. This specific creature is called a Gazanasias. They roamed Hertfilia before humans existed, and lived for more than 110 million years, before they became extinct. In short, they used to be the real hunters in the Hertfilian world. As Gale spoke, everyone soon became engrossed in her adventure story, of how these creatures would hunt their prey and so on. And very soon, several people raised their hands in confusion. "But miss, Why did they go extinct? Krr asked confusedly. How could such strong creatures just disappear without a trace? Good question. Well, there were a lot of factors. But the most noticeable one was a single catastrophic event called supernova. When you all look into the night sky, can you all tell me what you see? The moon. The stars. Bingo. The stars. You see, the stars have their own growth evolution cycle, just as we humans do. And during the last growth phase of a star, it gives off a powerful dazzling stellar shooting star-like explosion. This explosion showered in Heartfilia at the time, causing these creatures to die from high levels of toxic energy radiation which wasn't good for them. And that's how they became extinct. Hearing the explanation, the children couldn't help but thank their lucky stars for the supernova thing. Or else, wouldn't they have been killed off by such ferocious beasts ages ago? Some beings were definitely better dead than alive. The tour continued on. Either the students visiting the different museums. They saw a clay version of how people in Baymard used to dress and be like, as well as all the major historical events in Baymard as well as the entire Heartfilian world. They also got to know that about all the different continents which they didn't know existed in the Heartfilian world. Sitting in the food court and gisting with Rebecca and a few others, Krr couldn't help but smile slightly, as she felt like the whole experience was a real eye-opener for her. She wondered what else humans could do, as nothing seemed impossible anymore. Could they go to the moon? Nah. That was possibly the only thing that she thought was impossible. But who would have known that in a few years from now, she would be forced to eat her words so soon? Of course, that was all in the future. As for now, she was just enjoying what Baymard had to offer. And so tour day ended with everyone taking numerous souvenirs home. It was a complete success, as everyone learned a thing or two about the Heartfilian world in general. A few more days went by swiftly in Baymard, and while the Empire continued to maintain its gleeful atmosphere, some of the soldiers who had previously left for their mission had finally arrived at their targeted location. Mission Freebird was about to commence. Chapter 432. Code name Freebird. The autumn sun was cool and refreshing, as it gave ample warmth to those who basked in its glory. The unsteady breathing of the ocean waters caused her surface to rise and fall, as well swish and roll rapidly. And on these slightly turbulent waters stood a massive ship that was ahead of its time in terms of design, structure and everything else. Yup, the ship belonged to Baymard's navy. In particular, it was one of the ships that had gone out to rescue the slaves who were currently on their way to Tariq. Of course, for this mission, 3 leaders had been appointed and sent out to different locations around Tariq, as that was where the enemy ships would pass by. Currently, Lieutenant Felix, who was in charge of Squad A, was supposed to intercept all 6 ships that were leaving Arcadina and heading towards Tariq. One should know that the waters were sometimes filled with pirates, so most people would choose to travel in packs, so as to have a better fighting chance. And that was exactly what the enemy had done. All 7 enemy ships had sailed out at once and traveled together towards Tariq, which made the job much easier for Lieutenant Felix and his team. Felix looked at all 7 ships which resembled tiny dots from this distance and immediately ushered for his squad to sail full speed ahead towards them. They sailed for a few minutes before stopping a little distance ahead of all 7 enemy ships. One should know that the height from the ocean floor to the deck of their navy ship was equivalent to stacking 4 enemy ships on top of one another. Of course, as this was a navy ship and not a cruise ship, the deck mostly contained a runway for future Navy fighter airplanes. And of course at the front of this massive runway were 2 4-story buildings, which were essentially used as control towers for all operations. And one should know that these 4-story buying were all high-ceiling ones, which gave people the illusion that there were 6 floors in these buildings rather than 4. So when the enemy looked at the Navy ship from their own ship deck, it was as if they were looking at an 8-story tall building altogether. And if they weren't at deck level, it was quite clear that this Navy ship would look even taller and more monstrous than it was right now. So how could they not be alert and anxious when they saw the Navy ship sail their way? Was it an enemy or not? If it wasn't an enemy, then they didn't want to carelessly provoke someone that they shouldn't. But if it was ... then when it all came down to it, how were they supposed to fight? Usually, ocean fights needed enemies to swing or jump on board the other person's ship and fight with their swords just like pirates. But the ship before them was too tall, that one would need to stack 4 enemy ships just to get to its deck. So how then do they get on board the giant? Even though they were utterly confused, they still decided to be prepared for anything. And so, everyone on the enemy ships had quickly pulled out their swords and waited for any sudden movements from the humongous ship before them. Captain. What do we do now? One of the men on board asked frantically. Their captain in question was also stumped, as he didn't know what was going in as well. This ship was the widest and tallest ship that he had ever seen in his life. First off, how could a ship travel this fast? Secondly, how could metal float? The captain squinted his eyes, as he was trying to look for any way on board the ship, but sadly, there was none. And just when these enemies were immersed in their own thoughts, they soon heard a loud voice from the ship. We have come for the prisoners. You all have 2 choices. Surrender, or die. If your choice is to surrender, then drop your weapons, kneel down and place your hands over your heads now. But if you should choose to fight, then I guarantee that all of you will die miserable deaths. Everyone on the enemy ships was taken aback. How did these strange people know that they were carrying slaves? Before, they had thought that it was just a coincidence that they had ran into this massive ship. But now, it seems that this wasn't the case from the start. They were sure that they weren't followed when leaving Arcadina because they had gone through great means to hire mercenary pirate ships to sail behind them for 2 weeks, while taking care and attacking any strange-looking ships that come their way. Of course, after 2 weeks, the contract had expired, and the pirates all left them on their own. And within that time frame, there were no reports of anyone following them. In addition to that, only Nopline and the captain leading the squad knew of the route they were going to take beforehand, as many of the crewmen had only been told on what direction they would be heading to when they had boarded the ship leaving Arcadina. So how did these people know their exact route? And more importantly, how did they know that they would be passing here on this exact day and time? Or did they come out here for months and days just to wait for them? Everyone's mind was filled with so many unanswered questions. Especially their captain, who was more shocked than them all. He was the only one who knew the exact route before they left, and he sure as hell didn't tell anyone else. So why did it come to this? Did his master, Nopline, have a spy in his midst who leaked out the information to the enemy? Looking at the massive ship before him, he quickly clenched his fist and smiled coldly, even though the ship before him was bigger than all 7 of his ships put together. It was just one ship, while he, on the other hand, had 7 under his control. Looking at the small number of people standing on the deck level of the massive ship, he felt like maybe he had more men than they did. Hence he chose to fight instead. He trusted his sword skills, so he was waiting to see how these strange men would leave the massive ship and get on board their own ships. Because once they created a way to move between both ships, he and his men would then make their way onto the massive ship, kill the enemy and claim it as the ship as their own. And so with all that said and done, he chose to fight. He quickly raised his sword in the air and yelled out in fury, "We fight!" Of course, those around him also did the same actions as he did. "We fight!" And soon, all from the enemy ships were all chanting the same words over and over again. Meanwhile, those on the Navy ships who saw this immediately sighed and shook their heads wryly instead. As His Majesty would always say, "As you make your bed, so shall you lie on it." Since they chose not to let go of their egos, then they should be ready to die instead. Now, it was time for war. Chapter 433 Survival at all costs. We fight. Yoch. While the enemy was in their overly excited state, The Navy ship quickly sailed extremely close to the edge of the lead enemy ship. Lieutenant Felix looked at the crowd below who were raising their swords up into the air, and immediately gave out his own command as well. Snipers, take them down. All units from 3 to 9. Get ready to move in as planned, he said while speaking into his walkie-talkie. Yes, sir, said the leaders of each unit. With that, the leaders put away their walkie-talkies and began leading their squads as planned. The snipers all brought their guns to the edge of the deck, while the units that were supposed to move in all waited for a few deck bridges to be fully stretched out. These bridges laid flat directly under the deck itself and were engineered and controlled right from the control tower, as well as the bridge buttons on the deck floor. And when it was time for soldiers to move out, they would extend out of the deck and could be tilted downwards all the way to the bottom of the ship if need be. Each Navy ship had 9 of them, 3 on each side, and 2 on the front and rear ends. As of now, these deck bridges were only mainly used in Navy ships, even though they were installed in Baymaud's cruise and travel ships. They were only there in cases of emergencies and should only be used as such. Since they were cruise ships and not battleships, the passengers there had all the time in the world, hence they could pass through the docks and ship stations, which would already have bridges and even elevator systems as well, that would take them right to the top. So there was no need for anyone to touch the well-hidden deck bridge secretly hiding underneath the deck. But in war, time was of the essence, hence they had to use these deck bridges. As for how wide these bridges were, 2 car jeeps could stand side by side each other on a single deck bridge. DRMMMMM. As the bridges extended downwards, the snipers quickly locked in on their targets below, as they had to clear the way for the units. Their hands rested on the triggers, as they patiently waited for the firing command of their unit leader. Steady. Steady. Fire. EU. Back on the enemy ships, everyone was still raiding their swords excitedly, while also watching the magical bridge descend. Even though they were shocked silly, they all knew that now was not the time to be amazed. It was time for war. Captain, I think they plan to come down and meet us here. Yes. It appears so, which makes it even better for us, the captain said while smiling coldly. He. This was going to be easier than he thought. Since these strange men were the ones descending, then all they had to do was surround that ladder thingy, and kill anyone who dares to set foot on their ships. At first, he had suspected that maybe these people would use archers since they had the obvious height advantage. But who would have thought that they wouldn't even have one archer on board? TSK, effing amateurs. The captain sneered and turned around to face his men. Boys, kill anyone who descends on that thing. Leave no survivors. Yoch. Looking at his excited men, the captain smiled and decided to watch everything from the sidelines. And just when he took one step left, the person who was standing directly behind him seemed to miraculously drop to the floor without any warning. There wasn't even a scream from the man. Immediately, the captain looked crouched down to find out what was going on with the man. But what he saw immediately shocked him silly. There was a hole the size of a coin on the man's forehead, and fresh blood was gushing out of the spot like crazy. Since there was no arrow in the spot, he just thought that maybe the dead man had accidentally used something to stab his forehead. He couldn't help but curse underneath his breath, as he continued to look at the dead fool. What the hell was the fool doing that made him stab himself in the head? And at a time like this, he was about to tell everyone to quickly throw the man off board into the water. But when he looked up, half of those who were surrounding him had also dropped down to the floor as well. And they all strangely had the same wounds too. Was this sorcery? Immediately, he knew that he was in danger. So he quickly ran towards the wooden door ahead, while pushing his men aside with all his might. The entire place became chaotic, as people ran left, right, front and center from panic, as no one knew what was going on exactly. Some people had been shot in the leg, while others in the arms and so on. So they tried to drag their injured bodies across the ship to seek shelter away from these invisible weapons. As for their captain, after pushing kicking and jumping over all those in his way. He finally made it through the door. "Lock the doors now," he commanded, to those who had previously made it in. But Captain, there are still people trying to seek shelter out there. Sling. The captain drew his sword and pointed it towards the person who spoke. "Do it now." "Yes, Captain." With that, the men took the massive wooden plank on the side and placed it over the door's bolts. And as they did that, they heard several people banging the door from the other side. Bam, 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 bam. "Captain, Captain, 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 please open the door." "Captain, Captain, Captain, Captain." Bam, 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 bam. The men on the other side who had previously seen their captain make his way here continuously banged the door loudly in terror, while the captain on the other side just listened to their pleas until there was the banging noise stopped. "You there! Open the peephole and tell us what you see." Immediately, one of the men looked through the rectangular hole on the door and was utterly taken aback. His body began to tremble slightly, and for some reason, he also became speechless as well. "Well, don't just stand there stupidly. Tell us, what do you see?" the captain yelled. But the man just stood there silently, and soon they could hear trinkets of water running down the man's pants. Did he just wet himself? Everyone within the room instantly became anxious. What was out there that would warrant a grown man to wet himself? This had left many of them shaken to the core. Just what was going on out there? Chapter 434 Survival at All Costs 2. Standing within a room were a few men, who were all currently looking at another man's back anxiously. The man who they were all looking at had wet himself, and stood there as still as a rock. Why couldn't he move? Well, that was because he had some sort of black metal stick placed on the space between his eyes. To be precise, he had a gun to his face, and the soldier that placed it there just smiled at him coldly and did some hand gestures with his fingers, as if telling him to be quiet. Gulp. Seeing this, the floor-wetting man could only tremble slightly. As even though he had never seen this black thing before, something quickly told him that this thing might be the cause of all the strange deaths on board. And while he was deep in thought, those behind him couldn't sit still as well, as they were too anxious at this point. So one of them forcefully nudged the floor-wetting man to the side with their shoulders and decided to take a look for himself. Of course, that was a wrong move. Bang! The people in the room all jumped from fright, as they looked at the man who had taken over the task of spying fall to the ground hard. Bam! They looked at him and realized that his left eye had been completely destroyed, as it seemed that something had forcefully gone through it. As for the guy who had previously peed himself, he was currently sitting on the floor hole shaking like a leaf. Bang, 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 bang. Immediately, the sounds of more bullets being shot onto the door reeled everyone's mind back to reality, and in the next instance, they all crowded around the door at the back of the room, which led to the floors below deck. Even the captain had thrown his dignity out the window and made his way there too. As captain, I should go first. Captain, as your loyal subordinates, isn't it your duty to protect us instead? Yeah, Captain, you can punish me later, but now, I really must make it down there now. So you all don't want to give me way? Then that would depend on your capability. With that, the captain took out his knife and looked coldly at the men who had all kept him at the back, while they, in turn, struggled to escape. He sneered, and in a split second, he stabbed the person in front of him on the back of his neck while placing his other hand over the man's mouth. Of course, with everyone focusing on escaping, no Lime focused on what he was doing at the back of the crowded men. So with no one truly paying attention to him, he forcefully pushed the man's body towards those before him. And just like dominoes, they all fell to the floor in one swoop. Of course, from there, he climbed over people to get towards the door, as well as fought with all his might with those who weren't affected by any of his tricks. In fact, all this was done in just under a minute. And by the time the Baymardian soldiers had succeeded in destroying the other door, The captain had already escaped to the decks below. Bam! The Baymardian soldiers came in all dressed in deep dark blue attires, with their weapons and protective gear on as well. They looked superior and even made many of those who saw them feel intimidated. Immediately, some went on their knees as asked by Theseus' strange men, and quickly surrendered for their lives, while others chose to fight to the death instead. For sure, those who fought died without even giving a single sword slash to their enemies, as they were killed off immediately by the speedy bullets. And so with that, many of the Baymardian soldiers hurried down towards the floors below. Din, 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 din. Warrant Officer Ian was the squad leader in charge of operations on this particular enemy ship, so he had always kept his eyes on their captain. Hence when he saw the man shamelessly push everyone aside on deck and make his way into this room, he too had immediately taken a few soldiers from his squad and also headed towards the place as well. After destroying the door, he quickly had some of the men arrest those in sight, while he and some others went down below deck to wrap up everything, as well as to free the prisoners on this ship as well. Everyone, keep your guard up, Ian warned while leading his team below deck. The stairs creaked with every step that the soldiers took, and as they descended, Ian immediately looked around the room vigilantly. The room was dimly lit, with fire torches all around the walls. The room was very tiny and had brooms and old cloths kept in iron buckets as well. It looked like this room was where all the dirt and cleaning supplies were. These cleaning tools were probably kept here, as this was a middle ground for those who usually mop the deck above or the floors below. The men quickly searched around the room, as well as looked at the ceiling above too. When the coast was clear, Ian gave out hand signals to the men, and they immediately left the janitor room, and quickly made their way towards the narrow hallway before them. They spent their time searching each room along the hallway. And while they did that, within the last room on the floor, the captain was making his own plans as well. Captain W. Why don't we surrender? Asked a very timid-looking man. Pa, wake up. Do you think that they will allow us to live just like that? Didn't you see how all your comrades died above deck? Use your brains for once. Stick to the plan, and I assure you all that we will make it out of this alive. Now everybody, quickly go into hiding. With that, the survivors all held their weapons tightly, while hiding in plain sight. Sweat trickled down their faces, as the weight was slowly killing them. Creak, 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 creak. Soon, they could hear the sounds of the floors within the hallway outside creak louder and louder. Thera here. Chapter 435. The Shameless Deserter. Creak, 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 creak. The floor continuously creaked loudly with every passing second, and soon, the wooden door was finally pushed wide open. Everyone peeped towards the door in silence, while waiting for their pursuers to step in. The door was opened for a full minute before some of the soldiers came in, as Ian and his team walked in carefully, until they were at the center of the room. And before they knew it, they heard someone yell out loudly. Now, enemies fell from the ceiling with knives in their mouths, while others jumped up from behind barrels and other objects in the room. Immediately, Ian sprung into action in a flash. Bang, bang. Ian quickly took out two men, who were running towards him like crazy while raising their swords at him. And by the time he took them out, another man swung a hammer towards his waist. Swash! He quickly jumped Van Damme style, as he did a perfect split in the air, before using his guns to shoot two other men again. Bang, bang. The hammer guy, seeing that he missed, decided to send another swing of his hammer towards Ian's face. Swash, 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 swash. He continuously swung the hammer multiple times, and every time, Ian would strategically dodge his attacks. And before the hammer guy knew it, he had accidentally taken out many of his comrades, rather than Ian. He was raging with fury with the realization that someone had played him like a flute. He looked at Ian as if wanting to chew his bones, before giving a full hammer swing towards Ian's shoulders instead. Ian smirked and quickly ducked again. At this time, once the hammer had passed over his head. He quickly got up and held the man's hands tightly. Then he took out his knife and stabbed the man at different points all across his left arm. Chook, chook, chook. The man who was being stabbed didn't even have time to react to his pain, as he had been stabbed at lightning speed multiple times. And once Ian's knife stabbed the last point on the man's arm, he then dragged the knife along the arm, instantly connecting the dots between all parts that he had initially stabbed. The stabbed man in question immediately dropped his hammer, as he quickly began to lose feeling in his left arm. In fact, the man's left arm looked like it had been cut open just like a fish. And true enough, this was what Ian had intended. After all, His Majesty had named it the Fish Slasher for this particular reason. From his lightning stabs, as well as slash throughout all stabbed points, one could say that the technique had actually come from Asian culinary techniques that were used to cut open fish at its belly. The chefs back on Earth did it very fast, so he expected the soldiers here to do the same as well. Sure enough, the fish slasher technique was one of Ian's best knife techniques. With the hammer now on the floor, Ian quickly placed his knife away in a split second and shot the hammer guy dead. Bang! And so, he quickly went out to help his other comrades as well. Of course, in a matter of minutes, some of their enemies ended up dead, while those who were injured all surrendered. As for the soldiers, most were fine, but some ended up with stab wounds instead. Ian looked around the room once more, before quickly looking at the new captives again. "Where's your captain, eh?" It was only then that everyone realized that they hadn't seen their captain the entire time throughout their fight. Recalling his shameless behavior throughout today, many of the crewmen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Was this still the man that they used to look up to? Wasn't he just a deserter? Many of them were now regretting why they had fought instead. Why had they listened to that deserter? Didn't he say that these men would kill them if they didn't fight? When they heard that their comrades above who surrendered without a fight weren't injured at all, many of them couldn't help but want to eat their captain raw. Okay, fine. Even if what their captain said was in their best interest, then why hadn't he joined them as well? The more they thought about it, the more they felt embarrassed to admit that he was their leader. Ian squinted his eyes and walked towards the center of the room again. "Does anyone know where he is?" Immediately, many people shook their heads and pointed towards the direction where they saw him hide in last. Since their captain didn't care for them, then why should they care for him as well? The captain, who was still in hiding, couldn't help but curse these backstabbers in his heart. Ian signaled for his men to get the captain, and soon, the captain was brought in and told to kneel before his crewmen. "As a leader, it is your duty to look after your underlings." Right from the deck, "I had always had my eyes on you," Ian said, while slowly circling the kneeling captain. "When you first realized that there might be a threat, not only did you push and kick your comrades away just to get to safety, but you also shut the door on many of them, leaving them out there to fend for themselves. And now you did the same again, by abandoning your underlings in battle. Let me guess. You thought that we would kill everyone, hence leaving no one to tell on your exact location. But if one really analyzes everything, aren't you the main cause for today's deaths? Before the battle, I had told you to surrender, so as to keep everyone alive. But your ego got the best of you, and you caused the death of many of your comrades. Again, I'm pretty sure that this attack plan was your idea as well. Hearing Ian's words, many of the crewmen that survived immediately looked at their captain, as if he were their most hated enemy of all. It was all his fault, they thought. "Apologize to your men," Ian commanded. And immediately the captain's face became distorted. Why should he apologize to his underlings? It was their duty to die for him, so why should he do that? But looking at Ian's stern gaze, he decided to do it anyway. Anything for survival. Sorry. Louder. Sorry. Louder. I'm sorry. Louder. Chapter 436. Code name Free Bird. Over and do with that. Some of the soldiers took the captain and the rest away, while Ian proceeded to the last floor below. The entire floor was like a dungeon, and there they found numerous prisoners all packed into different prison cells like sardines. It was so packed that there wasn't even squeezing space within them. And right away, Ian and his men could get the strong scent of several dead bodies within some of the prison cells as well. Obviously, some of these people had died due to oxygen deprivation, as well as lack of food too. They all looked haggard and bony as if they were skeletons or something. What the hell? Weren't these people feeding them at all? Seeing Ian and the rest approach, many of the slaves didn't know who they were or why they were here, as they couldn't recognize the military clothing that these people wore. At first, the prisoners were scared, but after assuring them numerous times, Ian finally opened up the cell doors and led them towards the deck. Ian looked around and found that the other 6 enemy ships that surrounded the lead enemy ship also had numerous slaves on deck as well. Ian saw the leaders of the other units, who were now addressing the hostages. It looked like everything had been finally taken care of. Nodding to himself, Ian turned around and faced the panicked people before them. There were children within the group, as well as adults, people above 15 too as well. So first off, he decided to start with the hostages that he had just rescued. We come from a newly formed empire within the Pino continent, called Baymard. Some of you may have already heard of us, while others might have not. But either way, we mean you no harm, and are only here to rescue you all. Our leader, His Majesty Landon Barn, has given you all the option of joining Baymard if you want to. We do know that some of you have families back at home, so the choice is entirely up to you. If you want to go back home, that's not a problem as well. So those who want to go back to their empires, step to my left. While those who want to follow us back, please step to my right. Some of the hostages were taken aback. Baymard? It was actually Baymard? Many of them who didn't have a home to go back to, Gif-Ivy excited, as they couldn't believe that such a blessing would come out from today's misfortune. Din, 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 din. Immediately, everyone quickly made their decision and either stood to Ian's left or right. Those on the right were then led on to the battleship, while those in the left stayed behind on deck. And while they stayed, Ian had someone check if there was enough food supply that could last them a trip back to Arcadine. Of course, they also took out several valuables like gold and silver coins, as well as any documents or information that might seem useful to His Majesty Landon. For sure, they also distributed out some of the money that they had found to the slaves as requested by His Majesty Landon. From what they had been told, they were to give out 40% of their findings to the hostages no matter what. So whether the hostages chose to go to Baymard or go back to their various empires, everyone would be given an equal amount. Of course, those who wanted to go back to their empires would definitely use one of the enemy ships available. So after they arrived, if these people wanted ... they could sell these enemy ships again and make a ton of money as well. Also, all dead bodies were also thrown into the ocean, as there was no need in letting them rot on board. In short, it took 3 hours and 43 minutes for everything to be properly organized. And with everyone on their respective ships, Ian quickly went back on board the battleship. As for those on board the enemy ships, they hastily sailed away from the scene, as they truly missed home. On the other hand, on board the battleship, all the injured, be it soldiers, enemy captives or rescued hostages, were all treated and looked after immediately. And while all this was going on, all unit leaders including Ian quickly had a meeting with their mission leader, Lieutenant Felix. They reported all their findings, as well as how much they distributed to the hostages and so on. And at the end of the meeting, everyone just had one thought in mind: mission accomplished. Of course, while Ian and his crew were smiling merrily about their mission success, some others were literally seething with rage about theirs. Somewhere within Arcadine, standing over a massive fireplace, was a slightly chubby man, who was currently wearing a green coat that was made from the skin of some sort of green animal. And behind the man were 7 knights, who were all standing some distance away from their master. Only they truly knew how fierce their master could be when he was in rage. They waited in silence until the door behind them opened up violently. Bam! In came several other knights, who were holding two pitiful knights as well. The men had blood all over their body, as well as swollen purplish bumps that looked like horns on their faces too. Plop! They dropped them to the floor, stood back a little, and pointed their swords right at them. Even though the men kneeling down on the floor were terrified to death, they didn't even bother struggling and just sat there in total silence. What was the point? Silence. The entire room was drowned in the silence. And soon, the slightly chubby man turned around and coldly looked at the men kneeling down. I read your reports, but I need you all to explain one thing to me. What the hell do you mean by saying that King Alec Barn is missing? Chapter 437 Baron Cain looked at the man kneeling before him in rage. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, yet this idiot had to blow it up just like that. When was the last time that the almighty Alec Barn had decided to leave the capital? Over the years, he had been waiting for a perfect opportunity to make his move and cement his place as the next ruler of this great empire. But with Alec alive, how could he do that? He was already happy that one of his archenemies, City Lord Shannon, was already dead. And if he took Alec away, wouldn't it become easier for him to take over the throne? Most Spiel would say. But what about the princes? TSK. What about them? He refused to believe that he could be outdone by a few overpampered babies that didn't know much about war and politics. HMPP. From the moment that he knew of Alec's plan to visit Baymard, he had been cooking up a grand scheme to take down the big man once and for all. But who would have known that these idiots would mess it up just like that? They had ambushed Alec and his entourage just as planned, but somehow Alec had escaped by jumping over a cliff and falling into a violent river below. Typically, nobody would be able to survive such a fall, and coupled with the violent nature of the river water current, forget it. It was impossible for Alec Barn to survive. Knowing this, they quickly left the cliff and made their way down to the river below in search of Alec's body. But after searching for 2 weeks, nobody had been found. The river was a long and side one, so of course they had to follow it right to the end for days. But nothing had turned up at any point along the river's banks. Did that monster escape? Many of them had that thought initially, but quickly tossed it aside, as they truly thought that it would be too conceivable. And so, they decided to believe that the body will turn up in a few more days' time. But of course, they were wrong. Because while they had assumed him dead for 2.5 weeks, Alec had been secretly making his way back to the capital fast. And when he felt that he was some distance away, he quickly hired a messenger to deliver a message to those still searching high for his body. 2.5 weeks more, those who were still searching for a finger or even an ear part of Alec Barn, were utterly shocked from receiving the message. Tell your boss that he'll be coming for his head next, Alec Barn. Those were the words that he had left behind for them. They quickly grabbed the messenger and immediately demanded to know where the message had been sent from. The messenger told them all that he knew, before shrieking in fear as well. What the hell was in the letter? Of course, if the messenger knew that he had previously interacted with His Majesty Alec Barn, he would definitely faint from fright instead. The men who had been searching for Alec day and night, knew that it was too late to chase after Alec. Previously, Alec had a 2.5 well head start. Now coupled with the fact that the messenger had also used another 2.5 weeks to come to them. Didn't that mean that, while the messenger was riding towards them, Alec was also advancing as well? The dude had a whole month head start. That's 30 days for heaven's sake. So what was the point of even chasing him? Luckily, the men who attacked Alec were all dressed in black and not in any of his knight uniforms. Or else when Alec reached the capital, he would have their master's head for sure. As for Baron Cain, he had left Professor City just a month ago, and had made his way down under the excuse of going to see Baymard as well. How could he let the attack happen close to his city? Wouldn't all fingers point towards him indefinitely? Anyway, he had a city close to the attack site 1 week after Alec's message had arrived. And when he got Alec's letter, he almost wanted to kill these useless motherfuckers who called themselves knights in one go. He had given them enough men, enough money, as well as enough weapons for the ambush, and all that was left was for them to do this one simple thing. Yet they still had the nerve to tell him that Alec was missing. And why did they say missing rather than escape? Well, that was because the initial letter that they had sent was when they couldn't find his body. And since they knew that Cain would be traveling down soon, they didn't know what route he would take. Hence they decided to wait for his arrival instead. When Cain had arrived, they immediately told him what happened. And it was then and there that Cain had ordered for them to be tortured. Of course, even though he knew that Alec had escaped, he still chose to say that Alec was missing, because he chose to interpret the situation differently. Escaping meant that one was smart enough to outwit their enemy. In other words, Alec was smart and he was stupid. But if he used missing, then wouldn't that mean that he was made a tiny miscalculation that led to his target now missing? Cain refused to be inferior to Alec in any way, no matter what. Cain looked at the men kneeling before him, and quickly gave it yet another order to the guards bedded them. Bring in the oven. Yes, my lord. With that, while guards went to bring the oven in, and while they were away, Cain kicked the men who were kneeling on the floor hard. The kicking and beating continued until the oven was finally brought in. It was exactly as its name described, only that this one was used for putting humans, and in it, with the oven now here, Cain smiled while watching the guards lift the two men up. How many years have you been working for me? 7 years, my lord. 6 years, my lord, they answered exhaustedly. Then you know that I don't like disappointments. Thanks for your services. With that, the men were shoved into the massive oven and baked alive. The sounds of their wails, as well as the sounds of their body plastering around the walls of the oven, were the only sounds that could be heard throughout the baking process. Everyone within the room was terrified just from rummaging what was going on in there. Their backs broke out in cold sweat, and their hearts began to beat out very loudly. Their master was indeed a cruel one. 6 hours soon elapsed, and after opening up the oven, one could see platters of dried meaty paste that had been mixed with blood all over the walls, floor and ceiling of the oven. Even the eyes of these men had turned into mush. The entire scene was terribly gruesome for the knights. But for Baron Cain, what he was more concerned with was how to kill that damn Alec Barn. He looked towards the capital in rage. Just you wait. Soon, I will get you, he thought. And since he had already left Profus City with the excuse of visiting Baymard, he decided to follow up the excuse and just go with it. Baymard. What was it really like? Chapter 438. Fanservice. Loplin Coastal City, the Empire of Corona. Sailing towards the shores of now one of the most famous coastal cities, were two battleships. One had Landon and his own crew of soldiers and doctors, while the other had Major Barry and his own team who were to go to the capital and take the prisoners. The ships sailed close to each other and arrived at several reserved spots on the shore. This spot had been left for nobility from either Baymard or Corona. Landon truly didn't want to use the spot. The entire shore was already filled up with boats and ships to the brim, so he had no choice but to do so. Staring at the city which looked nothing like he remembered, Landon couldn't help but smile a little. This was the same coastal city where he would always arrive at when dealing with all his Corona missions. One of Santa's estate was in this coastal city, so it was definitely the better choice. And one shouldn't forget that this was still the same coastal city where the Bakeronian transport route had been established. Of course, the ship parking space for these transportations was also reserved as well, so no one could ever dock their ships on those spots as well. Looking at the city, it was more filled up. And now, business was booming here. New buildings had been erected, as the roads had also been fixed up to medieval standards. Of course, the city was now a famous city where people all over the Pino continent came to So of course the place was transformed. Landon could see children jumping around merrily with their new toys from Baymard, which truly warmed Landon's heart. As even something as small as a basketball made many of them very happy. The women were now seen doing some tasks that you would normally see men do. As now, they could now choose whether to be a housewife or worker. Both job types were all fulfilling in their own way, with neither being better than the other. But having the choice to make their own future path, was what truly made them happy. And funny enough, some of them soon found out that they were actually smarter than they thought. Looking at the roads, one could see more merchants and sellers on the streets as well. These people tried to mimic Baymard as much as possible, as now they didn't just set up stalls in disorganized manners anymore. Now, they did it in a way that created enough room for carriages and people to walk by. They had also made their one sidewalk with stones, as well as traffic police that held up their hands and tried to control carriage traffic as well. More jobs were introduced into the place, and people seemed to feel happy and confident than ever. There were even royal guards who were stationed here to be police guards as well. Of course the guards that were selected were those that had spent time in Baymard training. They had once seen the police officers in action and had also tried their best to learn a thing or two from them. Civilization was blossoming in Corona. Even though it was nowhere near that of Baymard's, taking the first step was all that mattered. Landon and his men quickly made their way towards Santa's estate. Because even though they knew that Santa wasn't here, they still needed people who could get them horses and very strong wagons fast. After all, Santa had said that whenever they were around, they could use his home as they liked. And Landon knew that Santa had many horses and carriages. Because everything she did a mission here, he would leave over 200 horses and wagons combined with the dude. Not to talk of the money that he had given Santa those times to get more horses and wagons as well. He was taking them. And so, Landon, Biri and their team quickly made their way towards Santa's luxurious estate. Of course Landon hadn't expected that he would get Fang called on his way there. Oh, my heavens. Isn't that His Majesty Landon Barn? Everyone along the road had stopped what they were doing to look at the majestic youth before them. Most of them had already gone to Baymard before, so many of them had seen Landon's portraits as well. Not to talk of the fact that the man's face was on money, for crying out loud. Even the children who had gone to visit their siblings in one of Baymard's schools had seen Landon's portrait and knew what he looked like. Of course, there were some people who had also got a glimpse of Landon when standing in a crowd or going for an event. So they truly felt blessed to see their idol in the flesh. Even those who had also got a glimpse of Landon's hair from his car window, also felt blessed as well. She's right. I recognize that hair anywhere. That's His Majesty Landon Barn, all right. Immediately, everyone screamed and even the elderly men and women became starstruck. It's His Majesty Landon Barn. Oh my heavens. Pinch me, I'm dreaming. Your Majesty, I'm your most devoted follower. Your Majesty, don't listen to him. It's obviously me. I'm your most devoted follower. Your Majesty, please sign this book for my son. My son's name is Ezekiel, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mama, I don't want to use such a treasure in school. Of course. How can I give you this book to take to school? This is a family heirloom, all right. Mama is wise. His Majesty is so humble and kind. How could he take his busy time out to talk to us? This is too unbelievable. His Majesty just gave me a handshake. Let me see it. No, don't contaminate it with your ungodly hands. And with crazy fans all around Landon, the soldiers had made everyone stand in a straight line along the sides. Some people knelt down and cried and thanked Landon for providing good drugs at such cheap prices. as they had almost lost their family members to fever. One should know that many of these people could afford the huge prices that apothecaries charged. But this humble king made godly pills at such low costs. So how could they not love him? Wasn't he just being too generous? Not to talk about cheap food and other goods there as well. They knelt down, wailed, even wanted Landon to touch their babies and children, as they saw Landon as a good luck charm. And as Landon passed, he shook people's hands and even signed autographs. Listening to the heartfelt thanks from the people, Landon decided to also give another shoot-searching speech again. Thank you all. But I'm just one man, and could never do anything all of this by myself. We as people, must come together and help one another. Previously when I came here, I saw pain, suffering and anguish. I saw hurt, frustration and sorrow. But now, looking at you all today, I see people who have risen up to the challenge. When I look at you all now, I see confidence, unity and power. Remember this phrase that I leave you all today: united we stand, divided we fall. Keep your heads high, do not fall for temptation, or do bad unto others. You have continued to grow and blossom into what you are all supposed to be. Stand firm and never give up, because no matter what, there would always be light at the end of every tunnel. To Corona. The speech had left everyone in their feelings. Some people cried from the speech, while others made up their minds to improve themselves. Nonetheless, everyone felt that they were truly in the presence of a humble God. So immediately, the fan service stopped, and everyone in the entire street knelt down and bowed instead. We thank His Majesty Landon. We thank His Majesty Landon. We thank His Majesty Landon. Chapter 439. We meet again. Morok. Landon looked at everyone on the streets and sighed. He only gave out the speech so that they could always have hope. How did it turn into this? Sigh. While Landon was thinking about the situation, the soldiers around him also looked at His Majesty in reverence. They were in the presence of a heavenly messenger sent by the gods. Your Majesty, we will follow you for the rest of our lives, they silently swore. And so, the heavenly messenger misunderstanding continued to grow deeply. Of course, if Landon knew what his men were thinking, he would probably puke out blood in frustration. What the hell? Although he couldn't really deny the title, as to whether he liked it or not. It was kinda true. He was sent here by the system, whose boss were the gods. So in a way, it was kinda true. But it just made him feel awkward instead. As they walked through the streets, they didn't know that they were being observed by someone. The man looked at Landon while lost in thought. The person was precisely City Lord Morok. Who was the City Lord of Reginal City? That was one of the cities that Landon had personally gone to, in order to rescue the slave men and women from the training estates and underground mine. Of course, he had left a message for Nopline through Morok, who in turn received hell from Nopline shortly after as punishment. So even till this day, Morok swore that if he ever saw that Landonable fellow, then he would skin him alive. But no matter how much they searched, they still couldn't find the trickster. Morok was on his way to Tariq, when he spotted Landon and decided to observe the most talked about man in the Empire. He truly envied the brat for having so many good things all to himself, and had long despised the fellow for being blessed to receive such good fortune. And in truth, he just hated him because his name was also Landon as well. He looked at Landon and sneered. Soon, his master would own Baymard. Right now, he was heading to Tariq to receive and get acquired slaves that he captured. What his master wanted to do with them, he had no idea. But all he knew was that they had something to do with taking Baymard down. He looked at the worshipped brat before him and smiled coldly. In his mind, all Landons were his enemy. Brat, keep feeling high and mighty all you want, but soon, it will be your end, Morok thought, and continued toward his ship again. At the same time, Landon looked at him out of the corner of his eyes and smiled. Mr. Morok, I hope your boss liked my last surprise, because the next one would truly blow his mind. Time passed by quickly, and soon, Landon and his gang had already arrived at Santa's luxurious estate. Of course, prior to their arrival, many of Santa's men had already heard that His Majesty Landon Barn was coming over. So how could they not be prepared? With the commotion that happened out on the streets, it was almost impossible for them both to know, for sure, before his arrival. The entire estate was in an uproar. I don't care if you all clean the rooms every day or not. But now, I want you all to clean up the largest guest room, as well as all the other guest rooms fast. His Majesty Landon Barn and his team would be here any moment now. He's really coming. Quickly. Bring out the Baymardian CY2 mops for the job. Head maid Shirley. Should I use the lavender-scented cleaning liquid or the vanilla one? Lavender. Lavender. The container said that lavender has a very calming effect. With His Majesty's long trip here, wouldn't he be too tired and stressed? Lavender. Everyone speedy got the job done as if their life depended on it. And so just like that, the people in Santa's estate also went crazy as well. By the time Landon and his gang arrived, the estate staff were all done with their work. Right from the gate to the main estate building, Landon had found his best to compliment the gardeners and the rest, as he had just realized that they had probably done 1 or 2 minute changes to things before he came. Even when he came in, he could tell they had probably gone crazy with the cleaning. So he kind of felt guilty and decided that they would stay for a night, so as not to waste these people's good intentions. Luckily, when Landon had planned this mission, he had also added in extra days for emergencies like kidnappings, rescues and so on. So he could afford to sleep in the city for 1 night. Of course, on this day, he got all the wagons, had the main transport, the lab equipment and other important medical tools in them too. The supplies and food the entire trip were also well secured as well. In short, Landon used the day to ready everything for the next day. For dinner, of course, the estate cooked up a feast for them. They humbly accepted the meal and ate the food happily. And soon, it was time for their agreed meeting, before they quickly hit the haze. Major Biri, as planned, our teams will travel alongside each other until we reach Zulai City. From there, you will head on straight to the capital, while we in turn, will take a right and head towards Ngum City. Remember, the prisoners are dangerous, so don't let your guard down. Yes, sir. All right. Second Lieutenant Levi, Second Lieutenant Patton, Second Lieutenant Gray. Remember, you all are the leaders in charge of protecting myself and the doctors on this trip. And just as I told Biri, you all will also have to keep your guards up as well. Is that understood? Yes, sir. Good. As for Lieutenant Milton ... and Lieutenant Yang Ming, you all, alongside your squads, will be in charge of looking over the ships. Understood? Yes, sir. The meeting went on just for 29 minutes, and after that, everyone quickly retired. Tomorrow would be a long-ass day for them all, so it was time to hit the hay. Chapter 440 Challenge accepted. The next day, Landon, Biri and the whole team began their 3-week journey to Zulai City, before splitting up and each going their own way. Meanwhile, back in Baymard, the usually busy streets became even more chaotic. The roads were packed and the sidewalks were busy with majority of the people moving towards District D. And within the district, hundreds and thousands of people were currently gathering in a massive stadium-like hall. The place was rowdy and full of life. And why wouldn't it be? Today was the day many people had been waiting for. Today was the first day within World Record Week 1. It's been 2 years since Baymard had begun their practice of creating world records, as those who won and participated in them usually ended up in the newspapers, as well as in the world record part of the museum. Their names would be legendary for many more years to come. And due to this, they had also been seen as celebrities, as people truly wanted to shake their hands and take portraits with them too. And one shouldn't forget that every year, even though these people don't get any pay from doing this, an industry within Baymard, or even an association, like the Human Rights Association, could end up giving them sponsorship deals and campaigns so they might get much more money at the end of the bargain. And just this alone was enough to make many of them overly excited. Last year, many of them had seen posters of the strongest man in the world eating the new vegetable wraps from one of the most popular fast food places. So how could they not want to sign a contract as well? For now, contracts and campaigns only last a year, so as to give chances to other world record breakers. Of course, in the future, it might even last for 5 years if need be. But for now, a year-long contract for these people, as already seen as a rare opportunity to them. Hence everyone jumped to the scene excitedly. Last year, the Coronians also joined in the fun. And they ended up having 2 world record holders to their name. And now, all over Empires would join in this year's own as well. To be honest, many people had already heard about this world record thing, and had traveled far and wide just to get to Baymard. Many of them wanted to be proud champions who would leave some sort of legacy behind for their children. They would be seen as heroes, as well as champions to their empires. Thus many people wanted to participate in the event. Anyway, there were 3 weeks dedicated to world record breaking and creating. And after these 3 weeks, all winners, and even first runner-ups, were advised to stick around Baymard for an extra week. One should know that many companies, shops and industries would definitely send their representatives over, so as to watch the entire event. If they saw anyone that they thought would fit as the new face of one of their products, then they would definitely get the person to sign a contract with them. Of course, the person would definitely be paid handsomely and fairly as well. Last year, the tallest girl in the world had posters of her wearing the spring collection outfits. And now, several girls wanted to copy her style and wear what she was wearing. She had become a celebrity just like that. Apart from the winners, some first runner-ups also managed to sign contracts as well. So of course, everyone who won or came close to being a world champion holder had already planned to stick around for a week more, just in case they got a deal as well. 26-year-old Danver, who had arrived in Baymard a month earlier with his son and wife, also decided to participate in the festivity. The reason why he had previously come was because he wanted his son to school here in Baymard. Of course he and his wife would have to work to pay the tuition, but he didn't have any problems with that, as nothing was more important than his son's education and future. Even though he was but a poor farmer from the Empire of Deiferus, he had been saving money painstakingly for a year and a half now, so as to plan for this move. Anyway, while here, he had heard of the world record thing, and had immediately decided to participate in it, so as to make his wife and 7-year-old son feel proud of him. Danver, if we don't leave now, we are going to be late, said Danver's neighbor on the 4th floor of the apartment complex that they were living in. Coming, Danver said, while quickly locking his door. His wife was at work, while his son was in school. He hadn't told them of his plans to participate, lest they became disappointed with the results. Hence right now, even though it was his off day, he was still sneaking around to go to for the event. Taking the bus, he and his friend quickly arrived at the spot excitedly. Looking at the crowded place, Danver felt his heart rate increase rapidly, as if it was ready to fly out of his chest any moment from now. This is it. Today was the day that he would change his life. With that thought in mind, he and his friend struggled to slip through the crowd, until they finally got to the front. The crowd before him was like a pool of people, with everyone moving in their own direction. Some were leaving the place with joy written all over their faces, while others had sadness on theirs instead. Some people left feeling anxious, as they were scared that even if they won a world record title now someone else would challenge it and beat their record before the end of the 3-week-long event. And of course, while some were leaving, many were also going in as well. Welcome, sirs. Are you participants or observers? Chapter 441 Challenge accepted to welcome, sirs. Are you participants or observers? At the forefront of the crowd were several staffers. Who were there to record names and give out badges? Sirs. Participants or observers? Asked a 17-year-old staff. Participants, they said in unison. All right. May I ask for your names? Danver Wallace, Ibrahim Mai, HMHM. Here are your participant badges for the entire 3-week event. Make sure you don't lose them. And good luck. Thank you. They replied while taking the badges from the lady. Immediately, they placed it around their necks and made their way in. The bases on their necks were red and large written numbers printed on them. Of course, for observers, their badges were blue instead. This was the only way that those organizing the event would be able to do their jobs properly. Walking in, Danver and Ibrahim had already noticed the place was organized into different world record categories. Sports U0026 strength, human body, food, so on. So without any delays, they quickly made their way towards the Sports U0026 strength section. Yoch, yoch, go, 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 go. The entire place was filled with people competing with each other, as well as several others watching and cheering the participants on. On one corner, they could see someone trying to break the world record that was already set last year for the most pull-ups. And in another corner, they could also see someone set a record for the highest jump as well. In short, so many people had come on over to showcase their strength today. Ah, bro. Check out that guy's muscles. Damn. How did he do it? Is this the bodybuilder thing that they were talking about? Focus, Ibrahim. We are here to set our own records, and not to watch, become observers. Right. Although I must admit, that guy's muscles are truly extraordinary, Danver said while looking at the man's arms in awe as well. He himself wanted to observe the participants more as well, but now was not the time. It was better to participate now, and then watch the other participants later. With that, both of them went over to one of the signing up stations in the room and registered what they wanted to challenge as well. So bro, what do you want to challenge today? Hand jumps, _. Danver waited for over 2 hours before it was finally his turn to participate. Ladies and gentlemen, last year, the champion for the most hand jumps was Mr. Tanio Doan. He had made a total of 31 hand jumps without falling or touching the floor. And now, someone has come for his title. Someone has come to challenge his score. Well, will we have a new world record breaker in the midst? Will he be able to beat Mr. Tanio's score? Will he be a new champion? All this will be answered by the man himself. Now, let's give it up for contestant 325, Mr. Danver Wallace. Woo ooh 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 ooh. Clap, 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 clap. The people clapped, and Danver made his way towards the host, while smiling and waving sheepishly. In his mind, he had succeeded in hiding today's event from his wife. But how could he have known that the BBC Sports channel would send its people over here? His wife, who was currently on her break, spat out a mouthful of juice all over her co-worker's face when she heard his name. She coughed and coughed from almost choking on her juice, as she continued to listen to the radio. Callie, what's wrong with you? Sorry, I thought that I heard my husband's name on the radio. But that's impossible, right? Danver dusted his hands with chalk and got ready to take his stance. Ever since he was little, he had always been able to do hand jumps. It started out as a fun game with his friends back in Dayforus, as they used to run with their hands as entertainment instead. And later on, they eventually made it tougher by doing hand jumps and so on. Danver felt like children in his son's generation would never know about the good old days of just playing with sticks, stones and mud by the streams. Now, children played with basketballs, footballs, toys and even something that they call hula hoops. Yup, they were spoiled alright. Anyway, even though Danver hadn't done hand jumps for over 6 years, he still felt pretty confident in himself. So he didn't feel like practicing before the event at all. Woo ooh ooh ooh. Clap, 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 clap. The crowd applauded him and cheered on the skinny man before them. Alright. Alright. "All right, Mr. Danver, ready when you are," the host said. And with that, Danver immediately got on his hands and centered himself first before beginning the jump. Pam 1, Pam 2, ... 3, ... 4. As Danver continued, the crowd became extremely hyped from it all. Some people watched intently, so that they could learn a few tips and tricks, and come back later to challenge the same title again. The countdown continued. As soon Danver was starting to feel the pain in his arms, he began to tremble with every jump, as sweat slowly trickled onto his face. His arms and face were as red as a baboon's butt, and his breathing soon became hoarse. Damn it, why didn't he practice, prepare, or at least train his stamina before the competition? He was extremely vexed and angry at himself for overestimating his capabilities, because bottom line, he was now 26 years old, and was no longer that 7-year-old kid who could do many hand jumps without practice. He quickly realized that if he wanted to do it better, he would have to train for it, just as how the other competitors in the room trained for it as well. F29 exclamation mark ... 30 exclamation mark ... 31. He's now at last year's champion's score. 32 exclamation mark ... 33 exclamation mark ... 34 exclamation mark ... 35. He did it. 35. Clap, 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 clap. Woo ooh 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 ooh. Clap, 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 clap. Well done, champ. Way to go. That's my friend. That's my friend, bro. Tell them that I'm your friend. _ Chapter 442 Message from _ Looking at the overly excited Ibrahim, Danver smiled from molar to molar, exposing all his teeth out to the world. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone applauded, as they felt pumped from the notion that they had just watched a star being born. They ran towards Danver and hugged him as if he had known them for ages. Some people lifted him up and even carried him on their shoulders as well. After this, wouldn't they be able to brag that they had been right there when the record was being created? Damn. It felt good to be a side character. As for Danver, even though he was grateful, he wasn't too happy with the results, as he knew that he could have done better if only he had practiced more. Hence he decided to retake it again within the last week of the world record event. He needed to do at least 100 hand jumps so as to create a massive space between that would be difficult for one to beat. And so just like that, the world record event continued on. Until its third week, Danver ended up beating his own record, but didn't make it to 100 hand jumps. He ended up 87 jumps instead. And he was the fourth and final day IFRS world record holder for the event. He was given a record holder certificate, and was also given a contract to be the face of one of the future serials that would be produced. Overseer Lior didn't know how the poster was going to look like, but all he wanted was for it to seem as if the serials gave enough energy to Danver, so that he could do more hand jumps. One should know that the construction of the cereal making factory building within the food industry would soon be completed. And when that happened, cereal would be the new breakfast meal in Baymard. So right now, the food industry marketing team was focusing on how to market it ... while waiting for construction to be complete. Because Lior had already made cereal samples previously with Landon in the food industry labs and kitchens. And now, he and most of the leaders knew what this cereal thing was. So they decided to look at marketing, since they had to wait for the factory to be built. Anyway, Danver was chosen as one of the faces for poster promotions. And so just like that, the 3-week world record event finally came to an end with more champions arising from the woodworks. There were champions from every empire within the Pino continent, which made the people of those places proud. The newspapers posted and showcased the winners of this year's event, and the museum already got into action by inviting the winners over, so as to sculpt and head structures of the winners. This was still a historical event, and needed to be recorded down properly. So even the names of all those who participated would still be documented, except that it would say that they lost to the winner. And of course the first, second and third runner-up positions also had to be properly noted as well. Many years from now, people would say things like, "My great-great-grandfather lost to Danver Wallace back in the days." It was history, and needed to be properly recorded. But while Baymard was in a state of bliss, one of its dear friends was not. Outskirts of unknown secret hideout, Arcadina. Gallop. Currently, 5 carriages that were guarded by 20 men on horseback calmly made their way through a busy road that led deep into the forest, looking at the obvious lack of men around the carriages. One might be tempted to rob those within the carriages, but if one dared to make a move, they would already be dead before they knew it. Traveling alongside these carriages, although in hiding, were more than 500 armed knights ready to kill anyone who dared to approach their master. They had created a massive circular formation all around their master from all angles. So some of the hidden soldiers had already checked and cleared the roads of any danger way before their master's carriage could even pass on that spot. And even though it was so, those on horseback directly around the carriages didn't dare to let their guard down for even a split second. The carriages calmly drove into the forest, and finally arrived at the bottom of a violent waterfall. The carriages carefully threaded around the waterfalls, and finally stopped before a slightly different stone wall. One would think that the stone wall had probably become dull over time due to the waterfall, but that was not the case, as this was a secret passageway, and to make people less suspicious, several stony regions around the walls had also been made to resemble the real entrance. Right now, on the carriage's left-hand side was the massive stone wall, and on its right-hand side was the violent waterfall, whose waters gave a perfect camouflage for those who tried to peep at what was going on behind the waterfall. Standing there, one of the guards looked up towards the right of the massive stone wall, and immediately spotted a fist-sized hole there. He then shot an arrow that had a yellow cloth on it into the hole. They waited for 3 minutes more, before they finally heard the thick stone wall open up. The wall was like a rectangular boulder, which had been shaped and fixed into the waterfall by them. So every time people had to leave or come, the thick stone boulder had to be pulled or pushed by at least 20 people at once for it to move. In short, they had treated the boulder like a door. Hence they had also placed metal bars on the other side of the boulder to keep it closed at all times. The rectangular door-shaped boulder opened, and the carriages, the guards, as well as all 500 hidden knights, all rode in at once. They passed through a tunnel which was directly under the waterfall, before reaching a massive estate that was surrounded by hills. The carriages rode straight into the estate, passing over several buildings, before finally stopping at the largest and tallest building of them all. And just when the master of the place stepped into the massive mansion, several people ran towards him hastily, and one of them had a letter in his hands. "Master, it's for you." "It's from home," they said. "It's urgent." Chapter 443 Dead Man Walking. "Master, it's for you." "It's from home," they said. "It's urgent." Immediately, the lead knight gave a letter to their master, bowed and stepped to the side. The master took the letter from the knight's hands and placed it in his left pocket immediately. "Get food for the men, offload the carriages and update me dinner on the previous assignments that I gave out before my departure. And tell Christopher to see me the moment he arrives." "Yes, master." With that, everybody went their way, leaving only the master and 2 others. The trio then walked up the countless flights of stairs and finally reached the 5th floor. From there, they stepped into their master's private wing, until finally arriving at the master's study. William opened the letter calmly. And immediately another note dropped out from the larger one. It seemed like there were 2 letters in total. As William read the first letter, which was from home, his closest aides who had just arrived from Baymard alongside him, could already feel the bloodthirsty aura emitting from their master. William's body began to tremble slightly, and his eyes became cold. The anger that boiled deep within him was as hot as the never-ceasing fires of hell. As they churned hungry for nothing else but the destruction of a single person. William then read the second letter, and maybe it was their imagination, but the aides felt like their master's entire body looked like it was on fire. Maybe they were seeing things. Looking at their master, the aides couldn't help but wonder what the hell had happened back at home. Home was what they called the main secret estate. It was the estate where the master's family lived in. What could have happened there? Well, whatever it was, judging from the young master's reaction, it didn't look good at all. Bam! William hit his wooden desk hard with rage, before passing both letters to his aides, Collins and McCain. They quickly took the letter and read it as well. And while reading it, they too felt like breaking something into pieces as well. Guess who? Exclamation mark. It's me, my little bunny. This time, I've missed you dearly. I've missed you so much that I've taken your good nanny to play with me. You see this letter, it was written using her blood. The letter from Slytherin continued on, explaining what he would do to the nanny. From rape to all sorts of things. In short, it was too disgusting to picture. But it was enough for them to know that the weasel wanted to do all those things in front of William. Meaning that he wouldn't do them unless William was there. Sure, he might have probably slapped, beaten and even whipped Mona. But he couldn't do the rest and risk her dying just like that and being a waste. Nonetheless, for the fact that he dared to lay a finger on Mona, in the minds of everyone here, he was already amongst the dead. After reading both letters, both Collins and McCain began to tremble as well. How dare that weasel? How dare that riffraff, Slytherin Corps dare to touch Queen Mother Mona? They called her Queen Mother because in their minds, their master was already the ruler of Arcadina. The aides also filled up with rage, as they had been taken in from a young age by Queen Mona since they were both orphans themselves. So in a way, they saw Mona as their mother too, and for them, touching Mona was one of their bottom lines. Slytherin Corps, you will die a gruesome death, Collins yelled angrily while squeezing the letter in his hands as if it were Slytherin's neck. Collins was also angry at the fact that travel couldn't be any faster than it already was. They had been traveling for 2 months straight after leaving Baymard, and they still had another 3.5 months more to go before they could reach home on horseback. If they lived in the capital, it would have taken 4 months for them to get home. But because they didn't want to be detected easily, they lived even further away from the capital, which required 5.5 months of travel to go to Baymard. When they left Baymard, they felt merry and jolly. But now, Collins felt like crying. If the message had just arrived this base 3 days ago, then wouldn't that mean that the Queen Mother had been in that bastard's hands for more than 3 months now? Wouldn't that mean that when they were in Baymard, that bastard had also had her all along? Collins felt like smashing his head in a stone wall from anger. At this point, he truly wished that they could use one of those Baymardian cars and hurry their journey along. If they were using those cars, wouldn't the journey be drastically cut down instead? Collins smiled bitterly, because he knew that there was nothing they could do for now about their mode of traveling. Previously, he would have been fine using horses throughout his life. But after his trip to Baymard, he realized how unreliable horses were. What if they got injured and tracked by wild animals, or even got sick during travel? They were living creatures, and that was the problem. They couldn't truly make fast speed travels like those cars could for long distances. Change needed to happen fast, or he was sure that he would lose his mind pretty soon. Young master, what do we do? That beast has got his hands on Queen Mother Mona, Collins exclaimed. McCain on the other hand, just stood there silently, with an emotionless expression. But one shouldn't mistake his passiveness for lack of care, because he too wanted to drown Slytherin Cord in a pool of his own blood. McCain clenched his fists in attempts to calm himself. Now was not the time to dilly-dally, since the frog dared to jump into the pond without knowing how to swim. Then it shouldn't blame anyone, if it ends up drowning to death. Slytherin Cord, your time is up. Send word to Yuknoho to meet us at the Prevau base as soon as possible. Immediately, everyone Collins and McCain were taken aback. One should know that person alone terrified them silly. And anyone who went up against that Yuknoho would undoubtedly die. Luckily, Yuknoho was extremely loyal to their master, and for good reasons as well. Young master, it shall be done. Good. It's time for the beast to die. Chapter 444. Gum City. 4 weeks had gone by, and Landon had finally reached Gum City. Of course, he had separated with Biri and his team a week ago at Zula City. Gum City was also known as the City of Luck. Too many people within the city died every day, causing its population to constantly plummet down. Looking at the streets, compared to all the other cities, as well as even villages, one would think that this place was a massive dumpster. Instead, it seemed like the people here had given up and resigned their fates to death. If not, why would anyone continuously live with so much dirt without even bothering to clean it up? Passing through the city's streets, Landon and his men could tell from the single glance how bad the hygienic conditions of this place were. The people had constant boils, pimples and rashes all over their bodies all year round, and for the fact that they liked with so much dirt all around them, it was no wonder that they would have such bad skin conditions. As they moved, the people on the streets avoided them like the plague, and from the looks of it, it was clear that these people didn't see strangers very often. Hence one could tell that they were very shocked to see Landon and his men here. One should know that the only person who was allowed to leave the town were the government officials. Because these people looked like they constantly carried diseases, they were basically quarantined for the rest of their lives. The Coronian government had no choice but to quarantine the city, as the other villages, cities and towns around the place had gone into a full riot decades ago. It's been over 300 years since the quarantine law had been passed out. And ever since then, these people's conditions had continuously grown worse throughout the years. And one couldn't truly blame the people for rioting, as many Coronian plaques had usually started from this small city. But even with the quarantine law being passed out, there were always some people who disobeyed the laws. Some residents usually sneaked in and out of the city, as they wanted to see the world other than their city. Being trapped in the city all their lives really made most of them feel like cavemen. So when they saw Landon and his crew move through the streets, they were both curious and afraid. Anyway, the gang continued their journey forward, until they reached the city lord's mansion. "Welcome your majesty, Landon," said the city lord, who immediately knelt down when he finally confirmed their identities. As a government official, he was allowed to leave the city whenever he felt like it. So how could he not have heard about Baymart? In addition to that, Landon also carried the Coronian royal seal, which could only be given out to the current king or queen of Corona. So for sure, he was fully convinced of Landon's identity. The city lord was a lean and fit man, who wasn't as burly or built as most of the men that Landon had seen in powerful positions. His name was Mason Bale. Mason looked at the majestic people before him and felt that he was too lucky. When he last visited the capital, many of his friends had dreamt about meeting Landon face to face. Of course he never dared to dream about seeing Landon, as he knew that he was too busy in Gum City to ever visit Baymard anytime soon. But who would have known that His Majesty Landon would come to his city instead? "Your Majesty, I'll get someone to ready the guest rooms immediately. As for food, you don't need to worry about eating any disease-infected food here, since we grow our own food in the royal gardens instead." "Your Majesty, what do you need help with? Do you need me to assist you right now?" Mason immediately became a chatterbox from excitement, as he constantly watched Landon in awe. "Calm down, City Lord Mason. You see, We are here on an urgent mission. Mason looked at Landon in a puzzled manner. Urgent mission? Landon looked at Mason's confused face and smiled. And after an hour and a half, Mason had gotten his answer, as well as what role he would be playing in the mission. After all, this was a city, and Landon needed all the help he could get, so as to cover more grounds. All doctors and nurses should immediately set up the equipment within one of the halls given to us. That place will be your new laboratory for the next few months. Of course, use 4 other halls for treating the sick, as well as consultations. Out of those 4 halls, use the mattresses that we brought and place them in 3 of those halls for the sick. And as planned previously, all doctors and nurses will work in different groups, those in charge of treating the patients, those in charge of sanitizing and educating the people, those in charge researching UO026 cure finding. Of course, once we know the causes, as well as what sort of antibiotics and other medical substances and properties needed in fighting the disease, then some of you will also be in charge of going back to Baymard and relaying what is needed for drug production too. As for now, I need everyone to do their jobs and check for any signs of the Shinjeb disease now. Is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty. Landon nodded at them pleasingly. Of course he knew that as of now, only 57 people had been affected with the Shinjeb disease within the city. Last night, only 1 person was affected. And now, it had already reached 57 cases. Of course, it didn't help that the place was as dirty as a pigsty, so bacteria would obviously thrive here. Hence when treating the people, the place had to be cleaned up as well. Luckily for them, they had brought in gallons of cleaning detergent as well. Men. You know what to do. Some of you will guard the city, while others will provide aid in cleaning up the place, as well as caring for the sick. City Lord Mason. Some of your men will also join in as well. Of course, Your Majesty. It would be our pleasure to help. And Your Majesty, you can just call me Mason instead. Mason answered excitedly. All right, Mason. To begin, we'll also need you to make a public announcement of what we're doing here, as well as what we need the people to do within this time frame. As City Lord, you'll also be working alongside me as well in caring for the citizens too. Finally, before everyone can begin work, be it soldiers, nurses or doctors, I need everyone to wear their face masks and gloves as well. Bear in mind that we do not know if this disease is airborne or not. So when examining or getting too close to patients, please wear your safety wear immediately. As for Mason and his own men, you can get these safety wears from the nurses before you all head out. So with everything said and done, it's time to get to work. Yes, Your Majesty. And so, everyone quickly followed the nurses, who then handed them their gloves and face masks before they headed out in different directions. Now, it was time for Mission Shinjeb to begin. Chapter 445 Mission Shinjeb. Cough. Grandma, Grandma, Grandma. Here, drink this. It will make you feel better, said a 16-year-old girl, with pimples and acne on her face. Currently, within the small room, an elderly woman was lying down on a straw bed made from dried grass. The elderly woman also had acne, pimples and rashes all over her body. And within the room, one could see piles of rotten food, as well as dirt stacked up on one side of the room. The air smelled musty and bad, but for some reason, no one in the room seemed to see anything wrong with it. The elderly woman drank the brownish broth that the 16-year-old girl had given her, and coughed loudly again. Cough. The elderly woman looked at her granddaughter lovingly and sighed. For close to 5 years, she had felt her body grow weaker and weaker throughout the years, which truly frightened her. Luckily, she still had her son, her daughter-in-law, as well as her 2 grandchildren to make her feel at ease. True, she had lost her first son when he was still 16 at the time, as well as her husband too. But over the years, it had already been miraculous enough that death didn't demand for any member of her last son's family. Thank you, little Minka. No problem, Grandma. Just tell me if you need more, Minka replied. with a warm smile on her face. She then hurriedly went out to look for her 13-year-old brother, who was supposed to help her dig up the cabbages in their backyard. One should know that in this quarantined place, everyone had their own small garden at the back of their homes. And because of the high number of people that died frequently, everyone was afraid to take food from others, from fear that they would spread some sort of unknown disease towards them. So in this massive city, merchants weren't really available. And if grains were really needed, people would go to the city lord's estate and beg for them instead. Minka hastily ran to the back of her home to join her mother in planting and farming. As for her brother and father, they were currently at the front of the house. Winter would soon be here in a couple of months, so of course, the rooms needed to be reinforced, as well as the windows and floors. And so, everyone quickly did their jobs merrily. As this was the only life that they knew of, even though they were in a city, they lived their everyday lives no different from those in the villages. All citizens should gather in front of the city lord's mansion. All citizens should gather in front of the city lord's mansion. All citizens should gather in front of the city lord's mansion. Hearing the very loud announcement, Minka and her family were immediately taken aback. Mama, isn't that one of the city criers? I believe so. The last time that they announced anything was over 9 years ago. So what could be so important now? Minka asked inquisitively. While lost in thought, the young lady heard footsteps coming her way. And when she looked up, she saw her father and brother Nibus running towards her and her mother. And soon, everyone decided to leave. Except for their mom, who would stay back and look after the house, as well as grandma. With that, they quickly made a 98 minutes walk to the city lord's mansion. Of course, the city was a small one, because if it were Baymard, that walk would be way longer than that. They walked and chatted with those around them about why they were summoned. And the many theories that came out made their trip feel short. I heard that they want to burn the entire city to flames. I heard that we have been marked as cursed and will be killed instead. I heard that this might have something to do with the new visitors that came in yesterday. As they moved, all sorts of scary theories had been told by those around them. But no matter what, everyone continued in, as they were truly curious as well. And soon, Minka and her family had finally arrived. Minka squinted her eyes and looked at the new faces standing above her inquisitively. Were these the visitors that everyone had previously mentioned? Who were they and what did they truly want? Your Majesty. Do we begin? Yes, enough people have already gathered up now, Landon said while looking at the massive crowd below. With that, Mason soon stepped forward and held out a megaphone on one hand and a script on the other. Of course, the script was given to him by Landon. My dear citizens, once again, the deadly Shinjet plague is soon upon us again. And just like last time, it will definitely claim the lives of many of us if we don't fight it. For hundreds of years, we have never had any way of fighting the dreadful disease head. But this time, it will be different. This time, we have help from our brothers. Many of you may not know, but Corona had recently befriended a new empire within the Pino continent. And that empire is Baymard. So standing here before you all, is His Majesty Landon Barn and his team. Who have traveled for days and weeks in order to help us deal with our Shinjet problem. Hearing what Mason had just said, everyone was completely taken aback. What? They were here to help them? Who had said that these people were previously sent to burn them alive? Gossip was truly scary. Mason continued his grand speech, by examining why the people had been gathered, who Landon and his men were, as well as what they would be doing in Gum City. He also spoke about the Gum City's future. Because if they could get rid of numerous diseases, then the quarantine ban might be lifted permanently. But of course, that would all depend on whether or not the people would heed their advice. Of course Landon spoke as well too, and his majestic and kind voice was soon at it again. Listening to him, Minka felt a strong wave of change take over her. And soon, She wanted to volunteer to also help these strange visitors. Please line up in an orderly manner for checkup. Chapter 446 Mission Shinjep 2. The doctors and nurses immediately wore their gloves and face masks, as they quickly stepped forward to meet their volunteers. Before these volunteers could do any work, they too needed to undergo checkups as well. Hence a few doctors and nurses attended to them first, before sending them later to Landon, who would then assign them into different groups. Walking into the massive consultation hall, Minka, her little brother Nibus, as well as all the other volunteers, were immediately stunned by the weird objects that they had spotted. "Hello. May I have your name?" "Ah. It's Minkarini," Minka said while looking at the pen and booklet that the doctor was using in fascination. Is this the legendary paper that she had heard about from her grandma? Didn't her grandma say that it was very brown in color? Why was this one so white and clean? And how rich were these people that they could waste an entire booklet just to write their names and information in it? Also, wasn't a pen supposed to be made from feathers? What the hell was going on here? And what was that clear white casing on the pen? Minka's mind was racing back and forth while struggling to answer the doctor's questions. Of course it wasn't just her, as everyone else was also thinking the same as well. The checkup proceeded with the doctors taking down all discomforts that they might have had, be it chest pain, back pain, and even the rashes on their skins. Everything was noted down to the T, as well as their body temperatures, blood samples, and pee samples too. The doctors and nurses did their best, just as they would back in Baymard. And once everything was done, the volunteers were told to come back 4 days later for their results, as well as drugs and creams for minimal things, such as rashes, and so on. But of course, while all this was happening, Landon and a few other doctors were also collecting information as well. Luckily for them, the people in this city were already very familiar with the Shinjep disease. So when asked about what the common signs of the disease were, many people had a lot to say. Your Majesty, 83% of people that we have spoken to say that their deceased ones first felt dizzy and continuously threw up for the first 3 days. And on the 4th day, they developed a fever and completely lost their appetite, said one of the doctors. Yes, Your Majesty. Many of them say that this continued on for close to 6 months, with the fever only getting worse by the day, added a nurse. They also said that during this time frame, the patient would be bedridden, and would also have very loose bowels too. It seemed like they would poop and pee themselves more than usual. Your Majesty, some also said that the patient's face would also become pale white as well. And most of them also said that the patient's tongue also turned a deep shade of purple as well. Listening to all the reports, Landon immediately filtered out which ones were true from the rest. He already knew what caused the illness, as well as how to cure it. But one should know that part of his mission was to teach the doctors and nurses what to do during a pandemic. So he needed them to filter out the rest for themselves, make their own hypothesis and so on. Alright. So what happened after the 6-month period? Your Majesty. Some say that the patient will vomit blood, while others say that the patient would excrete or urinate out blood instead. Your Majesty. Some also say that their gums and teeth would feel weak and painful as well. So from all these cases, it's clear that some of these symptoms only happen during extreme cases of Shinjep. Like every illness, there will always be extreme cases, as well as light or ordinary cases. Some Shinjep patients survived, while others died at the end of it all. So we need to find out why those who survived did, as well as why those who died did. Was it their immune system, their nutrition, their habits, or even exercise? Your job as researchers is to find the causes, as well as everything else surrounding this disease. I want to know whether these people got it from a flower, plant or something within the area. Why is it that the disease would always start out from here? Is it the environment, or just the combination of numerous diseases, bacteria and dirt. I want to know whether these people have allergies too. You also need to collect blood samples from those who survived the Shinjep cases, as well as those who are affected by it. Right now, more than 40 people have reported that at least one person in their family has the Shinjep. So, you also need to take their blood, place it under the microscope, and do your analysis. Of course, if any of you stumble upon something that's hard to answer, then you can always seek me out for assistance. Is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty. With that, Landon left the research group and headed towards the next group. Right now, it was time to clean up the streets, as well as these people's homes. Immediately, Landon, some of the soldiers, Mason and his own men, begin Operation Clean Gum City. They started by sharing some of the garbage bags to the people, and told everyone to bring out all their garbage and put them in front of their homes. From there, Landon and his men would pick them up, place two in piles and burn them. And as they cleaned the streets, the people also cleaned their homes as well. Of course, once everyone heard that there would be a surprise inspection coming up twice every week, people didn't even try to scheme their way out of cleaning duties. And as time went by, these people were shocked at how good clean the city had become. The air wasn't as foul as it was before. They also started taking baths at least once a day now, using only water that had been boiled and left to cool down. Weeks went by, and the people here also realized that their pimples and acne had also started reducing as well. Who would have known that all this was mostly because they were living in such a dirty environment and didn't take care of themselves. Coupled with the fungi creams that they had received from His Majesty Landon, the acne on their faces had drastically reduced, which completely left them shaking. In addition to that, those with fever had also taken things like Advil, and were amazed at its healing effect. Wasn't this too miraculous? Everything from these strangers were like treasures to them. Also, everyone was completely taken by Landon. He was so kind and very caring for a king, and he would treat them, as well as those who were sick and looked hideous, with the same care too. He would also read storybooks to the children as well as do his best to make everyone feel comfortable. Also, His Majesty had shared some great farming techniques with them as well. Who knew that manure was the way to go? One should know that they had been cut off from the world for a long time, so they definitely wouldn't have any good way of making money. So if their crop yield increased with high-quality products, they could sell them to any of the merchants or even those in the neighboring towns, villages or cities as well. To help them, Landon would also send a few Coronian merchants their way as well. Of course, City Lord Mason would also have to find ways to develop the city too. Seeing how generous and thoughtful Landon was, the people didn't know a lot about this Baymard place, but they felt that any place ruled by this young king would definitely be a paradise on Hertfilia. So many of them had secretly made up their minds to visit Baymard in the future. This included Minka and her family as well. And so the research for the cure continued for weeks. But while Landon and the rest were on it, Biri and his own crew had finally arrived at the capital. It was time to take the prisoners away. How crazy would they be? Well, Biri was about to find out. Chapter 447 arrived at last capital city, the Empire of Corona. The sun shined brightly, and the merry sounds of people talking, laughing and fighting could be heard all around the streets of Corona's capital city. Of course, one could also hear the sounds of people arguing and yelling, as well as those who were complaining about this and that. In short, the entire place was as busy as a market. On the main roads, several men on horseback rode through the busy city streets. Silently, as they rode, they soon caught the attention of many pedestrians, as well as many guards too. Looking at their uniforms, those who had gone to Baymard before immediately knew who they were. Their eyes lit up, and a broad smile was plastered on their faces as they sang out several praises to the men before them. Look, that's Lieutenant Biri. Last year within the Coronian Academy back in Baymard, he was the one in charge of grading our examinations. quickly exclamation mark dot 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 go and inform the palace that Lieutenant Biri is here. What? Aren't those the Baymardian soldiers? Yes, right. I recognize that uniform anywhere. Look little Bruno, those are the Baymardian soldiers. Even though you have a slight cold, if you want to be as dashing as them when you grow up, you have to take your medicines, okay? No more throwing your pills under the bed, or you won't grow up like them. Yes, mummy. Amazing. My brother told me that while he was at the academy, Lieutenant Biri was very strong. It's said that he could take out more than 20 skilled people in his own using simple moves and techniques. Really? What? How strong? As Biri and his team passed by, many people continued to admire them. This was the especially case for the noble woman in their carriages, as well as the ordinary women on the streets too. After all, most of them loved a man in uniform. Ah, elder sister. Look, peep out your window and look to your sides. Oh my heavens, how can someone be so handsome and dashing? I wonder if he's still single? Elder sister, I clearly saw him first exclamation mark dot 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 so get your mind out of him. Hey you two. As your friend, I can only tell you both to calm down and dream on. You said that you saw him first, but what about me? I saw his shadow way before you saw his face. So by default, he obviously belongs to me. Underscore. And so, without even knowing it, Biri and his crew had turned this quiet and peaceful morning into a chaotic one. As they rode, they also began to notice the changes within the capital as well. Just like Loplin coastal city, the capital had also changed as well. The people walked on the sidewalks. The marketplaces were organized, there were also traffic control officers, and so on. Biri smiled slightly while observing the happy people within it. It was indeed a new era. Time passed by, and soon, they had arrived at the palace's grand estate. Lieutenant, welcome. Little Biri, welcome, welcome, bro. How come you couldn't even send me a letter telling me about your visit? Standing before Biri, was Penelope, Carmelo, Santa, and several other Coronian soldiers. Penelope and Biri immediately gave a military salute to each other. As Penelope had once trained under Biri as well, so no matter how she looked at it, he was once her superior. Likewise, Biri gave out his salute too, as she was the queen of Corona and deserved much. As for Carmelo, he immediately shook Biri's hands. The Coronian soldiers greeted Biri and his team the same way Penelope had done. They looked at them with reverence. And even though many of them had yet to go for training in Baymard, they still knew how tough the training there was. One should know that those who did train in Baymard had begun teaching what they had learned here in Corona. And at the end of every month, several batches of Coronian soldiers are sent to Baymard to undergo their yearly final examinations there. Of course, throughout the year, while they were studying in Corona, they would have multiple examinations too. But the final one would be in Baymard. Before one reached the position of being a warrant officer, there were 13 ranks that one needed to pass. So in essence, before any of the soldiers transitioned to any warrant officer rank, they would have to do at least one semester of training within Baymard. Anyway, with all that said, coupled with the stories that they had heard of about training in Baymard, how could these Coronian soldiers not look at Biri and his crew with awe and reverence? They puffed out their chests and tried to maintain a perfect military pose so as to earn Biri's praise, as well as the praises of the other Baymardian soldiers. And when Biri nodded in appreciation, their hearts couldn't help but get overly excited. They tried their best not to smile, as they wanted to maintain their cool facades. Yup, looking at how pleased Biri was, nothing could definitely make them lose face today. But of course, they had forgotten to pay attention to one important thing. Or rather, one important person. Woo. Little bro, too mean. How can you come for a visit without even informing me? Underscore. True enough, everyone had forgotten how dramatic Santa could be. He quickly ran up to his bro and bear hugged him excitedly, while pretending to be pitiful. Bro, I thought you loved me. Sure. You don't need to inform these old fogies that coming. But what about me? Aren't I your favorite? How come I never even received a letter from you? Santa said while pouting and blinking his big puppy dog eyes at Biri. Biri looked at him and sighed inwardly. This dude was still the same as ever. With the formalities over, Biri and his crew followed Penelope and the rest in. And after settling them in, giving them a grand tour and making sure that they had a hefty meal, Biri, Penelope, Santa, and Carmelo immediately went to the royal study for a meeting. Of course, on their way there, Adrian also tagged Sling as well. He had previously been out visiting the Coronian Barrack, which used to be the Knight Academy. But when he heard that Biri and his crew had arrived, he immediately rushed over to the palace. The meeting soon began, and Biri went through the entire criminal list with them again. For sure. Since he and his men had arrived without any prisoner transporting wagons, he also needed to buy caged prisoner wagons from the capital city as well. But of course, before the prisoners needed to be transported, Biri had to gauge how violent they were. So after the meeting, Biri and the rest immediately decided to visit the prison cells. It was time to see how ferocious and dangerous these men truly were. Chapter 448. To the Coronian prison, off we go. Biri, Penelope and the rest of the gang immediately left the palace and rode their horses towards the barracks. As they rode in, everyone stood at attention and gave out a proper military salute with respect. It took them over 38 minutes just to ride towards the back of the barracks. Before they had finally reached a very massive 3-story building, which was very wide as well. Stepping down from their horses, they immediately tried their horses on several iron bars that were placed there. One could see it as a car park for horses instead. Welcome, Your Majesty. As they walked towards the building, several soldiers who were either leaving or also going into the building, also greeted them as well. And when they finally got into the building, they quickly did a body search too. Of course, Corona had tried to adapt to some of Baymard's security measures, as they truly thought that it was brilliant. Biri had to place all weapons to the side. And after that, they would do a full body check on him just to make sure that he wasn't hiding anything else. And once that was done, they would give him back his weapons if he was authorized to walk into the prison with them. If not, then the weapons would be placed in a metal drawer and locked with a Baymardian lock as well. But in Biri's case, they were the ones who would be in charge of transporting these prisoners. So how would they not be authorized to carry their weapons in? So after the body search, their guns and weapons were immediately given back to them. Din, 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 din. As they continued on, someone quickly came to their side in a flash. Hayden. This is Lieutenant Biri from the Baymardian army and his men. They are in charge of transporting some of the prisoners to Baymard, and are here to assess the potential threats that these prisoners may pose during the trip ahead. Greetings, sirs, Hayden said while giving a proper military salute as well. Oh my heavens. He had actually met Baymardian soldiers. He felt like he was dreaming. At ease, soldier. Now, give us an update on what's been going on here. Yes, Your Majesty. Right now, the main problems that we're facing are with the Slist criminals. Just 2 days ago, prison rigger Amandine, aka Madrigo, killed one of our prison guards using only a spoon. Your Majesty. It's best that we don't go into the actual detail of how he did it. But let's just say that the prisoner's face was unrecognizable after we had successfully separated him from the guard's body. The guard's nose had been broken, half of his left jaw was missing, relieving his bones and teeth underneath. And his eyeballs had both been scooped out by Madrigo. In addition to that, we also found the spoon forcefully stabbed on the guard's neck too. And when we questioned Rigo about the entire incident, Rigo just giggled and spoke about wanting a new toy. The toy he was talking about were the guard's eyeballs, which he now treated as a small ball. As Hayden spoke, everyone became shocked. Well, everyone, except Biri and his team. One should know that the Baymardian prison didn't give out metal or even ceramic objects to the prisoners even during their meals. Giving them these objects was equivalent to giving them weapons. Listening to what Hayden had said, made up his mind to give them advice on handling their prisoners later on. Because even though they didn't have all the technology, there were indeed some basic things that they could do to ensure the safety of their guards. First off, if prisoners were already labeled as ranked, then there was no need for the guards to even come too close to the cells in the first place. If they wanted to feed the prisoner, then they needed to warn that same prisoner to stand at the back of the cell before they slide the prisoner's food in. And if the prisoner refuses, then let he or her starve. Eventually, they will be obedient and later stand back. But of course, if they were still very stubborn, then they would only be fed loaves of bread, which would literally be thrown through the cell. No matter what, no prison guard should risk their lives just like that. Your Majesty, we also had a problem with Windor Polyphar. AKA, the meat eater. In his case, at least once in weeks, he would successfully bit chunks off the guard's arms and legs. He hasn't killed anyone yet, but he had bitten some of the men until their bones were showing. Once again, Biri really wanted to ask why these people went too close to S-rank prisoners in the first place. He truly needed to write down guidelines for them immediately. What about the A-list prisoners, as well as 5 HB and CLIST ones? Are they causing any trouble at all? And how long do you keep each prisoner within those lower ranks? Biri asked. Sir, for the CLIST prisoners, which comprised of ordinary chicken thieves or grain thieves, we have no troubles with these prisoners at all. They are currently frightened and are quietly sitting down in their cells, waiting for their punishment from Queen Penelope. It usually takes at most 3 weeks before judgment is passed on each of them. As for the blist prisoners, it comprises of those who were there when murders were committed but lied or covered up for the culprit. These prisoners also didn't give us any troubles at all. Of course, in their case, only when a case is solved could they be let free. And finally, the A-list criminals are assassins and other murderers who will stay locked up here for at least 7 years each. For sure, they also give us problems too, but not as much as the S-list prisoners, Hayden said while walking the gang through the prison. And so the gang continued on until they reached the S-list sector. Then suddenly, they guard someone screaming at the top of his lungs. Ah, damn it, which prisoner is at it again? Chapter 449. Mr. Blade, who was screaming? Immediately, the gang rushed over in a flash, making their way across towards the sector. Looking around, all doors here had these 4 metal rods placed across their doors, strategically different positions. Well, all doors except one, which had its rods placed on the floor instead. It looked like someone had gone in to see the prisoner. The sound had changed, and it seemed like the person who was screaming now had something stuffed into his or her mouth. Bam! They speedily pushed the door open and walked down a stairway. Whose cell is this? Biri asked. This is cell 24, belonging to the innocent-looking Slovak Vlad, aka the Blade. Hearing that, Biri's eyes immediately lit up. It's him. While studying the prisoner list, almost all the prisoners in this sector had attempted to escape multiple times. But the Blade, he hadn't even tried to escape once. Others might say that he had already been resigned to fate, but Biri thought otherwise. For him, it looked like this man was studying. This man had been studying how the prison operated. Mr. Blade was the 3rd best assassin in Corona, who only got caught because he had been surrounded by over 300 men during his capture. He was a legend in Corona. Yet because of his seemingly innocent nature, making victims had been lured in by him. He wasn't locked up in this sector because he was an assassin. Nope. He was locked up because he found pleasure in making art pieces out of human parts, particularly female parts. He was a psycho, who often lured his victims in. So saying that he was obedient while staying here? Yes, he was quite an obedient one. So I don't know what could've gone wrong. Tell us everything. Mr. Blade was quite the clever one. Not only had he successfully fooled the guards, but his seemingly obedient nature had made him have his way as well. Typically, now was lunchtime for most of the guards, so only the guards who were guarding the main sector door would be around. And that was so far away that they wouldn't be able to hear the scream coming from here. So from what Hayden had just told them, 6 months ago, this prisoner had requested for his lunch to be brought around the same time that most of the guards had their own lunch. At first, the guards were suspicious and had their guard up. But it's been 6 whole months since the arrangement was made, and the prisoner had never done anything to make them suspicious of him. So they had completely dropped their guard around him. At first, they used to send 3 people over to deliver his lunch. Now, it was just one person. It was clear to see that this Mr. Blade was truly a smart and patient one. Din, 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 din. After descending the stairway, the gang was again greeted by another metal door. Pushing open the door, they came face to face with a hairy man who was currently stripping a guard down outside a massive iron cage. Looking at the scene, they weren't super geniuses to figure that this hairy man was obviously the prisoner who was attempting to escape. So this was Mr. Blade. He was a huge but lean man, who didn't look muscular at all. Biri looked round quickly and immediately came up with a theory about his escape. First off, judging from the wounds on the prison guard, it was clear to see that the prisoner didn't want to kill the prison guard yet, for fear of staining the uniform with blood. Because if he did, then when leaving the sector, as well as the prison in general, he would be questioned and looked at suspiciously if there were bloodstains on the uniform. Not to talk of leaving the barracks, which housed the prison. In short, he wanted to first take off the uniform before killing the guard. So looking at the guard's face, Biri was sure that he had been punched and hit at least 7 times there. Not to talk of being punched on different parts on his body. And seeing that the prison guard's sword was somehow laying inside the massive cell, it was also clear to see that the prisoner had grabbed the sword and maybe used it to threaten the guard into opening the cell for him somehow. In addition to that, looking at the tired guard who had his entire face covered in blood, it was clear to see that he was struggling for his life. The guard had also been completely stripped from his waist downwards. As not even his underwear had been left intact. In short, only the guard's chest region was covered, as it wasn't stripped off yet. And of course, there was some cloth forced into the guard's mouth in attempts to keep him shut. Seeing the guard who had been gagged, Biri immediately sprung into action. "I'll handle this," Biri said, before running towards the prisoner. Mr. Blade quickly noticed him and readied himself as well. Seeing that it was just one person running his way, Mr. Blade sneered. Did they really think that just one person would be enough to deal with him? A renowned assassin? TSK, idiots. Mr. Blade did a flying spin, as he planned to kick Biri's face with his left leg. Biri blocked it with his left hand, and immediately used his right hand to hold Mr. Blade's leg. With that, he then once again used his left hand and attacked Mr. Blade's shin. Mr. Blade screamed out from rage and used his other leg to jump up into the air and hit Biri's chest. Mr. Blade, who had previously landed on the floor, immediately got up and ran towards Biri again. At this point, he didn't dare to belittle Burke anymore. As for Biri, who was pushed back a few feet, he readied himself and smiled happily. As expected of a renowned assassin, his reactions are indeed quick. This should be fun. Chapter 450 Kidnapping. Biri dropped down to the floor doing a split and immediately hit Mr. Blade's sciatic nerve, which was basically on the midline of his inner thigh. Mr. Blade was shocked as to why he felt slight immobility there, after it was punched. But of course, how could he have known that this nerve was a powerful self-defense pressure point that could cause intense pain, dizziness, shock and temporary immobility of the foot after being hit hard? He felt his left leg turn mush, as he couldn't even raise it up at this point. Damn it, what the hell was going on here? Now, he was as good as a one-legged man during the fight. As for Biri, with how much pressure he had used to hit it, he knew that he only had at most 3 minutes to finish the fight. before his enemy could fully utilize his entire leg with any discomfort. Mr. Blade, seeing that he was cornered, quickly sent a punch towards Biri's head. But of course Biri, who was currently doing a split, just laid flat onto the floor and rolled to the side before standing up again. After getting up, he then sent a kick towards Mr. Blade's way. Mr. Blade used both of his hands to block Biri's attack. But how could Biri stop there? He quickly used his other leg to give another kick again. This time, Mr. Blade handy expected it and was sent flying in a flash. Blood trickled down from the sides of his mouth, as he stared at Biri ferociously. "Brat, he will regret it," he said, before getting up again. And so, the fight went on with both sides giving it their all. Of course, as the fight progressed, Mr. Blade slowly began using his left leg again. And by the time the fight was over, his leg was now 100% fine. The fight looked like one of those Jackie Chan or Jet Li fight scenes that were popular back on Earth. It was so entertaining that Hayden felt like getting popcorn to watch. Previously, when Biri ran in, he too wanted to go in as well. But Penelope stopped him and told them to focus on the injured guard first. It seemed like the Queen was sure that Biri Alien could take down a renowned assassin, and true enough, she was right, because after a while, Biri soon sent a fatal kick towards Mr. Blade's way, which made him spit out blood instantly. He smiled and looked up to Biri, as if he was looking at some priceless artifact. Cough. Brat exclamation mark. You're good. At first, I truly wanted to skin you alive. But now, I've thought of something better. I usually only collect female art. But for you, I'll make an exception. You'll definitely look good when I cut you into pieces and make you into art. You are my new inspiration, Mr. Blade said, before finally passing out. Biri didn't even put his words into his heart, as his only thoughts were about accessing Mr. Blade's personality. Biri immediately turned to the Baymardian soldiers and told them what he had realized about Mr. Blade. And they, in turn, spoke about their own findings as well. As Biri spoke, he calmly dragged Mr. Blade back into his cell. Prisoners were supposed to be in their cells. And that was that. Hayden looked at Biri and the Baymardian soldiers and was shocked silly. So when Biri was fighting, he was also assessing how dangerous the prisoner was. The more he listened to what these soldiers had found out just from either fighting or observing the prisoner, the more he looked at them with awe and reverence. In short, they didn't even let Mr. Blade's threat worry them at all. Hayden looked at them and was almost tempted to clap loudly. Bravo, 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 bravo. Penelope, Carmelo and Adrian smiled as well. As expected of this Baymardian squad, they were quick, efficient, paid attention to detail, and never wavered from their responsibilities. And so just like that, Biri and the rest continued their prison visit, as they also had to see the other SLIST prisoners too. The day went fast with everyone busy going through the list of things needed for prison transportation, and 2 days later, Biri and his squad were finally ready to transport the prisoners. On the original list that was made in August, they were originally supposed to transport 93 ALIST prisoners and 4 SLIST prisoners. But by the time they were leaving for the mission, new names had been added to the list. So now, they were going to transport 112 ALIST prisoners and 10 SLIST prisoners. With the help of the Coronian soldiers, they started off by searching all ALIST prisoners on the list. They searched for any sharp or harmful objects in their mouths or on their bodies, before placing them in the prison wagons. Of course, each prisoner had chains on their legs, and was also handcuffed before placed in the prison wagons. In addition to that, all the prisoners also had to wear bright orange prison jumpsuits as well. And once they were taken care of, Biri and his team immediately focused on the SLIST prisoners. These prisoners were first shot with tranquilizers, before their cell doors opened up. From there, the guards completely searched them too, before dressing them up into their prison jumpsuits and then tied and strapped them up as if they were mentally ill patients in a psychiatric hospital. At the same time, while some of the men took charge of placing the prisoners in the prison wagons, others concentrated on stacking enough food and water for the trip instead. And just like that, They were all set and ready to go. Your Majesty Queen Penelope, King Adrian, King Carlo, and Sir Benjamin, thank you for your hospitality. We are now ready for our journey back. Good. But before you all leave, take these three with you. And pass this letter to His Majesty Landon. He will understand, Adrian said, with a sly smile on his lips. Immediately, several guards brought in three bundled-up men who were struggling to break free from their entanglements. Bire looked at the three stubborn men before him, was immediately taken aback. He looked at Carmelo and Adrian, who seemed to be looking up towards the sky shamelessly, before later looking at Penelope, who looked as if nothing here concerned her at all. Finally, he looked at Santa, who was giggling sheepishly, before finally sighing helplessly. Who the hell could tell him what was going on here? Sigh. Looking at the situation before him, he could already feel His Majesty's headache from it all. Forget it. He would just take them, along with the letter, towards Ngum City where Landon was. And the decision will be up to Landon to decide. Thinking like that, he carried the bundled-up men and quickly settled them down into one of their carriages. How did it turn out like this? Wasn't this kidnapping? Chapter 451. Serials. Back in Baymard, the rescued civilians who had decided to follow the Baymardian soldiers back were already well settled in, and now fully integrated into the system. It's been over 5 weeks since some of them got here. Of course, some had been hospitalized, while others had immediately begun work around Baymard. The morning had come too soon. Today, Muriel had gotten up very early in the morning due to sheer excitement. She yawned and looked at her clock, which hadn't even alarmed yet. Damn it, it was still 4:30 a.m., and she had to go to be at work by 9 a.m. instead. So she tried to force herself back to sleep again, but no matter how hard she tried, it was no use. Her heart continued to beat slightly louder than usual, as she was indeed feeling her nervous. Today, she would begin work in Baymard. Now, as someone who was already used to work, one would think that she wouldn't be this anxious at all. She was used to cleaning, being a maid for nobles and working for more than 17 hours. As maid duties never stop until their master went to bed, and no matter how much she worked, the pay was never enough for all the hours and workloads that she had put in. Maids typically worked like so and hit it hard, not to talk about the fact that they were risking their lives on a daily basis, be it standing in for their masters during kidnappings, taking beatings from their masters for not getting the right outfit or even hairdo, as well as being put to death for crimes that they might not or might have done under the influence of their master. In short, no matter how one looked at it, those who typically worked for nobles were screwed. So that was why she had taken the risk of coming to Baymard with her little brother after being rescued. In fact, the only good thing about being a maid was that the off days were food. She could work for an entire month and have a week and a half off later on. When she had been rescued, she was shocked at the fact that her saviors were from Baymard, who hadn't heard of Baymard before. Sure, she had family back in Arcadina, but they were very distant relatives, who had sold her and her brother to those Terrican bastards. So she didn't feel the need to go back to Arcadina. Anyway, as someone who used to work several odd jobs, as well as be a maid, Muriel was extremely pleased with the way Baymard turned out to be. She had observed the independent nature of the women here, as well as the fact that they got paid more and by the hour too. And to make things even more likable, they were only allowed to work 8 hours maximum a day no matter the job. This was like heaven to her ears. Did this mean that she wouldn't need to work for close to 17 hours again? Sure, Baymard wasn't perfect and had its own flaws too. But for her, the place was paradise on Hertfilia. As for her new job, even though it had been briefly explained to her, she still didn't know much about it, except that it involved the food industry. Cereal. What was that? For the past 2 days, she along with many others had successfully completed the introductory work procedures within the food industry. They had a check-up session with the industry's clinic, went over health and safety procedures, had briefings on their individual jobs, and had a grand tour of the entire industry as well. They had also been given calendars, pens, planners and a cup that had the food industry's logo and name on it. Of course Muriel felt like these items were special, so she neatly displayed them in her room instead. In addition to that, they were assigned lockers and given their work safety gear as well. So with all that out of the way, now they could finally focus on the job at hand. Muriel quickly took her bath and went to the kitchen to start prepping breakfast for her 11-year-old brother. And once her brother actually woke up, cleaned up and took his own breakfast, Muriel made sure that he entered the school bus, before finally making her way to work. Standing outside the massive 4-story building, Muriel was completely shocked by how many people were hired. The entire place was crowded, like a school of fish swimming in the ocean. Everyone began conversing with themselves, as well as making new friends too. While waiting for their supervisors to arrive, they continued guessing what their jobs entailed, while constantly looking at their watches. Soon, it would be time for their supervisors to show up. Muriel. Looking around, she immediately spotted her new friend Kate, who she had befriended several weeks ago. Muriel, I finally found you. I'm still very nervous. Me too. The pay is really good, so I don't want to mess this up, but do you know what this cereal thing is? No. But from the employment letter, there are 6 main sectors as of now. The Honey Nut Cheerios sector, Cap'n Crunch sector, Corn Pops, Corn Flakes, Fruit Loops, Apple U0026 Cinnamon Quaker Oats, U0026 Quaker Original Instant Oatmeal sector, and from the looks of it, he'll be working within the Corn Flakes sector. Me too. That's my sector as well. Really? Thank goodness. Phew. I won't have to work alone. Well, don't get happy just yet. Even though we might be in the same sector, have you forgotten that each sector has different divisions based on the production phase? At least from what the letter says, we might also have different job titles as well. Sigh. Right. But I'm crossing my fingers for this one. SHHHHH. People are coming out of the building. Silence. The entire place became as quiet as a graveyard when they spotted the group of supervisors approaching them. A small speech was given, before all of them were first grouped as per their cereal sectors. From there, each group was then introduced to the head supervisor U0026 project manager of the entire sector, followed by roll call. Muriel listened attentively, while clenching her fists with a more determined mind. Today, she would do her best. Alright. Please follow your head supervisors to your different sectors. And once more, welcome to the food industry. Chapter 452 Cereal Production. With that, the head supervisor left the scene, and Muriel, Kate and the rest followed their sector supervisors into the building quietly. The building itself was very wide too, and had several entrance exit points that Muriel could spot just from afar. Muriel looked at the 4-story building in awe. How exciting! The group followed the sector supervisor until they finally arrived at their sector. Everyone, before allocating you all to different sectors, you all will first be given a general overview of our production process. Right now, there are already 120 workers within the cornflakes sector. These workers were brought in from different departments within the food industry, so they have more experience when dealing or working with the machines and tools here. Many of these workers have already worked in the food industry for close to 3 years now. So with that said, in the future, if any of you face any problems, please feel free to consult them at any time. And to make it easier on you all, since they have already been properly trained on cereal production for the past month, for each division within our sector, I will appoint 3 division supervisors from their group. So please consult them first before coming to my office for any concerns. And if it's something that concerns their morals and ethics, then please follow the protocol for such scenarios and I will get back to you all then. Any questions? Everyone looked around, and when they saw no hands up in the air they immediately replied, "No sir." "No questions, sir." "No, underscore." Since there are no questions, then let's begin. With that, they immediately walked towards the room that had several conveyor belts, white metal tanks and equipment within it. The room was as large as a warehouse, and occupied 50% of the ground floor. Trucks came in and dumped what they were carrying onto several conveyor belts, and the machines and workers immediately sorted the raw materials out. Just one look, and one could see that this room catered to all different sectors within the cereal department. And standing around this many equipments, were several workers that wore blue industrial jumpsuits, as well as a dark blue apron, gloves, safety boots, and safety eyewear. But even with their standard safety gear on, they still insisted on them to wear hairnets, aprons, and face masks too. Why did they look more like kitchen workers rather than the other workers that they had seen in the food industry? Well, the answer was simple. In essence, the entire production phase was just cooking the raw ingredients up. So no matter what, they needed to cover their hair up. Everyone looked at the incoming trucks and equipment curiously, while waiting for the supervisor to explain their uses. Just seeing the conveyor belt alone blew them out of their minds. Everyone. On this floor, there are two divisions. One division takes care of raw materials, while the other stores and takes care of finished goods. And right now, we are in Division 1, which focuses on raw materials. Here, the solid raw materials are brought in by trucks and offloaded onto the vibrating conveyor belts. The vibrations help to evenly spread the products along the conveyor belt. As the belt passes through several screening processes, essential, these screening or sorting processes will help us eliminate good raw materials from the rest. From there, the good grains are then inspected again just to be sure, before finally passing through 4 washing tanks and 3 drying processes. And of course, once dried, specific raw materials are then sent to the different cereal sectors within the building. As for the raw materials, all cereals will have 5 main type raw materials added: grains, sweeteners, minerals, vitamins and additives like salt and preservatives. As Muriel listened, she frowned slightly. Sir, so do all cereals have the same type of raw materials added? That's a good question. No, they do not. Take for example the type of grain used. Some cereals may require the use of wheat, while others may require the use of oats, rice, barley and even corn. For sweeteners, some might even use fruit flavors, honey, sugar or even cinnamon spice. So the raw materials are selected depending on what product is needed. Listening to that, Muriel and the rest nodded in understanding. So sir, what type of grain will we use for the corn flakes? Well, we will be using corn kernels. Everyone looked at him deeply and tried really hard to imagine this cereal thing. Weren't corn kernels just raw unpopped popcorn? So will this cereal also pop like popcorn too? After looking through Division 1 thoroughly, Muriel and the rest continued on to the cornflakes sector within the building. Here, they immediately continue their grand tour at the sector's Division 2. This division is where we process raw materials. On my right, are storage tanks used for storing liquid raw materials. And to my left, are storage tanks for the solid raw materials that are sent from Division 1. Muriel looked at the massive silver tanks that had corn kernels constantly being dumped into them by a series of conveyor belts. Alright. Looking at the solid raw materials, specific amounts are sent out to the grinders in batches, where they will be ground to our desired requirements. The ground kernels are then sent to an industrial version of what is known as a pressure cooker. Pressure cooker? What was that? Muriel searched her mind again, and thought nothing like that existed in Baymard. This industrial pressure cooker thing must be new. So it just cooked the kernels in industrial batches? She looked at the massive industrial pressure cooker, which was essentially a massive horizontal tank. We have 12 industrial pressure cookers at the moment. So when specific amounts of ground kernels are placed in the cookers, the operator will lock the lid, and the system will pipe water and flavoring directly into the cooker. From there, we leave each batch to cook for 3 hours tops. As they listened to the supervisor, They also watched the operators and workers control the equipment too. Sir, why is the cooker now rotating? It rotates for an even distribution of heat, and even cooking within the grains. Everyone nodded their heads in agreement and later followed their supervisor towards Division 3. Chapter 453 Initiation complete. Once they arrived at Division 3, their supervisor resumed his tour once more. Muriel looked keenly at what the workers were doing and tried her best to take note of the key procedures. After 3 hours, the kernels from Division 2 have absorbed moisture and flavoring as well. So they get sent to this worm screw system, which separates them into individual tiny chunks too. And to give them a nice flat shape, the corn kernels pass through 2 rollers, and are then sent into an industrial oven via a vibrating conveyor belt. The vibrating conveyor belt then shakes them all as they pass through the oven, to make sure that they are all uniformly dried. The more Muriel listened, the more impressed she became. And just like that, they went to Division 4, which focused on adding vitamins, minerals and so on into the flakes. Of course, following that, they passed through Division 5, which was concerned with packaging and boxing. And when they went back to Division 6 on the ground floor, they focused on storage instead. Muriel looked at the cereal box that read Baymad's Cornflakes in shock. Most of the boxes had a rooster on it, next to a bowl of cereal. But some also had Barbie on them, as well as Superman on them. Did they really finish production just like that? With their production tour over, everyone was immediately assigned to the different divisions. And so just like that, Muriel had officially begun her career within the food industry. But of course, what shocked Muriel the most was how shameless these Baymardians were in the face of new products. As a newcomer in Baymard, how would she have known? A week passed by just like that, and it was finally the day everyone had been waiting for. Today, she would taste these cereal thingies. Oh my god, Muriel, how the hell are you this slow? Kate said while rushing her impatiently. Why are you in a rush? Didn't they say that we could get them at Lachmart? Lachmart was basically Walmart for the Baymardians. Muriel didn't understand why Kate was so much in a rush. But 2 hours later, she felt like strangling her former self instead. The duo left work and arrived at Lachmart. But what they saw stunned Muriel silly. Was this still the Lachmart that she knew? Wasn't this just an arena instead? People were pulling others down, jumping over each other and doing all other crazy stunts. At first, she thought it was ridiculous. But when she heard the salesman announce that only 20 packs of cereal were left on the shelf, she immediately remembered her promise to her little brother to get him a box. She wanted to come up with a plan for her and Kate. But when she looked for her friend, she realized that the girl was already serving the crowd ahead. So with such motivation, how could she let herself hold the short end of the stick? It's mine, over my dead body. Better luck next time, lady. Ha ha ha, I have it. No. You give that back, damn it. Never. I said it's mine. Amidst the chaos and karate chops, she finally clawed her way out of the jungle after successfully grabbing a box. She didn't even care which one she grabbed, so far as it was cereal. She laughed hysterically after paying for it, and placed the cereal within her coat as if she was scared that someone else would grab it from her as well. Kate, who had been waiting for her, looked at her for a full minute before they both burst out in laughter. Kate's lipstick was all smudged up, making her look like a clown. And Muriel had lost one side of her shoes. Their hairs looked like they had just got out of a rock and roll concert, and their clothes were slightly torn as well. Welcome to Baymard, Muriel. This is your real initiation party. I see. I have now refreshed my shameless button setting, and am now happy to be a part of you all. Ha 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 ha. They both laughed and got on a train heading back to their districts. Surprisingly, when they got on, they immediately spotted many people who looked exactly like them. Everyone on the train laughed and retold their own fighting stories. Muriel smiled and held her cereal box tightly. She had no idea what she had taken, but she decided to surprise herself once she went back home. Soon, the train came to a stop at Dragon's Breath station within her district, and she hurriedly made her way back home. Sis, sis, sis. Did you bring it? Asked her cute little brother. Of course. Who do you think your sister is? With that, she opened up her coat revealing the cereal box. Whoa, sis. Rawsome. Hey hey. Of course I am. But sister. Why do you look like this? Underscore. Little Bobo, do you want the cereal or not? Sorry sis. Sorry. I want it. I want it. Then sit here and let's try it out. With that, Muriel went to the kitchen and got herself 2 bowls, 2 spoons and a cart of milk. Now it was time for her to surprise herself. What cereal did she get? Fruit Loops. Well, it wasn't the cereal from her sector. But so what? After the bloodthirsty battle that she had just gone through, how could she not want to try out her reward? The only question she had now was which one came first, the cereal or the milk, and would she need sugar in the milk? After thinking about it for a while, she settled on pouring the milk into the bowl first, before dropping the cereal in, bit by bit. As for sugar, the cereal already seemed to have enough on it, so she felt like adding sugar would be excessive for this type of cereal. Little Bobo. Follow my lead. Yes, sis. With that, little Bobo followed her lead. And when the mixture of both milk and sugary Fruit Loops gave a burst of flavor in his mouth, the cereal was crunchy and felt like a party of all sorts of flavors. He chewed and ate as fast as he could, and by the time he had realized it, the cereal that he had placed into the milk was all gone. More. He grabbed more and placed in his bowl again. And surprisingly, he saw his sister doing the same too. Muriel felt truly proud to be working for the cereal industry. If someone would have told her that this sort of thing existed, she would have definitely denied it wholeheartedly. But now, staying in Baymard, aka the land of magic, she had come to realize that the human brain was truly a treasure. Little Bobo grabbed another handful again, and when he dropped it into his bowl, it made a huge splash. Splash. What was that? Little Bobo looked at his bowl and found a wrapped-up mini Superman floating in his bowl. Sis. A toy just came out. Muriel looked at the toy and her eyes immediately lit up. How could she have forgotten that these cereals had toys in them? Little Bobo was so happy. As he unwrapped the toy, he looked at the cereal box which said collect them all, and immediately made Muriel buy only this cereal for him from now on. He wanted more action figures, damn it. And so just like that, the cereal fiasco in Baymard came to an end. Or did it? Chapter 454 Mr. You-Know-Who Prevost Secret Base, Arcadina. The bare trees danced as the slightly chilly air blew past them, and the heavy rainfall just added to how chilling the place was. Young Master Mr. You-Know-Who has arrived. William pushed the red window curtains to the side and immediately spotted several men getting off their horses. And once they did, they immediately made their way towards the building where he was at. Their leader was all dressed in black and also wore a black mask on his face as well. William smiled slightly, before turning to his aides who seemed to be frightened by the black-masked leader below. Let's go. With that, he made his way down floor, and finally came face to face with the masked leader. Upon seeing William, the leader and his immediately went down on bended knees. We greet the young master. Collins and McCain, who were always terrified of the masked man, were shocked at how this scary man could lower himself before the young master. Well, this wasn't the first time that they had seen the man kneel or show his adoration or respect for the young master, but it was just that every time he did it, it would make them scared silly, as they knew how terrifying and frightening the man was. You may rise. With that, the masked man rose up, looked at William and sighed. Sigh. Young master, you look more and more like your father every day, the masked man asked, before removing his mask. And who was Mr. You-Know-Who? Well, it was someone who had been working with William's father Odin for more than 20 years now. This person was actually very popular and well known all across Arcadina. But many people didn't know that he had another identity. Or rather, many people didn't know that such an arrogant, overpowered, and overbearing man could have a leader. one that was at least 15 years younger than him for that matter. And who was this famous man? Of course, it was none other than Mr. Death, aka Yukno-Ho. Well, Mr. Death had become a folk tale that brought fear amongst many nobles and common folks. Only those who hired his services called him Mr. Death, but many called him Mr. Yukno-Ho instead. And all this was because of the games he liked playing with his victims, as well as the way he killed them. What sort of sick person would lock an entire family in a house and ask them to kill each other? The funny thing was, Mr. Death had freed up all the children, as he said that they were too weak to give him a proper show. In short, the only people that he involved in these games were the adult nobles and the guards. So the 5-year-olds and even 8-year-olds were immediately sent out of the house, as well as the maids and butlers. There was a famous incident where such a thing had happened, and then the entire family killed each other non-stop, with the only survivor being the 22-year-old man. From that day, even though many people knew that maybe the man killed to survive, they still branded him as an outcast, as no one wanted to allow their daughters to marry such a man even though they knew that he was still a noble. And so the man stayed his entire life in that entire estate all alone. No servant wanted to work under him, and even thieves were afraid to rob the estate. As Mr. Death had left a very deadly message before he left. Mr. Death had promised the winner of his competition survival, as well as his protection. So that meant that those who wanted to harm or steal from the man would face Mr. Death's wrath. And so the man was safe within his city. He learned how to farm and did other basic things as well. But going to the markets or any other place was truly hard since no one wanted to stand anywhere close to him. In the end, some of them said that they saw the man leave along with the children that Mr. Death had spared. It was said that the man would probably go to a faraway city to start his life anew. Just with how Mr. Death operated, many nobles were afraid to even say his name out loud except they wanted his services. It was even believed that saying his name 4 times in a row could make the man magically appear and target them. So they called him Yukno-Ho instead. As for how Mr. Death had ended up working for William, all this would be traced way back when Odin was still the crown prince. At that time, the young Odin had seen a boy who was 3 years younger than him, crying and wailing at the top of his lungs. The boy had just lost his parents, and their house had burnt down because of debt collectors. Odin of course took pity on the child and took him in. The child wanted to be strong, so the child worked hard and started taking assassination missions on his own without telling Odin. At the time he only used the skills that the Odin had taught him during night training. But as time went on, the boy grew more powerful and made some new comrades who called him boss along the way. Long story short, the boy was out on a mission when Alec decided to play a fast one on Odin. And by the time he came back, he heard that Odin had died. Of course, without seeing Odin's body, he searched day and night until he finally found Odin again. From there, the rest was history. So unbeknownst to many people, Mr. Death had always been working for William's family from the get-go. And once William came of age, Odin made William to be Mr. Death's boss. Thinking about it now, the assassination thing was also a way of collecting information as well. Everyone believed that he was the boss, so no one would suspect anything at all. How else would Caliban and the rest of the Barnes tell him their plans and secrets? Of course he also had his ways to know their plans even without them telling him. But wasn't it way better to get info straight out the horse's mouth? In short, James Barnes was now dead. But he had died thinking that Eli was responsible for that little game that he had previously set up. Ha ha ha. Even Carrie Barnes had also invited a wild like him into her home, TSK. As for William's guards and men, they were scared of Mr. Death because of his training methods. The man had a weird way of training them, that made them feel worse than death. So when it concerned anything about this, they immediately took it seriously. Even the folk tales about calling his name 4 times. In their minds, calling his name would make him appear and train them even harder. So they also called him Mr. Yukno-Ho too. Better to be safe than sorry. little brats. It's really been a long time. Now that I'm here, I'll have to take advantage of this time and give you all more training," Mr. Death said while flashing Collins and McCain a very mysterious smile. Hearing this, both of them started to tremble slightly while looking at William pitifully. "Young master, please save us." William shook his head wryly, as he really couldn't help them in this matter. "Uncle, how was your trip here?" "Young master, it was fine. I've also finished the mission you last gave me, and within a month, we should see the effect of it all." "Good. Thank you, uncle. But in the meantime, let's go to my study first." "Yes, young master." They walked and talked about other matters of importance until they arrived at William's study. 3 minutes later, Mr. Death burst out in crazed laughter, while gripping the letters in his hands tightly. "Ha ha 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 ha." Collins and McCain immediately jumped up from fright and took several steps back. Mr. Death dropped his head for a bit after laughing, and soon, his entire aura turned scary. "Young master, I will leave immediately, but I want him brought here alive. For touching my mother, I'll make him wish that he were dead." "Now go." "As you wish, young master." With that, Mr. Death left the study, and William walked towards his window instead. He looked at the moody outdoors and silently watched the heavy rain trickle down his window. Slytherin Cord. Your time is finally up. Chapter 455. An uncontrollable subordinate. Meanwhile, as William and Mr. Death made their own plans, Eli on the other hand was losing his wits' end instead. Eli was currently staying in a luxurious inn within Belltown. This town was just a week and a half away from his official base, that was given to him by Alec. After months and weeks of traveling, he had finally arrived in the town. Soon, he would reach Whitewood City. But for now, his horses and men needed to rest for a bit, as they had been riding non-stop for 2 days now. In addition to that, there was also another major reason why he stopped here. "Your Highness, the letter has arrived," said Zarius, his most trusted aide. Eli calmly took the letter from the tray while crossing his legs, and began reading patiently. After reading it, he then tapped his fingers on his chair before passing the letter to his aide. "Zarius, what do you think?" "My lord, I think he's finally lost it." "Indeed, he has." Eli looked out his window while seemingly feeling thought. What the hell was wrong with Slytherin Cord? Eli was deeply regretting having this psycho work for him. Over the years, Slytherin had been getting too overly obsessed with the ghostly prince. The man had even scared his own subordinates silly with his mad obsession. And it was due to this very obsession that Slytherin no longer listened to Eli anymore. He no longer took missions from Eli, except those that involved the ghostly prince in them. It was getting very hard to manage Slytherin, and this was the problem. 8 months back, Slytherin had stopped reporting his whereabouts to Eli, and also didn't respond to his letters too. He then sent his men to look for Slytherin for fear that maybe his enemies might have gotten to him. It wasn't that he was worried about the guy. Nope, what he was truly worried about were all his plans and secrets coming to light. So he sent his men to search for Slytherin everywhere. But when he finally found the bastard, the ingrate told him sternly that he was busy. Busy? One would think that they were in a relationship with the way Slytherin was acting. Was he some dude chasing after a woman so as to win her love? What the hell? Eli truly felt as his patience was thin with this dude. But since he had initially planned for Slytherin to take out the ghostly prince, he just held in his rage and decided to watch the show. Now, the issue was that the show had been blocked. He couldn't watch it unless he sent in more spies to get as much information as they could. Slytherin had been too secretive as of late, and he had no idea why. All he knew was that the psycho had kidnapped some middle-aged woman with warts and scars in her face. He didn't know what that woman was, but seeing how obsessed Slytherin was with the ghostly prince, he instantly knew that the women would definitely have some sort of connection with the ghost prince. Your Highness, I think that keeping him alive will only make it worse for us to deal with later. You have a point, but you're forgetting one main factor. The ghostly prince. Zarius looked at the smiling Eli confusedly. Think about it deeply. Do you think that the ghostly prince would allow him to survive after the bastard touched someone dear to him? Of course not. They would obviously fight it out. So we need the bastard alive to deal with the ghostly prince. But your highness, based on how many times the ghostly prince has beaten Slytherin at his one game, won't he just lose as usual? Why does his highness feel like this time will be any different? Zarius said with a hinge of disdain in his time, when speaking about Slytherin. In his mind, the dude was a complete loser, who had continuously lost all his battles with just one dude. What miraculous result could come out from such a man? In short, his only accomplishment or advantage that he had ever gotten over the ghostly prince was from kidnapping that lady. So in Zarius' eyes, Slytherin was no better than a general who went to war and came back defeated multiple times. If it were him, wouldn't he have already felt with the ghostly prince by now? HMPH. But Zarius had forgotten that the ghostly prince wasn't any ordinary man, because if Slytherin were to tackle other major missions, he would definitely get them done in a blink of an eye. It was just that this time, he had truly met his match. What a useless man, Zarius thought. Eli smiled, lifted his legs and placed them onto his table. Zarius. Don't let your ego cloud your judgment. This time will be different. This time, he had kidnapped someone and is trying to lure a ghostly prince towards him. So tell me, in a situation like this, wouldn't one be fully prepared before luring their enemies in? This time, he might actually succeed in dealing with the ghostly prince instead. Zarius listened attentively to Eli's thoughts. But even though he knew that they made sense, he still didn't fully believe that Slytherin could pull it off. As they talked, Eli immediately wrote a letter and had it to a messenger to deliver it out immediately. He had no idea when the final throwdown would be, so he had to keep his men stationed around all of Slytherin's bases just in case. Zarius, what about the other thing that I asked you to look into? Your Highness, the alchemists are still looking into it. But from what they said, they have no way of creating lightning yet. Eli frowned and thought deeply. How did those Baymardians manage to make lightning come out of those tiny black sticks? Did he have to call a witch doctor so as to make it possible? If he had such powerful weapons, then who would dare to even compete with him? He thought for a while before finally giving up. It looked like the only way he could ever own that godly weapon was by conquering Baymard, and that in itself wasn't going to be easy. Nonetheless, he felt like he was up for the challenge. Zarius, just let Slytherin be. After he deals with the ghostly prince, then we'll kill him. But for now, just let him be. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 456 Special Delivery. Your Majesty, we have arrived. Lieutenant Beery, what exactly is going on here? Yes, Your Majesty, here's a letter for you. A few minutes later, _. Right now, Beery and his crew had finally arrived in Gum City as per their original plans. They were to come on over, pick Landon up, and head on back to Baymard swiftly. Of course, at the same time, if the doctors assigned for research had come up with what they believed was a proper theory, hypothesis and solution for the Shinjip disease, then he would go back with some of the doctors and produce effective drugs that had the right formula and elements for curing the disease. For sure, Landon decided to leave the rest of the nurses, doctors and soldiers here, since they needed to continue looking out for the citizens, as well as containing the disease while waiting for the cure he sent back. So with all that said, Landon did expect Beery to arrive at Ngum City within this time frame. But what he didn't expect was that apart from the prisoners, Beery and his crew would also drag along 3 other captives as well. Off the bat, Landon could tell that these captives had somewhat special identities, because even though they were tied up and bounded, they were made to travel within regular wagons rather than prison wagons. But funny enough, even with their special identities, they were still gagged and tied up like common prisoners. What had they done for them to be shipped to him in this manner? Of course, He knew that Biri had the rest had probably left their mouths gagged for a good reason. Looking at their arrogant and condescending stars, Landon was sure that if he removed what was in their mouths, they would rain insults on him non-stop. And one shouldn't forget that when traveling, to avoid large flocks of thrives or bandits, it was better to shut up. So with these captives yapping and maybe even screaming all day long, why wouldn't they get gagged? Sure, Biri and the rest might be able to deal with thieves and bandits. But why take the risk? Landon looked at them and sighed. He could see their arrogance from a mile away. And looking at their faces, he also had a guess as to who they really were. But just to be sure, he decided to swiftly read the letter so as to confirm his suspicions on the matter. Opening the envelope, Landon quickly realized that 4 letters had been put into the envelope. The first letter was from Santa. Of course, trust Santa to write rubbish. Within the first few paragraphs, he wrote about missing Landon's cooking and whatnot. And at this point, Landon truly wondered when he had ever cooked for this brother of his. For sure, there were other nonsensical things written in the note as well. But the only thing that was worth mentioning in this sea of nonsense called a letter, was the fact that he and Penelope had decided to get married next summer. With that, Landon placed the note away immediately and focused on the other 3 notes. The second was from Penelope and the third was from Carmelo. These 2 letters focused on government affairs and health matters in Corona. Of course, they also focused on talking about the overall state of the prisoners, as well as giving gratitude to the fact that Biri and the crew had left tips on how to properly manage their prison and prisoners. They also thanked Landon for going out of his way to solve the Shinjet problem. When Biri had previously told them how serious the situation was, they were utterly shocked by it all and were a little bit terrified too. So from the letter, they would also gather and send some more people to Gum City to help the Baymardian soldiers, doctors and nurses out immediately. From the note, Carmelo would personally come down to take a look and help out in the matter. And since he might be staying here for months, of course Carmelo couldn't follow Biri back at that time, as he had to plan out his stay in Gum City, as well as spend time with his family before leaving. Lieutenant Biri. You and your team did well in guiding the Coronian prison guards on how to properly run their prison. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. They responded in unison. With that, Landon kept the letters from those 2 away, and now focused on the final one. This one was from Adrian. And sure enough, it detailedly explained why they had bundled up and shipped these 3 captives to him. Landon read the letter silently, before walking towards the captives calmly. Remove the cloth in their mouths. Yes, your majesty, answered a few soldiers standing close to the captives. Now, the captives could speak freely. You bunch of insolent fools. How dare you keep up tied up like this? Do you know who we are? No. Do you know who I am? How dare to kill this prince tied up? As the second prince of Corona, I demand that you barbarians quickly take us back to the palace now, and I might just forgive you all for doing all this. So you all think that you're so slick? Aren't you the ones who convinced grandfather and father to send us here? Do you think I don't know what is going on? I'm sure that you and that wicked sister of ours sent us here to die, right? What? Brother, is what you're saying true? Of course it's true. Damn it. So you all are working for that BCH sister of ours? Is she so threatened by us that she made you all do this? Well, screw you then. I'm immortal and cannot die now, so do your worst. The surrounding soldiers looked at the captives and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Apart from insulting them, these captives would answer their own questions and come up with their own theories as to why they were here. What sort of people had they been forced to kidnap? Landon could almost imagine Carmelo and Adrian giving him a slight smile. Curses. He had been had. Chapter 457. Arrogant captives. Everyone looked at the captives and sighed. Sure enough, they were just spoiled brats, and judging from the way they talked amongst themselves, one could tell that these princes were extremely stubborn, as they didn't even listen or wait for an explanation to their questions. Instead, they were confident that they had come up with the right theory as to why they had been taken away from the capital. without even conforming their suspicions first. They were really something else. Landon looked at them and sighed as well. Apparently, these were Penelope's brothers. The first Prince Robert, the second Prince Asher, the third Prince Neeson. And why had they been tied up and sent to Landon? Well, that had to do with their obsession with the throne. From what he had read, ever since Penelope became ruler of Corona, these brothers had been constantly targeting her everywhere she went. After Penelope's coronation years ago, Carmelo had posted these brothers to towns located on the outskirts of the empire. They were to look after these towns and in a way, act like the town leader or chief who would report all political decisions to Penelope. But how could they be pleased with just governing a mere town? It wasn't even a city, for God's sake. So rather than governing it, they squandered all the money meant for the town in trying to make an even stronger army so as to take Penelope down. They also added new tax laws in their towns, and forcefully took the people's grains and other food as well. But unbeknownst to them, Carmelo posted them so as to test them. So when he and Adrian heard of all that they had been doing, they had been utterly disappointed and immediately stripped them of that position. For sure, even at that, these brothers didn't stop causing havoc or targeting their sister whenever they had the chance to do so. They had even tried communicating with Nopline and other very powerful men and had asked for their help in aiding their sister step down from the throne. The good thing was that they had never wanted their sister killed. They just wanted to destroy her forces and make her step down. This alone showed that they weren't all that bad, compared to his own siblings who all wanted him dead instead. Anyway, after close to a year of constantly bugging and disrupting many of Penelope's plans, the brothers had immediately been forcefully captured and brought back to the palace again. And since then, they had been grounded in the palace for many years now. Of course, under strict observations, they were allowed to go out only once a week. But even at that, these princes had still tried to escape from the palace humorously. In truth, for years now, their family didn't know what to do with them, especially Carmelo and Adrian. But after seeing Biri and the rest of the Baymardian crew, Adrian suddenly had an epiphany and quickly discussed it with Carmelo, Penelope and Santa. And so just like that, they shipped these captives to Landon speedily. Landon massaged his temples and smiled wryly. From what the letter stated, it appears that they wanted these princes to train within the Coronian Military Academy in Baymard for 2.5 years. Landon thought about it for a bit and couldn't agree more with Adrian's vision. Staying in the military would definitely straighten up their character to some degree. And if they were truly lucky, it would straighten up their character completely. Adrian probably wanted them to change, so that they could come back to Corona and finally aid their sister in looking after their beloved empire. At that time, to test them, they might even be sent back to those towns that they had almost destroyed while governing. If they could govern better, and completely earn the forgive the people in those towns, then they might even be given more places to govern. At least that's how Landon would try to test them if they did change. But of course, everything was up to Penelope to decide where her brothers would be posted to. How dare you treat us like this? You're definitely a villain. What did we ever do to you? Why are you so wicked? Landon twitched while folding the letters and listening to these princes rang about heaven knows what. Gag them. Yes, your majesty. The soldiers immediately did as they were told, as they were already having a headache from listening to these princes ramble on and on. Finally, some peace and quiet, the soldiers thought. As for the princes who were currently being gagged again, their hearts were on fire with rage, as they looked like they would eat Landon alive any moment from honor. Their faces were all red and distorted from all the screaming, as continuously tried to mumble and talk even in their current predicament. Landon had to admit, even though they did seem somewhat childish, even when they thought that they were their enemies, these princes never backed down at all. At least they had courage. Not bad. Once the princes were taken care of, Landon then relayed the overall situation to the princes and soldiers. Of course the princes didn't truly believe it. and still felt like this whole setup was a conspiracy theory of some sort. As for the soldiers, they quickly nodded in agreement to Adrian's plans for the princes. With all that said and done, Landon continued focusing on the other priorities. Dr. Ragnar, get the doctors and nurses in our team to prepare as soon as possible, because tomorrow morning, we'll be leaving and heading straight back to Baymard. And once the pharmaceutical industry produces the cure, you all will come back again and aid in administering the cure. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, both the soldiers and the medical team did their best to prepare everything for their leave. And so just like that, the next day, Landon, Biri and their crew had finally left Ngum City. Chapter 458. Back again. Time flew by again, and just like that, the year was almost coming to an end, as it was already the last week of November. And currently making their way towards the Baymardian dock were Landon and his gang. The chilly air immediately caressed Landon's cheeks, and the sounds of the people talking, exclaiming and laughing, quickly greeted Landon's ears. Home sweet home. Stepping onto Baymard, even though the soldiers didn't readily show it facially, they were secretly pleased and overly happy to be back home again. Many of them missed their girlfriends, boyfriends, husbands, wives, children, parents, in-laws and other important people in their lives. They had been out for close to 4 months, and even though they were very happy to serve their empire, help other people and do amazing missions, they still got lonely once in a while out there when they thought of their loved ones. For many of them, after reporting to the barracks, as per the rules, those who went out on missions could get a 2-week or 1-week vacation if they wanted to. So many of them quickly applied for their leave. Of course, it would take a few days for it to be approved. But nonetheless, the soldiers decided to quickly see their loved ones now and head on back to the barracks before nightfall. And so many of them showed up to pick their children up from school, and even decided to surprise their wives or husbands who were working in public areas like the mall. It was a touching moment for many of them. Their families screamed in shock and hugged them tightly while crying from joy, and those around all clapped as well. And by the end of their surprise visit, the soldiers all went back to the barracks again, as they had to wait for their leave to be approved before they went on vacation. As for the prisoners and princes, when they had previously made their way out of the ship, their entire bodies trembled from shock, as they observed the scenery before them. They blinked and rubbed their eyes multiple times, as they felt that Baymard was unreal. They all looked at Landon again as if trying to see through his soul. But after looking for what seemed like ages, they still couldn't see past the dude. Over the journey here, these prisoners, especially the S-class ones, had all learnt that these Baymardians were mysterious and not to be messed with. The S-class prisoners didn't even know how they had gotten this far. In their minds, one moment they were in their Coronian prison cells, the next moment they were already tied up and far away from the Coronian capital city. In short, they didn't understand how they could pass out without anyone knocking them or injuring them. This didn't make any sense at all. But nonetheless, the S-class prisoners weren't too fazed at all, as they still looked like they wanted to cut down the innocent people that they spotted. Ha ha ha. Do you think that this alone would scare me? Like I promised, I will still tear you limb from limb so as to study you. After all, they don't call me the doctor for nothing. Look at all this food around me. Just looking at the people below makes me salivate. I wonder if the prison guards here will taste any better. As this class prisoners talked about how they were going to snatch up their next victims, Landon immediately contacted the prison and informed them of how many prisoners they had at hand. And after waiting for a while, several prisoner transport buses drive into the coastal region. The prisoners were then boarded and shipped away. Of course, as for the S-class prisoners, after arriving at the prison, they were tranquilized again. And by the time they woke up, they were now untied and freely locked up in their cells. The cell was nothing they had ever seen before, and honestly, they highly doubted that they would have a chance to escape to attack any of the guards. Damn it. They sat down and thought of how to overcome this problem. But at the moment, nothing seemed to come to mind. And for the first time, They truly felt trapped and imprisoned. As for the princes, they hadn't given Landon a moment's rest. So he couldn't wait to send them off quickly. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you taking us, and what do you want to do with us?" "Yeah, what do you want?" "I know that you think that we're very handsome, but just so you know, we don't swing that way at all. I don't know what our evil sister has told you, but we like women." "Yeah, we like women." "So how can you be so shameless as to want us as your concubines?" Landon looked at the trio speechlessly and couldn't help but facepalm himself. Who the hell said anything about taking them in as concubines? He too liked women all right, and even if he liked men, why would he want to take in a group of parrots? He wouldn't even have one night's sleep if he did. "Gag them?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Landon massaged his temples slightly and sighed faintly. These princes were too exhausting to be around with. Ever since they had left Gum City, they had left these princes gagged up. And every time that he ungagged them for mealtime, they would always spring up new hypotheses as to why Landon had taken them away. So Landon wasn't the least bit shocked by their new hypotheses on what they thought was going on. Of course, as requested by Adrian, the princes were immediately taken to the Coronian barracks in District B. Since the Corona pays for the bi-weekly salaries for these Coronian soldiers training here, the princes would only get their first paycheck later on. So Landon had immediately made sure that these spoiled princes had enough money that could last them till then, for sure. Adrian had also sent down pocket money for them. But he had instructed Landon to give the bare minimum monthly. One had to know that they were princes. So even though they would get the same paycheck as those in their ranks, Adrian had kept a lot more money on the side for them as well. But Landon could only give them the money if it was an emergency, or if they had changed for the better. And so with the princes and prisoners sorted out, Landon immediately made his way to the castle to freshen up. Stepping into the castle, they quickly made his way into his room and didn't even bother to look for anyone, because by this time, both Lucy, Mother Kim, Grace and Mother Winnie would still be teaching in school. And with Lucius and the rest out as well, Landon was the only one within the castle. Everyone was busy, so he chose to see them later on tonight. As for now, he decided to visit King Mikhail again, after close to 4 months. The man's injuries should have been at least 90% healed by now, so it was time to sign that contract. Chapter 459. 2 down, 3 more to go. After fleshing up and eating his fill, Landon then made his way to Mikhail's private ward. The ward was spacious and even had some basic gym equipment in them. Landon stepped in and was utterly shocked by Mikhail's transformation. He had gone from a sickly lanky skinny dude to the buff man that he had always been. Of course, all this wasn't easy. Before leaving, Landon had left a personal training and diet regime for Mikhail based on his condition. Within the first month, he started off with very light training, which slowly progressed to heavy training later on. Mikhail now looked as if he had gotten his body physically fit for an action movie, as the tiny drops of sweat that slowly made their way down his cobra-like waist and back, with one could tell that the man's muscles were extremely defined. In addition to that, Mikhail's face wasn't cracked and pale as it used to be. Now, he looked at least 10 years younger, and his healthy glow made him stand out all the more. True enough, even though he was in his 40s, the man still looked dashing and extremely handsome. Landon walked into the ward when Mikhail was lifting some weights at the side, so he could see the man's full transformation in one go. Noticing that someone had entered his ward, Mikhail stopped and dropped the weights in his hands before turning around to face his visitor. Of course he knew that it would be Landon, as his private nurse had already told him that Landon had called and would be on his way soon. Also, the amount of security outside his door would make it near impossible for people to just walk in without permission. Only someone highly trained would successfully get into his ward without making any distracting sounds at all. Long time no see, brat. How was your mission? Mikhail asked while catching the white hand towel that Landon had thrown his way. It's still in progress. But let's just say that for now, it's all good. Here, old man, I brought you some fruits. HMPH. Who are you calling old? Brat. I obviously look like I'm 15. So with how good looking I am right now, how can you look me in the face and call me old? Anything you say, old man. So let's talk about you. How do you feel now? Like a new man. Mikhail responded happily. At first, even though he had some hope, he didn't truly believe that Landon would be able to make him buff again. But after using what they call weights and other gym equipment like the jump ropes, and simple pulley weight machines and cycling machines, he could immediately feel his thighs and other body regions get stronger and more defined as time went by. His abs were now hard as a rock, and his body looked so good that he felt like making a few poses every time he stood in front of a mirror alone. He was extremely pleased with his results, especially when his wife would blush hard whenever she saw him. It felt really great to be looked at like that again. I'm glad that you're feeling better. So, back to business. What do you think about Baymard? Landon asked with a sly smile on his face. Mikhail looked at Landon deeply and thought for a while. One had to know that this brat was a mischievous one. After all this time, Mikhail still didn't know the real reason why Landon had rescued him. And there was no way that he would believe that lame excuse that Landon had previously told him, even though the brat said that he rescued him because he liked Mikhail. Mikhail's intuition told him that there was more to it than that. And so with that in mind, the moment his body was cleared of the poison, even though he knew that he would have to stay in the hospital until Landon returned, he still requested to go visit his family on weekends. Of course, Landon approved of this arrangement before he left, and just like that, Mikhail would stay in the hospital on weekdays and go to his new Baymardian home on weekends. For sure. Apart from seeing his family, he would also go out, research and see how the people here lived. Were they happy? Did they hate their ruler? Were they financially stable? One could know more about a ruler by how his people thought of him. Going around, Michael was really shocked by how Baymard was ruled. Several government policies and decisions were posted on several government properties, and one could easily know if they were doing the wrong things or not. And if a policy change had to be done, it would be announced weeks and even months before it was supposed to take effect. The government structure was clean, clear, simple, and looked after everyone whether rich or poor. Another thing that also shocked him was the strength of women here as well. They were as smart, and if not smarter than many of the men. And even with this power, they still looked up to and respected their husbands cordially. Whenever he got home, his wife would show him a list of how she had spent their household expenses. She would also take him to the back, where they also made financial plans as well. Even though they knew that they would someday leave Baymard, they still wanted to learn as much as they could from these Baymardians, so that they could make their own, make Tariq great too. The way Landon ruled Baymard made Mikhail know that he had a long way to go. Before coming here, he thought he had done it all. But when he thought of how he had never bothered about some things in Tariq like decreasing death rate and so on, he truly felt like he had failed as a king. One should know that in this era, the strong survived and the weak perished. Everyone had already accepted this as the way of life in this cruel world. But seeing how these Baymardians donated during their church services and sent money to less fortunate places, even he couldn't help but feel some sort of way. Even old clothes, sweaters, blankets and so on were sent to less fortunate people as well. In short, there was something about this place that truly made one feel human, and all of this made him think of how to better Tariq even more. In addition to this, when he had heard that Corona and Baymard signed a treaty years ago, he couldn't help but think about signing a treaty with Baymard as well. Brat, to be honest, you're a good ruler, whose people adore you and see you as their ray of hope. It would be a lie if I tell you that I'm not impressed by Baymard. You've really done well. So with that in mind, just like Corona, I would also like for Tariq to sign a treaty with Baymard. I want the same benefits that Corona had. which includes a transport route between Baymard and Tariq too. Sure. Luckily for you, I was thinking the same thing too, Landon said while presenting the contract before Mikhail. Mikhail looked at the contract and was completely taken aback. Why was it that this brat was always one step ahead of him? And why did it feel like the brat was happier to sign this treaty than he was? Of course, before they both signed, they got Lucius and some other people to come on over and bear witness as well. As witnesses also needed to place their signatures on the document as well. They both decided that even though they signed it, the news about the treaty couldn't be announced yet until Mikhail took his throne back from Kamara and Nopline. Since winter was coming, Mikhail decided to not wage war now, as winter wars were extremely hard to ensure victory. Instead, he chose to use this time to find the crown prince, his second princess and his first wife who had previously escaped. With the treaty signed, Landon couldn't help but smile broadly. 2 empires down, 3 more to go before the Pino continent became united. And so, Landon spent some time talking about how they were going to Tariq back, as well as promised Mikhail that he would look for the crown prince too. The system had given him a mission that required him to find that prince, so he decided to begin his search now that he was back. And after talking with Mikhail, Landon quickly made his way towards the lower region. It was time for him to design a ski and snowboarding park. Chapter 460. Ready for takeoff, eh? Ah! Your Majesty, welcome back, Tim said, with a very broad smile plastered onto his face. It has been too long since he saw His Majesty. Several months had gone by, and in a few more days, it'll already be December. How had everything been? Landon asked while taking a seat in Tim's office. Your Majesty, it's been pretty good. And since you're here, let me show you the progress reports that I've gotten from all those taking charge of the projects that you had previously dished out, Tim said while flipping countless reports on his table. Ah! Here they are, Your Majesty. The first report that Landon looked at involved cathode TVs and cathode cameras. From the report, the construction of the manufacturing industry for these devices should be completed in mid-December, so production would have to wait till then. As for the people who had been hired to train and understand all they could about these devices, after so many months, they seemed to have a better understanding of it all. And from the report, it seemed like they were all improving gradually as time went by. Landon speedily looked through the report before opening up the next one. This one was the landline project, and from what he could see, in a few days from now, the land phones would hit the market, causing another sensation again. Your Majesty, right now. Some of the telephone cables have already been buried underground alongside the major highways close to commercial regions, while others have been placed on the high tensile strength poles instead. Good. And did you and the team face any major problems? Did any accidents occur? No, Your Majesty. This time, no accidents had occurred when doing the project. But within the company, someone fell after the floor was waxed and hit his head hard on the floor. There was blood on the floor, Your Majesty. Is the person okay? He's fine, Your Majesty. Did the cleaners put the yellow cleaning signs there? Yes, Your Majesty. It was just that the person was in a rush to go to the bathroom. Sigh. Have a safety talk again about work safety. Anything other accidents? No, Your Majesty. That's good to hear, Landon said while recalling when there was a huge fire in the alchemy lab just before he left. Every week, Landon would request for feedback on accidents, whether small or big. This way, they would know whether to replace floorings, equipment or anything else, so as to make the work environment safe. Landon looked at the phone line project and nodded in approval. Some of the cables had been buried underground, while the rest had been placed as high-tension cables. But methods had their pros and cons. For starters, back on Earth, even though many people argued that burying the telephone cables was the most ideal method, less than 20% of major cities actually did so. The main reason being the cost. It costs a lot to pay engineers to drill holes and place these cables underground throughout entire cities. That alone could cost hundreds and thousands of millions alone. but when compared to placing electric poles across cities, it was 100 times cheaper. So most cities chose to leave their electric cables hanging in the open. But some major cities, like Manhattan and California, had chosen to bite the bullet and bury over 95% of their phone line cables underground. There were so many reasons why hanging the cables out was a bad idea. First off, maintenance was such a drag. Even though many cities had stopped using the traditional wooden poles and now used high tensile strength metal poles, it still didn't stop some disasters from happening. Back on Earth, hurricanes, snowstorms and other weather events had easily destroyed these poles. And the problem was that these poles could fall onto the highway, and kill those driving there. Some people have been electrocuted, fried and burned just because of the poles. In some cases, the electricity from the poles, coupled with the spark and fuel from a car, just caused an even bigger explosion altogether. At least with underground wiring, no one would die from such incidences due to the weather. Sure, in the face of natural disasters like tornadoes and hurricanes, even though both underground and above-ground cables were typically destroyed, the percent of destruction for those above ground was usually greater. And when coupled to the fact that it could accidentally injure or kill people who were trying to flee for their lives, of course, many people didn't see it as favorable. In addition to that, all throughout winter, heavy snow and ice could freeze the wires and cause them to snap. Now, if the power station didn't notice this on time, this could be a real issue. One part of the snapped wire will still be receiving electrical currents from the station. So if these wires touch the snow below, as well as animals or people. Of course, it's game over. Water was a good conductor of electricity, so it was just too risky altogether. But one didn't have to be so quick in choosing the underground cabling as well, since it had its own cons too other than cost. Doing maintenance and repairs was in a way, a nightmare. If a region within Baymard lost power, sure, they could easily identify what the problem was from the power station. But unlike cable poles that one could do maintenance on for just a few hours or a day or two, underground maintenance could take longer. The company would have to send a team to dig up the place and fix up the entire place. This could take a week or more just to properly solve the issue, which would definitely make a lot of people cry. Landon was sure that the Baymardians had gotten so used to electricity that they had probably forgotten how to live with just fire torches alone. Not to talk about the fact that they now had fridges and so on. So when looking at both cabling methods, in general, above-ground cabling was more vulnerable during rain, thunderstorms, winds and tornadoes, while underground cabling was more vulnerable to extreme flooding, and was more expensive in blackouts, maintenance and so on. Looking at the pros and cons, Landon decided to adapt both cabling methods in Baymard. Just like most residential streets on Earth, one would find cable poles running across them. So he had decided to place high-tensile metal poles there, rather than wooden poles. And for commercial regions, of course it would have to be underground. After all, it would look ugly if one went to any of the popular areas and saw so many cables hanging around the place. Tim, so in 6 days' time, these phone lines would hit the market? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. Chapter 461 Phone Companies and Brands. Landon looked at the report in his hands and smiled. Once the land phones hit the market, people would definitely call the phone company workers to install their landlines for them. One shouldn't forget that the military base, schools, police company, malls, all the industries, and other workplaces will also have to get these landlines. So in short, within these next few weeks, Landon knew that the phone companies would be extremely busy. The reason why Landon said phone companies was because he had decided to make 2 of them. And these phone companies would be exactly like T-Mobile, Bell or Koodo back on Earth. They were just in charge of wiring cables and providing different phone brands like Samsung and Apple phones to the customers. From customer services on the phones, to getting orders done, ensuring people paid their phone bills and so on. These two phone companies would do it all. The reason why Landon said two phone companies was because competition was very healthy for growth. These companies would come up with their phone plans and pricing so as to compete and get more customers under them. With that said, Landon and the board of directors had decided to name two phone companies Rocky and Horizon, so the Baymardians would be under either one of them, so as to get any present or future phones in Baymard. As for what phone brands will be provided, Landon had also decided to create two brands as well. Of course, each brand had its own manufacturing site, where they had to come up with new innovating phone ideas so as to get the customers hooked. Just like how Apple, Nokia, and other phone brands come up with new ideas each year, these brands would also have to do the same as well. But to give them a helping hand, Landon had made sure that each brand had one thing that the other didn't. In short, each brand had its own pros and cons, so as to appeal to a variety of customers. Some had better phone plans, while others had phones that could allow up to 4 people to talk on the same call. Others had better privacy settings, while others focused more on parental settings as well. In short, each phone brand. Either way, Landon felt that competition would inspire new ideas and make these phone brands adapt to changes in the future, as well as better understand the concept of giving customers each what they want. As for the names chosen for these brands, they were called Eagle and LX. So rather than people saying, "I just got a new Samsung phone," instead, they would say, "I just got a new Eagle phone or LX phone." Landon looked through the rest of the projects with a satisfied grin on his face. Things were progressing as planned. Now it was time to talk about their main reason why he was here. Tim, since everything is set and ready to go, which phone company provider and phone brand will you be using? Your Majesty. I want to use Rocky as my phone service provider. They have good phone plans for the long run. But my wife wants to use Horizon instead. Your Majesty. The main issue revolves around our phone brand choices. I want the LX 1.5, but my wife wants the Eagle 4S. Rocky offers a great deal for the phone brand that I want, and Horizon offers a great phone deal for what my wife wants. My wife is adamant about having that Eagle 1S phone no matter what. Your Majesty. Why are women so stubborn? Ha 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 ha. Okay. Why do you like the LX 1.5? Your Majesty. What's not to like? It looks cooler, has a bigger dial pad, and has more voicemail options compared to the LX 1.0, 1.1 and even the 1.4 version. But Your Majesty, my wife likes the Eagle 4S, simply because it allows 4 people to talk on the phone at once. Your Majesty, what use is that at home? It's not like she's at the office. So why does she need to talk to so many people at once? And to make it worse, Your Majesty, I feel like she wants the phone just because it looks like a cute puppy. Said helplessly. Bahahaha. Landon laughed while thinking of how women in movies usually spoke on their beds to each other while twirling their telephone cords. Your Majesty, this isn't funny. How can my entire house be filled with pink or green puppy phones? What about my manly black ones? Time felt like crying when he thought about how his 36-year-old wife refused to give him some at night if he didn't agree to her request. She wore her sexy nightwear and made him sleepless the entire night. Indeed, women were evil. Landon laughed continuously when he saw Tim. Well, he knew for a fact that women were indeed powerful beings. You can't live with them, and you can't live without them. With the advertisements in the newspapers, and the cool pictures and catalog portraits in the company booklets, Landon was already sure that many women had quickly tormented their husbands to have their way. Okay, I'll stop laughing. But you two should just reach a compromise. Sigh. Your Majesty, my wife is a strong woman. Even getting her to reach a compromise. Eyes would need the help of our ancestors. She's really something else. Trust me, Tim. They all are. Your Majesty. What about you? Which company will the palace use? We will use both. Some buildings within the palace's estate will be wired with Rocky's services while others will use Horizon. Landon felt like it should so. because in a way, he was like a celebrity. If he picked one over the other, many people would favor one company just because he picked it. So to be fair, he decided to use both. The military will use Horizon, the police academy would use Rocky, the Marines will use Horizon, and so on. Landon would make sure that all military forces under his command will equally distribute themselves between both companies. As for the schools, industries and the rest, they could make their own decisions themselves. After all, these phone companies also had commercial plans for large-scale companies as well. After looking through the projects, Landon placed the project files on Tim's table and got up. Alright. With that being said, I have a new project for you. Do you think that you can handle it right now? Your Majesty. I'm always up to the task. Good. Let's go. Chapter 462 New Resort Alert. With that, both of them quickly left the lower region and drove towards District G, which was the region that had regular hotels, the park, and bars within it. It was the last week of November and fall nearing its end. Since winter would soon start around December 2st, with the cold winds blowing across the streets, the duo decided to first get something hot to drink. So they passed through the famous Zeus Cafe and quickly got themselves hot coffee before driving to their final destination. And as they drove, Tim didn't forget to grumble more about his wife's choice on their household phone provider. Why were women such a hassle? Catcher. Tim opened the car door and stepped out while placing his notebook under his left armpit and holding his coffee with the exact same hand. Bam. After closing the car door, he quickly placed the book on the hood of the car and began imagining how Landon's plan would fit the whole grand scheme of things. Your Majesty. So you plan to build both indoor and outdoor parks? Yup, that's the plan. Come, let's take a closer look around the place. With that, both men walked forward with Tim asking several questions, and Landon answering them. As for what sort of resort Landon wanted to build, of course it was a ski and snowboarding resort. Just as Tim had pointed out, the resort you have both an outdoor ski U0026 snowboarding park, as well as an indoor one. Looking at his plans for the outdoor park, Landon really didn't have that much work to put in as compared with the indoor one. For the outdoor park, all he had to do was place several poles after certain points. These poles would have ski lifts on them that looked like benches. Each lift system would have more than 80 moving benches going in opposite directions at the same time, as they bring people up and down the resort, as if working like a pulley system. And all people needed to do was sit on the benches and the rest was history. So once people skied right to the bottom of the park, they could sit on these benches that would take them right back up. In the same way, those at the top could first begin by sitting on these moving ski lifts, before jumping down at a reasonable distance and skiing downwards instead. As for how many lifts Landon the resort would have outside, there would be 3 of them strategically placed around the resort. Of course, how can skiing and snowboarding be all that the outdoor park would offer? There would also be snowmobile riding and sledding too for people who lived for the thrill. And these 2 activities would have their own trails, that would be different from the areas for skiing or snowboarding. Your Majesty. So these activities are actually sports? Tim asked curiously. How could doing down a snowy hill be sports? No matter how Landon explained it to him, all he understood from it was that people went down the slope at a fast speed. So was it like running? Or even ice skating? And since it involved snow, Tim's first thought was ice skating. But of course, he was wrong. So Majesty. They are all sports? Yeah, all of them. And that's why the resort will also be offering professional classes and training sessions as well. And once the Cathode TVS won out, it needs to be watched on the sports channel. Of course, looking at the land, it was clear that before the snow fell, the workers needed to first transform the place to have a very hilly slope. They needed to dig out soil in some places and place them in other regions on the resort, so as to make it easier for customers to ski and snowboard in. Tim looked at it all and still couldn't see Landon's vision yet. Why would people pay to go down a snowy slope? It truly didn't make sense to him. But since His Majesty's inventions and ideas had always amazed him, he chose to wait and see how this so-called snow resort will turn out. As for the indoor desert, Landon wanted it to be as big as the one in Dubai. In short, it would be like a mini amusement park just for snow. Of course, this indoor resort will also have ski lifts as well. And apart from the regular snowboarding and skiing activities, there will be other snow park attractions as well, like a ride that required one to sit in circular plastic tubes and slide down a snowy slope, as if they were experiencing a water slide. There would be cool activities like snowy rock climbing, ziplining, snow sledder sliding, snowball like paintball, but with snow, and many more fun activities for friends and families to enjoy. And if they wanted to learn how to properly ski and snowboard, they could also pay for classes here as well. Your Majesty. Am I reading this right? We will actually have ice rooms? ! Tim opened his mouth in shock as he looked at the design buzzing before him. Was His Majesty crazy? Who would willingly sleep in an entire room made out of ice? Does he know how freak cold the place would be? Just what His Majesty up to now? Your Majesty. Why don't we just design a regular hotel? We could just make the rooms have different theme designs that properly represent the theme park. Your Majesty. Why are you looking at me like that? Planning something again, aren't you? Landon just looked at Tim mysteriously and chuckled. Seeing an idea come to life was always a better option. So Landon knew that once construction began, as it progressed, Tim would definitely see his vision more and more. But for now, only time would tell. Alright, enough goofing around. We still have a lot to go over. Chapter 463 New Resort Alert 2. Of course, after going over both indoor and outdoor resort parks, all that was left were the buildings around the resort, as well as the sleeping quarters for guests. Concerning the public buildings around the resort, Landon decided to only make a handful of them. At the top of the resort, one would find a very wide and tall 5-story building there. This building will have locker rooms where guests could change into, equipment renting rooms, reception area with lounges, a massive food court, a hot tub spa room to keep the customers warm, a resort medical clinic, resort fire department, rescue team, snow leveling and management team, resort security offices, staff rooms and other offices, and indoor parking for those staying within the resort overnight. All of these would be in the massive building at the top of the resort. And at the base of the resort, there would also be another 2-story building there, which will have more security offices, and so on there. So with all that said, where was the region for visitors to sleep in? Well, first things first, the resort wasn't in some faraway region in the mountain or woods. They were in Baymard, specifically District G. So with all the nearby local hotels all around, it was utterly useless to make a regular hotel room that everyone was used to. Knowing this, of course, Landon had decided to step up the resort's game. Hence he had decided to make 2 types of hotel residences besides the main building at the top of the resort. The first one was a popular one back on Earth. When one talked about Finland back on Earth, the Arctic resort, which provided the glass dome-shaped outdoor rooms, was always going to be a hit. The rooms looked over the northern lights, creating a mystical sort of feeling. Granted, there were no northern lights here, but Landon felt like a dome-shaped room allowing the people to look over the sky would still be a beautiful thing to behold. The people could just take it as if they were on a hunting trip. And to make the room more special, of course Landon would add his own special touches to them too. There would only be 40 of these rooms made, and each guest can only stay in these rooms for no more than 2 days. So sure, Landon was sure that these rooms might even be booked all year round. Yes, even in summer, these rooms would be used as well, as the themes of the rooms would change as well. In the summer, the outdoor ski park could be used for campfires, roasting marshmallows and so on. Just as he had earlier mentioned, They could treat it as if they were on a camping adventure, looking into the starry night. And one shouldn't forget that even during the summer, the indoor ski resort would still be functional. So for sure, the rooms would be booked all year round. As for the other room type, this one would only be available in the winter. It would be hotel rooms made completely with ice. In short, everything in the room would be made from ice. Be it the beds, tables and even chairs. In fact, just beside the main building at the base, a very wide one-floor igloo building made out of snow. And inside the building, one would find ice sculptures and designs on the walls, as well as an ice lounge, ice bar and ice restaurant. Of course, the ice bar and ice restaurant will be open to the public till 10 p.m. But after that, only those sleeping in the place can stay in the building. As for the ice rooms, they are just after several long ice hallways within the ice building. And in total, there will be massive 30 rooms there. With the ice rooms, a person or family can only stay in them just for a single night. And during the summer, Landon would erect a treehouse-like hotel there as well. So for sure, the place will also be booked all year round too. With these sort of rooms, people stayed for the experience, and nothing more. So each year and season, a new innovative room type had to pop up, so as to make the place very magical and fun. Looking at everything, Tim really thought that Landon had gone mad. Who would pay to stay in a nice room, and how was this supposed to work? But unbeknownst to him, he would be one of the first persons to book the place. For now, he just didn't see the vision yet. Your Majesty, don't worry, if we start construction now, we should be able to finish the outdoor resort region by mid-January. Since it's just to place the pole lifts and level the grounds and make them hilly. Also, we might be done with the first room type around the same time too. As for the second room type, which will be made of ice, it should be done around the last week of February. With that being said, the main problem involves the indoor resort and the other buildings on the resort. These ones will only be finished sometime next fall. So if we open the outdoor park and dome-shaped hotel room to the public at the start of February, what do we do for the reception space in the meantime, since everything else wouldn't be completed until fall next year? Good question. Assign some men to start building a simple one-floor building there. The building should have a reception and lounge region, food court, a small clinic, locker room, security office, a place to keep the equipment and tools, and indoor parking for those staying within the dome-shaped outdoor hotel rooms. Yes, Your Majesty. I'll do that right away. Your Majesty. All eyeglasses have been completed. So do you want to inspect them now? No, I have something to check on after this. So schedule the inspection 2 days from now at 10 a.m. As you wish, Your Majesty. Alright, Grandpa Tim, let's go. I'll take you back in the lower region. With that, the duo entered the car, and were off, with Landon back on Bay Mud. Of course there was so much that he had to look into. But of course, he wants only one who has reached their final destination. Halt. Who goes there? Look here, you beggar. This place isn't a place where you could walk into just like that. So step aside now. Aren't we talking to you? In front of a gate, several guards were currently surrounding a hooded beggar in rags. They continued to insult the beggar and even throw food, fruits and pebbles towards the beggar. And then, the guards decided to throw larger rocks instead. Show. You filthy beggar. Show. With that, one of the guards threw a massive rock towards the beggar. Big surprisingly. The beggar caught it with his left hand. The beggar, who had previously had his head tilted towards the ground, suddenly looked up and smiled coldly. And it was at this moment that the guards knew that they had effed up. Chapter 464. Mr. Beggar Shit. The guards immediately dropped to the floor and shivered in front, while avoiding the beggar's gaze. No, the man wasn't a beggar, but a god of death who could kill them off just with his gazes alone. When they all thought of the fact that they had previously stoned the man, they couldn't help but shiver silently. Some took out their daggers and quickly cut out one of their toes, while others stabbed themselves instead. It was better for them to hurt or punish themselves. than to let this walking monster do it for them, because if that was the case, they might not even survive the punishment at all. So without a moment's hesitation, they quickly pulled out their swords or daggers, injured themselves, laid down flat, and shivered with their foreheads touching the ground. Blood gushed over the place, and the injured men all held in their pain and tried to steady their thoughts, while trying to beg for the monster's mercy. "We are worthless fools, who have failed to realize your greatness. Please spare us, your majesty." As the men begged, cold sweat slowly trickled down their backs and forehead. They only prayed that His Majesty would let them live after this. But of course, how could it be so? The monster, or rather, the man who they called His Majesty, wasn't someone who took kindly to insults. He just looked at the shivering men with a cold glint in his eyes, and walked right into the palace. And who was this monster? Of course, it was none other than Alec Barn. Seeing that His Majesty had not said anything to them. While Alec walked into the palace, the shivering men all got up and began celebrating, as if they had returned from some great battle. Hooray! They had survived. They celebrated merrily around the gates. But what they didn't know, that in a few hours from now, they would be crying instead. The tattered clothed Alec Barn walked into the palace calmly. And this time, no one dared to stop him. Previously, while the charade was going on at the gates, those going in or leaving the palace had all stopped to watch a good show. But when some of them noticed that it was Alec, they had quickly passed on the word to their fellow maids, guards, and so on. Word traveled fast in the palace. It had to, should in case there was an enemy outside and so on. And coupled with the fact that these people literally didn't have many ways to entertain themselves, of course they had to master the tedious art of gossiping and storytelling. They retold the incident at the gate. So many people now knew that if they saw a tall burly hooded man wearing brownish tattered clothing, then they shouldn't dare to insult or harm the person, because that was Alec Freak Barn. With that clear warning, when Alec walked past them, they all stopped what they were doing and bowed towards him instead. "We greet your majesty. We greet your majesty. We greet your majesty." Everyone did their best to avoid Alec's wrath. Heck, even those who were on horseback, and even those who were driving wagons past Alec, had to stop and all come down. How could they be sitting comfortably when His Majesty was trekking instead? Immediately, many of them offered Alec their horses. But with Alec's weight and physique, not any type of horse could handle him. So out of the many horses that were offered, only one could actually do the job. He quickly got on and rode towards his resident building within the palace. And while he rode, he continued thinking of who could have been behind his attack. Throughout his entire journey here, his entire thought had been on survival. Because he didn't have any free time to think when he was traveling, time was of the essence. So sometimes he would ride for 2 days straight, before sleeping away again. And after that, he would do the same again. He had fought off entire gangs of thieves, fought off nobles who also thought that he was a beggar, rode for days without sleep, avoided slave traders and so on. Hence he had been thinking of how to avoid death, rather than who had previously tried to kill him and his men after his trip to Baymard. Even after arriving in the capital, he could have just announced his return. But since he didn't know who his enemy was, he chose not to reveal his identity instead. Who knew if the people that were after him had spies all around the capital? Who knew if they were waiting for him at every turn? If he had shown himself when stepping into the capital, they would definitely try to kill him before he even reached the palace. As for why he hadn't previously revealed his identity to the men at the palace gates, that was because he wanted to see if there were any spies amidst them. Spies would always be on the lookout for Alec's tall robust body. So if they had any suspicions toward him, they would have tried to kill him first, while trying to hide his face and his identity, and acting as if they had indeed gone after a beggar instead. So rather than behaving like those ones outside, they would have just killed him instead. Once Alec stepped into his residency, he quickly took a bath before calling in several of his other trusted knights immediately. "Bam! Your Majesty! How dare they attack you? Exclamation mark. Several of the knights trembled from rage. Even though Alec was scum, he indeed had people who were overly loyal to him to a fault. Your Majesty. I suspect Baron Jamison. Your Majesty. I suspect Duke Longstrom. Baron Hewitt. Duke Ryan. No. Your Majesty. I suspect City Lord Sanders. Hearing Sanders' name, Alec quickly raised his hands indicating for them to quiet down. Why do you suspect Sanders? Your Majesty. It has been more than 8 months since you sent Sanders on an errand in the Western Territories. This alone is very suspicious, because we haven't even heard a single word from his end. And Your Majesty, is it really a coincidence that you also got attacked in the Western Territories close to his city? I think not, Your Majesty, said one of the knights. Alec nodded his head while listening, and felt that it was a possibility. Because why would Sanders stay quiet all this while, if something suspicious wasn't going on? He had previously wanted to visit Sanders on his way back to the capital. But with the attack, Home had no choice but to cancel the trip. In fact, now that he thought about it again, Sanders was definitely one of the prime suspects in this case. But how could Alec have known that the suspect he was thinking about was dead? Landon had killed both Sanders and Marder Shannon when they had previously attempted to take over Baymard. So what suspect? He was dead. Chapter 465 Improper Thoughts. Your Majesty. I also think that Baron Kane should also be a suspect. Your Majesty. That man is too sneaky. Even though he has never done anything wrong, something about the way he moves doesn't add up, said another knight. Alec couldn't agree more, as he knew firsthand how slippery Kane was. They continued tallying up their suspects, until they had 11 names jotted down. Since Alec would have to think of how he wanted the suspects tackled before giving his men assignments, he quickly closed all talks about his assault within the western regions and focused on Baymard instead. It was time to plan his attack on that unfilial son of his. But before that, he had to upgrade his weapons, before taking down Landon. Call all the royal blacksmiths and weapon masters immediately. I want a shield that can protect one against that lightning thingy that those Baymardians use. Yes, Your Majesty. With that, everyone immediately dispersed, leaving a happy Alec in the room. After getting shocked silly by that small black thing that produces lightning, Alec was very pleased with himself for coming up with a shield that could protect the knights against that type of attack, when they begin war with Baymard. Hee. With his massive army, how could those Baymardians even stand a chance? And just like that, Alec had successfully made it to the palace in one piece. The news of how he returned had already spread throughout the capital to the prominent families. Hence many people planned to bring him gifts and whatnot. As for his daughter, Carrie, who had just returned from her own trip to Baymard a week ago, even though she knew that seeing her father now would get her in his good graces, there was something way more important for her to do today. The Benevolent Princess Estate, capital of Arcadina. Carrie looked at the note in her hand and smiled stupidly. It was a note from Anthony. Her entire heart twinkled with love, as she held the note dearly. She envisioned how tonight would be, as she had planned to kiss her baby to stupor. Even though it's been 2 years since the BCH sister of hers died, she and Anthony still couldn't make their relationship public yet, as Anthony was Jeanette's fiancé at one point. For many, 2 years was still a short time for mourning, so how could she just publicly say that Anthony was her beloved? People might even suspect her for killing her sister instead. Others might also speculate that Anthony had been cheating on Jeanette with herself, when Jeanette was still alive. No matter what, it was definitely wise for them to keep their relationship under wraps. Hence they had only been meeting outside in places that one wouldn't expect royalty or nobility to be in. Carrie giggled and read the letter again in her bedroom chamber, while rolling on the bed playfully. Right now, she was currently in her own estate that was given to her by Alec, so she could do whatever she wanted without fear of her stepmothers or their spies listening in on her. Carrie held the letter in her hand and smiled lovingly. Tonight, she would be with her beloved again after so long. Mo. Yes, my princess. Quickly get that red gown that I brought from Baymard. as well as the black coat with silver buttons too. And get out that BX42 lipstick in the shade Rouge out. Now go. Yes, my princess. With that, one of the maids quickly left the room, to go into Carrie's closet room. Zana. Yes, my princess. Get that expensive cherry-scented soap, as well as the shampoo, conditioner and hair oil there. I want my body to glow and shine when I step out today. Yes, my princess. With that, many of the maids hurriedly stepped forward to strip Carrie down naked, while others hurriedly ran towards the royal bathhouse, to prepare the water for bathing and so on. They couldn't help but wonder why their princess was so happy today. On top of that, did the princess want to dress this way for her father who had just arrived? Did His Majesty bring a suitor for Princess Jeanette? If not, then why was the princess wearing such a stunning outfit just to see her father? Is the princess having an affair with her father, His Majesty Alec Barn? The maids hastily did their jobs, while having several ridiculous thoughts in their minds. Since they didn't know about Jeanette's plans to see Anthony in secret, they could only be left in the dark with their outrageous thoughts. Many of them quickly shook out the thoughts from their minds, whether or not the princess was having an affair with His Majesty Alec. How was that their business? Seeing how suspicious the whole thing was, they decided to keep their mouths shut instead. At least, even though the situation seemed indecent, it seemed to bring the princess some sort of joy. Ever since the princess had come back from Baymard, she had been getting more annoyed with everything. She seemed to hate the fire torches, as well as the act that her bath water came directly from the stream. She wanted the water to flow out from within the bath as if it were magic. And she also wanted something called a fridge. In short, ever since the princess had arrived, she seemed to grumble about everything in her estate more. She wanted two estate roads to be redone with something called sidewalks, and wanted the gardens and fields to have water squirting out from them, which she called a fountain. The princess also seemed to want to take up sword fighting too. It seemed like she had experienced some sort of gruesome experience in Baymard for her to train so hard. Every time she trained, she would stab the dummy and yell out the name Landon or Bastard. It has only been a week since their princess had begun practice, and so far, the princess was extremely angry with all the trainers that she had hired. She wanted to be a pro within a day, but she had forgotten that she had to start from the bottom and make herself powerful with time. Of course, all of this made the princess frustrated, and in the end, she would take it out on the maids. So now that they saw her happy, how could they not be happy as well? At least they wouldn't be used as punching bags anymore. With these thoughts in mind, the maids did their best to make Carrie as gorgeous looking as possible. And after that, Carrie secretly left with a few of her guards in a peasant wagon. Now, it was time for her to see her beloved. At the same time, after Carrie's wagon left her estate, someone lurking deep within the shadows smiled coldly. BTCH. He'll let you know what pain is. He. Chapter 466. My beloved Carrie's wagon moved steadily as it made its way towards the worst parts of the capital. In this region, peasants flooded the place at every corner, and not even the sight of a nobleman's carriage could be seen here. Even middle and upper class merchants chose not to wander about the place, as they don't want their reputations to be ruined. One should know that this part of the city was the poorest region that everyone made fun of. Those with high status could never be seen or caught dead here, just because it'll make others belittle men. So for sure, the entire roads were filled with peas and carts and low-class merchant wagons instead. These low-class merchants were typically the ones that delivered rum and alcohol to the taverns, restaurants and inns here. In short, even delivering Baymard's wine and other beverages was their sole responsibility too. Carrie's wagon would stop everyone, and then, because since they were in a pleasant wagon, no one would give them room to pass, since they weren't using a noble or royal carriage. Nope. They had to fight their way through the busy roads, while butting heads with other peasants too, which sort of made Carrie nervous every time she came to the rendezvous spot. When she usually used the royal carriage, all carriages and wagons would stop and let her pass. But when there were no important carriages on the roads, The peasant and lower-class wagons and carriages all moved in all directions all at once, which completely sacred her, as she saw some carriages coming from the left, right, sides and so on. What the hell? No wonder that a ton of accidents occurred daily. Even as her wagon passed through, Carrie could see several wrecked wagons and carriages on the roads and at the sides of the roads. The entire place was a complete disaster, and it was also at this point that she truly realized the importance of Baymaud's stop signs and traffic police. But well, since she was a royal, and would never typically go through these sort of scenarios often, she felt like she shouldn't care too much about it. After all, was she the one who would get in these accidents? No. Then why should she care? As her carriage moved, several peasants continuously fought with them for the right to pass through. Who do you think you are? Do you think that you're some sort of royal or something? I came here first, so you'll be passing first. Move aside now. I have something important to do. And what about me? Do you think that I came here just to admire the roads? Please get out. Are you asking for a beating? Nah, I'm asking for food, idiot. Get out of the way. Time passed by very slowly in Carrie's opinion, and soon the wagon finally stopped in front of a very rowdy inn. Stepping in, Carrie's nostrils were immediately tweeted with the strong scent of booze. There were people drinking and splashing their beer everywhere while clicking their cups together. Some people danced with some of the night girls, who were there to service the men and make them spend more money and stay longer. Other men arm wrestled, do spit challenges and other things that they considered manly. Carrie moved with 3 of her men towards the reception area at the front. As for her other guards, she had left them outside the inn to stand guard just in case of emergencies. It isn't every day that you see a girl willingly handle 3 men at once. Good luck, sister. Your fortune is truly great. But if you can't handle them all, just call any of us up and we will definitely help you out, said the receptionist, who was looking at the men behind Carrie as if she would eat them up. And moment from now, Carrie's face became distorted when she heard the remark but said nothing. After all, she didn't want to blow her cover, even though the remark did make her want to kill the receptionist for thinking that she of all people was OSL. Sister, so you already have a man waiting for you upstairs and you still want to add these 3 others to your menu? Damn. You are something else, sister. Thank you, Carrie said while trying to control the twitch in her eyes. Okay, so who are you here to see? Mr. Harper. You must be Miss Gwen. Yes, me. Harper has been expecting you. Just go up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and the 3rd rusted wooden door to your right will be his room. After sorting out her business with the receptionist, Carrie, aka Gwen, immediately told the guards to wait a little further from the room that she was supposed to see Anthony in. Of course, the guards had already brought Carrie here for the past 2 years, and the routine had never changed. So with time, they had let down their guard slowly. In addition to that, they didn't want to hear the princess and Anthonus love sounds. So it was only proper for them to stay guard around the stairs and ensure that those going up weren't suspicious. Carrie stood in front of her and knocked for a bit, and when she didn't get any response, she decided to try her luck by pushing the door. Usually, Anthony would bolt the door until she arrived. But now, for some reason, it wasn't bolted today. Stepping into the room, at first, Carrie thought that something was wrong. But when she saw Anthony quietly sleeping on the bed, she sighed from relief, bolted the door and took off her coat before making her way towards the bed. She looked at her beloved warmly and giggled charmingly. He was as still as a board, and didn't even flinch or move a bit when she came in. She quickly concluded that she was probably tired and probably slept off while waiting for her to arrive. Sitting on the corner of the bed, she gently pushed him in attempts to wake him up. Darling, wake up. Your love is here. Darling. Darling. After 20 seconds of trying to wake him up, she unconsciously saw spots of blood on the sheets and was confused for a moment. And after pushing Anthony to the side, she saw blood at the back of his head. Numerous questions quickly flooded through her mind, as she thought of her beloved. Immediately, her eyes were filled with tears, and began shaking Anthony with all her might. Darling, Darling, wake up. Please wake up. Wake up. Dot. Miss Carey, I would suggest that you worry about yourself first, before crying over someone else. Underscore. F. Who the hell said that? Chapter 467 Royal Prey. Miss Carey, I would suggest that you worry about yourself first, before crying over someone else. Underscore. Dot. Hearing the cold voice that echoed from behind W. Who are you? Miss Carey, judging by the situation in which you've just found yourself, I know that you aren't that dumb as to not know who I might be. Of course, am the person responsible for the injury on your lover's head, and he'll also be the person who will injure you as well, said the mysterious man without anything of emotions in his tone. Hearing that, Carrie's mind instantly froze for a bit and time seemed to stand still. Her shivering body suddenly felt like it was 10 times heavier than it normally was, and her breathing became rapid with every passing second. Did you kill him? No, he's only unconscious. Are you going to kill me? My father is back in the capital. So if you kill me, he will definitely kill you later. So you better let me go now. If you do that, I promise to forget about this whole incident. But if you touch me, then you'll pay dearly with your life, Carrie said in a trembling tone. She felt that mentioning Alex Roth would scare the man. But if the man was truly scared, would he dare to make a move on her in this lifetime? Miss Carrie. Since I didn't kill your lover, then why would I kill you? Don't worry, you'll survive. But I will make you wish that you were dead instead. Underscore. At this moment, her entire body trembled even more in terror, as she could feel the fear seep right down to her bones. She had to escape now. Yes, her men were still around now, so if she screamed loudly, they would definitely come up to find her. But before she could even do it, the mysterious man quickly held her mouth and continuously strangled her neck for a few minutes. She struggled to pull the man's hands away from her throat and mouth, but she was too weak. Her neck was hurting like hell, and soon she started to feel very dizzy and lightheaded. A massive headache followed soon after, and she felt that she would faint at any time if this mysterious man didn't let go of her now. And before she knew it, she was slowly losing consciousness. Her entire vision slowly became dark, and all she could think about was what the mysterious man would do to her later on. Damn it! She cursed before finally losing consciousness. After what seemed like an eternity, she slowly became conscious again, and when she opened her eyes, she saw that she was still in the same room. But this time, she had been all tied up instead, with her mouth all stuffed up to prevent her from speaking. She was currently lying down face up on the bed with her hands and legs all tied to the bedposts. She looked around the bed for Anthony, but couldn't find him on it. What had they done to him? Didn't the man say that he wouldn't kill him? So why wasn't Anthony around? Or did they free him up after they had finally achieved their goal of getting her instead? Carrie's mind was in so much disarray that she didn't even notice the mysterious man that was sitting at the far end of the room. Finally up, Miss Carrie. And here I thought that I would have to wait for you to catch up on your beauty sleep, said the mysterious man who was currently chewing on an apple. He had a copper mask, and his entire attire was black as the night sky. The man watched Carrie struggle amusingly while eating, before walking towards her slowly. He unsheathed his sword, jumped onto the bed, and smiled at her coldly. Carrie almost peed herself while watching the man towering over her body. From the way she was tied up, one would think that he wanted to take her instead. But if so, then why did he jump on the bed and stood over her with the sword instead? The man slowly trailed his sword through her body, from her lower belly up to her boobs, and going up all the way to her chin. She was even afraid to breathe, for fear that the sword would accidentally stab her if she did. The mysterious man chuckled underneath his mask as he continued to observe her frightened expression. TSK. Really a beauty. There's no doubt about it. And who knows, maybe you could have been one of the greatest beauties of all time. But it's too bad that you just had to rub my master the wrong way. Well, that being said, don't take this personal, alright? After all, Miss Carrie, I'm just doing my job. Now, a little advice for you. Stay completely still, or I might just destroy your pretty face instead. With that, the mysterious man quickly swung his sword towards Carrie, and all she could do was scream through her stuffed mouth and close her eyes in terror. Carrie felt like her entire body trembled vigorously, as a wave of severe pain continuously forced its way through her heart. And for a moment, she felt like she could breathe at all. Her entire face was drenched in sweat, with splatters of blood on it too. Carrie took on deep breaths while looking at her severed right arm. That's right. The bastard had cut off her entire right arm from the rest of her body. The pain was so gut-wrenching and spine-tingling, that Carrie felt as if someone was trying to pull her entire heart out of her chest violently. How could a man see a beauty like her and still decide to commit such a horrendous act without even flinching? Her lips trembled slightly, as she looked at her severed arm in terror. Before finally passing out from both extreme pain and shock. Her mind seeped right back onto darkness, as she lost consciousness again. Time moved quickly this time, and soon, her hazy mind became clearer and clearer with every passing second. Carrie's eyelids trembled slightly, as she struggled to open them, and the pain that she previously felt, all came rushing towards her again. The princess is awake. The princess is awake. As soon as the maids had announced that, the first queen, who was Carrie's mother, quickly pushed everyone in the room to the side, and dashed towards her daughter in a flash. My baby, tell mother who did this to you. I want them dead. Hearing her mother's aggrieved tone, Carrie's eyes instantly swelled up with tears, as she could finally hear familiar voices after that nightmare that she had just experienced. Little Carrie, you've been asleep for 8 days now with a high fever. Mother had invited the best healer in the capital to treat you, so tell mother if you're feeling any discomfort anywhere. Also, mother promises to kill the son of a BCH who did this to you. So please tell mother everything alright? Carrie listened to her sobbing mother and learnt that happened on the day of her attack. Apparently, her men had entered the room after she had taken too long from her usual meetings with Anthony. They had seen her all tied up with a severed arm and quickly rushed her back to her estate. Of course, even though they didn't know who the culprit was, they had still gotten a lot of men to search the inn and the entire area for any suspicious people. This was all they could do, since Carrie wasn't awake yet to give them a detailed description of how the culprit looked like or what he was wearing. Listening to her mother, Carrie immediately thought about how she had ended up with just one hand now. Remembering the mysterious man's words, she truly felt like he was right, because even though he didn't kill her, he still made her feel like committing suicide altogether. How was she supposed to write or even eat properly? She used her right hand for practically everything. So wouldn't it be hard for her now? In addition to that, who would want a knee-handed woman as a wife? Even the peasants and commoners would look down on her, as she was now a knee-handed princess. Luckily, she had her Anthony by her side. So even though her value had now dropped to a very low bar, she still felt like he would not care about the matter at all. But when she thought about that mysterious man, all she wanted was revenge. She wanted to gut his brains out and grind them to paste. Just thinking about the loathsome bastard, she felt like she had to find him no matter what. Meanwhile, in another estate within the capital, someone else basked in complete joy at the thought of Carrie's miserable state. Cleopas. Yes, master. 3 months from now, proceed with the next plan of action. As you wish, master. Good. This time, I'll make her know what fear and helplessness truly felt like. Kalbaum. This time, mine. Chapter 468 Open for Business. Chapter 468 Open for Business. Brother Landon. Wake up. Wake up. Right now, little Linda and little Momo were standing beside Landon's king-sized bed, trying their best to wake Landon up. But sadly, nothing seemed to work. Linda had turned 12 this summer, while Momo would be turning 11 on December 18th instead. They both thought that since they were now older and stronger, they could now team up and carry Landon off his bed. But sadly, they were wrong. because no matter how hard they tried, Landon still slept peacefully with a slight smile on his face. Momo. If elder brother Landon doesn't wake up now, we're going to miss today's event. Ah, why is elder brother so tired? Elder bro. Wake up, wake up. Landon, who had only been pretending to sleep, smiled broadly and finally decided to open his eyes. Yup, no matter how fast they grew, these two kids still acted like it was a Christmas morning. Every time he promised to take them somewhere when they were younger, they used to jump on his bed non-stop or forcefully open his eyelids instead. But now, of course they had grown older, so the way they woke up him also changed as well over the years. Little Linda was now 12. Which was the time when she began noticing the changes between men and women. So she would never jump on Landon's bed again. But, since she sincerely took Landon as an older brother, she still bothered him whenever she went to wake him up in the mornings. The same thing could be said for little Momo. Even though he was 1 year younger than Linda, he too began understanding the differences between men and women. For starters, he had a massive crush on Linda, and would find himself going along with whatever she said all the time. Normally, within the Pino continent, boys at his age already had fiancés, but in Baymard, people preferred to first know their partners, as well as access their characters before they engaged them. Which he totally agreed was for the best. But while accessing, what should he do to stop himself from acting like a fool in front of her? Plus Linda was a year older than him. Would she be truly okay with that? No. He had to have a man-to-man talk with elder brother Landon later on. Momo. Why are you so silent? Look, look, elder brother Landon is finally up. Now we will definitely make it on time. Once Landon was up, the duo didn't even wait for him to talk, and quickly dragged him off the bed while saying good morning over and over again. And after making sure that he was finally awake, they ran away like crazy to the next victim's room or castle wing. Landon smiled dryly and immediately hopped into his bathroom. Likewise, the victims from Momo and Linda's morning assault also took their baths as well. And after an hour and 48 minutes, everyone had now freshened up, as well as eaten their breakfasts too. Now, it was time for them to set off. And why were they all excited? Of course, it was because they were going to the landline launch event. After reading about it in the newspapers, as well as listening about it on the radios and seeing portraits of the many types from the phone company magazines, how could they not be excited? They entered the royal limousine and left the palace surrounded by 3 other security cars while making their way towards District D. The cars were very bubbly, with everyone talking about the type of landline phone that they wanted. Little Linda. Pink is your favorite color. So do you want this thin pink phone? No. From the catalog, it says that the phone doesn't have the option of getting more than 2 people on a single call. Then let's keep looking. I'm sure that we can find other pink phones with what you're looking for. Little Momo. I just saw a Superman phone here. So do you want this one instead? Not Superman. If you can find Wolverine, then you'll get it. Wait. Do they have a Barbie? SHH. Say no more. Of course they do. _ VRRRRRRRRMMMMMM. The entourage steadily made their way towards District D excitedly through the busy traffic-congested roads. The streets were jam-packed, with several cars all heading towards the same direction. In fact, some people had even parked their cars in nearby parking lots, and had preferred to walk or take a train instead, so as to make it to the launch event on time. The entire region was swamped, busy and chaotic, with everyone also talking about what they wanted to get as well. After arriving at the venue, Landon and his crew stepped out from their limousine while waving to those in the crowd. They were currently standing before a 2-story high-ceiling building, which was also extremely wide. The entire building looked like it was made with black glass crystals, and also gave off a classy vibe to those who saw its structure. And just in front of the building's main entrance door, was a massive red ribbon bow neatly decorated there. Again, in front of the building, a massive crowd had also gathered there as well. Of course, Seeing the massive red ribbon there, they all knew that someone had to cut the ribbon before they could enter the building. So when they saw Landon and his family, they screamed and clapped excitedly. It was almost 10 a.m., which was the launching time for the event. So Landon, alongside Tim and others from the board of directors, all stood close to each other while holding massive scissors close to the ribbon, and waited for the right time to take action. As for the crowd, they all looked at their watches excitedly. Many of them even started counting the seconds in their heads, as digital watches that showed seconds didn't exist yet. Some of them also began voicing out the tone instead, while watching the Landon and the rest hold their scissors tightly. Steady. 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 Now, snip. Woo ooh ooh ooh. Clap, 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 clap. I now declare that the phone companies are now open for business. Woo ooh ooh ooh. Clap, 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 clap. Din, 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 din. With that, everyone speedily ran into the place like crazy. It was time to see what the hype was all about. Chapter 469 Launching Day. Chapter 469 Launching Day. Din, 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 din. The crowd quickly rushed in after Landon. The board of directors and their own families went into the building. Today was a Saturday. And so Principal Stiltskin, his wife, his son, their grandkids were also here as well. Of course, his other sons and only daughter were currently at work. So he took the rest of the family over for today's event. They walked into the massive building and immediately saw several signs with arrows on the walls. There were also detailed maps showing the building layout, which showed every public store and area within the building. Heck, even the toilets had been shown. These maps were similar to those shown in malls back on Earth. As for those living in Baymard, they too were already very familiar with these maps, since they were in most commercial buildings too. Principal Stiltskin and his family looked at the map and decided to first check out the phone company called Rocky. As they about to move, someone yelled out Stiltskin's name. Stilly. Ah. Really a bad friend. Why didn't you tell me that you were coming here with your family too? Stiltskin turned around and saw his friend, who was one of the head researchers in the zoo. Rudolph, you ass. Why do you always have to yell my name out like that? What? Dot. Are you the only Stiltskin in Baymard? You are seriously a troublemaker. Hee hee hee. My friend. So what does that say about you? Underscore. Dot. Of course their families all knew each other, so everyone greeted one another and all walked past a wide hallway on their left, before reaching a massive spacious store. The store's walls were grey in color, and there were also several potted indoor plants strategically placed around the place too. In addition to that, all the tables were white and were also designed to look exactly like rocks, which fitted the name Rocky. The company had really gone out of its way to give the place that mountain jungle vibe. Of course, each table also showed the logo of the company, and made people remember the company name even more. Again, if one looked on the walls, one would also see several phones hanging on the walls as well. Principal Stiltskin and his family were utterly shocked when they saw this. Their words were stuck in their throats for a brief moment before they could finally speak again. It was real. The things in the newspapers were all real. Now on, they would be able to talk to each other within Baymard, no matter how far apart they were. If they wanted to make an appointment with the hospital, they could just call, rather than driving there. If someone wanted something from them in their offices, a simple phone call would do, rather than flying around the place left, right and center. All hail His Majesty. Their bodies trembled and their heartbeats quickened slightly. Did you ever think that it would be possible several years ago? No, not in a million years, Rudolph. Times have changed. It has indeed, old friend. Ha 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 ha. At least now, I'll get to talk to my grandkids every day if I wanted to. So where do we begin? The room is divided into two. To the left are phones from LX, and to the right are phones from Eagle. Which one do you want to check out first? Let's look at Eagle first. With that, They quickly walked towards the right and headed to the first table there. On the massive table, the phones were all spread out evenly, with their properties and qualities all shown just beside them, as well as their phone plans that the company offers too. And just behind the tables were 23 staff workers who were currently answering any customer questions there. As they made their way to the table, they saw some people smiling sheepishly, while pretending to make phone calls with their fingers, as well as some people who were already arguing with their spouses on what their household needed. Of course, there were also some people who were already making plans with the workers to have the phones installed in their homes later on. Yup, if people had decided on what to get, they could choose a plan, pay the initial phone and phone plan deposit, and the rest would be history. For sure, if some wanted to buy the phone up front first, then that wasn't a problem, as they could do that and only focus on phone plans instead. Stiltskin, Rudolph and their families speedily fought through the crowd and finally managed to squeeze their way to the front of the first table there. Stiltskin looked at all the phones within the 1S range in awe. They all had slightly different designs and phone plans as well. But what he had noticed was that all of them had been made to focus more on particular properties and factors when compared to their peers. Some had features like talking clock, while others even gave the option of controlling receiver loudness, volume, and so on. Bottom line, there was a phone for everyone here. Darling, look. Rather than buttons, this one has some sort of circular ring with holes on its base. The description says that it's a rotary dial pad with 10 finger holes on it. And the phone handset is so thin, elegant and beautiful when compared to the rest. I agree, I want that one too. The phone that their wives were talking about looked like the phone used in Disney's 101 Dalmatians by Cruella de Vil. Its design was also a very popular phone used by very elegant women back in the days. There were many designs and color patterns in the store for this type of phones. Some had white marble crystal designs, others were painted bold, black, marble red and so on. In short, the design had actually caught the attention of many women in the store. Darling, please, let's get it instead. Well, let's look at all the others first too, alright? Who knows? You might just change your mind later on. Fine. But my mind is made up. Me too. HMPH_. Chapter 470 Making History Again, Landlines. Chapter 470 Making History Again, Landlines. Both men smiled bitterly while listening to their wives grumble about their suggestion to look at the other women. If they had agreed to go with their suggestion first, then later on if these same women saw something fat else that caught their fancy, funny enough, they would still find a way to blame them for not reminding them to be patient. And so they continued looking at the rest of the phones on the long massive white table, which had all Eagle One phones, ranging from Eagle 1S up to Eagle 1SH. Everyone nodded in appreciation for the 1S phones, before going towards the other tables that had several other phones within the 2S, 3S, 4S and 5S categories. In fact, there were so many phone designs available to them, which utterly left them very confused about which phone design that they should get. There were those that could be hung on the walls, which would be great for their kitchen. And there were also those that had the dial-a-par on the phone's handset itself. Of course, phones here had very long cords, which connected the base of the phone to its handset. And in addition to all of this, there were several shelves on the walls which had the same phone models as those on the tables. But the only difference was that these on the walls all had different themed designs. For example, on the wall shelves, one would find the Eagle 2S in the shape of a puppy, ball and even an apple here. For sure, the phone would offer the same payment plans and phone properties as its original on the tables. So the only difference was how it was themed. These types of phones would definitely be used by kids and even teenagers or people who love them. Like the cupcake-looking phone, one could easily see Overseer or getting something like that in the nearest future. In fact, even bakeries, sports stores or other themed businesses could also use them too. Stiltskin, Rudolph and their families looked through all Eagle brand phones. and decided to go through all LX brand phones too. And after picking their desired phone brand and model, they quickly headed over to Horizon, which was the other phone company. They went there so as to see if they would get better prices for the phones that they wanted. Bottom line, Stiltskin and his wife had decided to join Horizon because their plans were cheap for the phone types that they wanted, while Rudolph and his own wife had decided to stay with Rocky instead. As for their sons and daughters who were also married and had their own households, of course, they all made their own choices too. And at the end of the day, everyone was utterly pleased with their choices. So they quickly paid for their phones up front, as well as their monthly plans too. Also, since they wanted several phones to be wired throughout their homes, they had also gotten several family deals and discounts too. Stiltskin had been given a 15% off deal for the next 3 months, as well as a 5% off welcome deal for the next 3 months too, since they were new customers. In addition to that, he was also given a welcome package, which showed company information and whatnot. And since he had gotten a warranty too, he had been given a card that showed his proof of warranty proof, as well as when it would expire. Everyone smiled merrily with their welcome packages in their hands as they moved through the building. But of course, how could their journey end now? Sure, they had paid for their phones, but before getting home, there was one more thing that they needed to do, and that was to learn how to use these phones. Rudolph, the phone testing place is just around the corner. So do you want to check it out? Of course. How am I supposed to know how to car my cute granddaughter if I don't even know how to use it? With that, they quickly made their way to another massive room, which had more than 150 telephones on the walls and on several tables too. Welcome. Do you all want to test out the phone lines? Said one of the workers there. Yes, 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 yes. All right. So let me first give you all a brief rundown of how to make calls, record voicemails on your device, take voicemails, leave voicemails on other people's devices, add more people to a call aka have a party line. The worker spoke for 3 minutes while demonstrating what to do on the phone. And after that, she then paired everyone and placed them around different phones within the massive room. Stiltskin held the phone number of the phone that Rudolph was standing close to, and decided to punch it into the device. The first 3 letters were in brackets, which stood for something called area code. 1, poop. 2, poop. 7, poop. As he punched in the numbers, a weird sound echoed back from the device. He was so shocked that his hands began to tremble nervously. Oh no. Did he break the device? What should he do? He looked at the worker standing next to him and tried to explain the situation as fast as he could. And after he was assured that nothing was wrong, he then followed the worker's instructions, hung up and dialed again. It still made the same sounds as it did last time, but since the worker told him that he was good, he continued in relief. And after he punched in the last digit, the sound within the phone changed again. Pew up, pew up. Catcher. Hello, Stilly. Is that you? Yes, yes, it's me. Ah, it's me, Stilly. I can hear you clearly. Me too. I can hear you clearly too. Ha ha ha. Stilly. Ha 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 ha. Now I can call you late at night whenever I want to. Ha. Don't you dare fool. Get off this line now. Wait. How do I stop the call again? Underscore. Chapter 471 Code Name, Houston, we have a problem. Chapter 471 Code Name, Houston, we have a problem. Stiltskin, Rudolph and their families all had a good time talking to one another merrily. In fact, the entire place was currently filled with people using all 150 phones within the room. They could only stay on the phones for a maximum of 5 minutes, so as to give others a chance to use them. Within that time, they had to learn how to save their voicemails, learn how to do party lines, learn how to call 911 and so on. And so everyone tried their best to learn all they could. As for the workers next to the phones, they all smiled proudly, while listening to everyone get excited. Even those from other empires couldn't help but get overly excited as well. And this in itself was a historical moment, Those from the museum were on it like lightning, as well as the news reporters too. In short, today was a very thrilling day for everyone. And just like that, landlines had come into existence within the Hertfillian world. Landon, the board of directors and their families had already finished looking around, and were now eating and talking within one of the massive offices on the second floor of the building. In there, their families were also learning how to use the phones as well. Of course, as esteemed guests, they had VIP treatment while within the event. Elder brother Landon, my room will have the Milan phone, right? Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Trust me. Soon enough, they would come over to install it in your room later on. So just be patient. Everyone was having a good time, when suddenly, one of the guards who was stationed around the second floor quickly came in and whispered into Landon's ears, as well as Lucius' ears too. With that, they quickly left everyone and followed the guard outside. There, they saw two soldiers standing there as still as statues. Their expressions were heavy, and one could also see a faint trace of anger that had been suppressed underneath their whole facade. The soldiers first saluted Landon and Livius, before thanking the guard. And once the guard left, their expressions grew even heavier. Your Majesty, King Father Army General Lucius. It's bad. It's code name, Houston, we have a problem, Landon and Lucius hopped into the army car that brought the two men here, and headed towards the coastal region as quickly as possible. And while in the car, the two men began explaining the situation to them in detail without leaving any bit of information out. Captains. How did this happen? Your Majesty. It's like this, and just like that, the men began recounting all that they knew about the incident. Apparently, during a normal routine check for those exiting the port, they had found a detailed document that listed several names within the military, as well as a detailed list of weapons Baymard currently had too. Of course, the document didn't say how these weapons were made, as only those within the weapon manufacturing industry would know how they were made. Only those working in the lower region weapon sector would know about what chemicals, sealants and compounds would be used, as well as the pressure, temperature, protective casings, reactions and order in which they built or made. But even though its manufacturing methods weren't mentioned, information on how to set up the weapons was also written in detail too. For example, how to reload a gun and even how to fire the cannons were recorded down there as well. And from the looks of it, the person who had given out the information also wrote that he needed more time, so as to get the exact manufacturing methods of all weapons here. With everything that they had gathered, for sure, it had to be someone within the army. And it was because of cases like these, that Landon had made sure to place those detectors and scanners in the ports. The current airport X-ray scanners produced images in orange, blue and green, with each color related to a material category. Orange showed organic material like food and paper, green showed medium dense non-organic materials like plastic bottles, and blue meant metals or hard plastics. Many people thought that the workers on the ports would only check metal, but that was a lie. They would check for paper as well, because once it passes through the X-ray scanner, the shape and image shown to them can even show them if the object is crumpled paper or not, as paper would be rectangular, bananas would have their own shapes and so on. So with this in mind, they could spot any documents there immediately, and from there, they would open the bags and pull out the paper from its hiding place and loom over it carefully. And while this was going on, the people were going through body scanners and checks too. So many spies might have actually thought that they could get away with it. But that was a lie, until the entire world was unified. All baggage and personal items would be checked for incriminating documents too. The man that they had caught probably didn't dare to hide the documents on his body, since he knew that he would be searched anyway. So he probably assumed that since they were only checking for metal, he would be safe. But of course, that wasn't the case. Security procedures, as well as what the security officers did at the ports, had nothing to do with the soldiers, police officers, Marines, Navy, Coastal Guards, and all other military officials. So everything people knew about what and how their security guards checked and operated in the ports were all assumed through their own observations and hearsays. Hence in the end, even the traitor himself or herself might have also thought that they only checked metal objects within the ports. In fact, they probably didn't even know that even liquid poison and other harmful things were also checked and sniffed away by the dogs too. Chapter 472 Codename HWHAP2. Chapter 472 Codename HWHAP2. Listening to the events that took place, Lucius was utterly disappointed in it all, because it was clear as day that the traitor who had given the man those incriminating documents was from the army. Wasn't that his main sector? As a leader, he felt responsible for it all. He clenched his hands tightly in rage when he thought about how letting such information go out could cause damage to the Baymardians. Even though it was just information about the list of weapons available, as well as how to prepare the weapons for use before a battle, it would still take away the element of surprise, as their enemies would now prepare themselves fully before coming at them. Sure, everyone would know their power eventually, but they wanted that to happen naturally. Lucius couldn't wait to find the traitor and skin him alive with his bare hands. After all the efforts that they had made to come so far, how dare anyone try to sabotage it all? Greenish veins had already popped on Lucius' face, as he envisioned himself cutting the culprit into pieces 1,000 times. Of course, he wasn't the only one who thought this as well. When both soldiers in the car first got wind of the situation, they truly felt like stomping on the son of a BCH responsible for the whole situation. What a bastard. As they retold the incident, they felt their bodies get hotter and hotter from rage, but tried to calm themselves down, so as to get to the crux of the matter. The captains also passed several documents to Landon and Lucius, which showed the reason why the man had come to Baymard. It started that he had come here for touristic reasons, which was perfectly okay. Landon read through everything and went through the entire event again. What's the man's nationality? King Father Army General Lucius. He's from the Empire of Tariq. One of the soldiers replied. Tariq? Maybe Nopline is the mastermind then? Maybe Nopline, or other nobles who want power. Who knows? Maybe this man isn't even working for anyone in Tariq. Landon added. True. Maybe he's working for another empire even though he's from Tariq. That might be the case. But we'll only know for sure after further investigations. Captain's exclamation mark. Did he confess to who the traitor in our midst was? No, your majesty. He did not, because if he did, I might first kill the traitor before heading towards you both. Your majesty. Alright. Everyone should calm down. When you tried to interrogate him, did he say anything at all? No, your majesty. He kept his mouth shut the entire time while we were there. Alright. How many people actually know the truth of what really happened? Just 9 people. Which includes you both, your majesty. Those who witnessed the scene of the guards taking the man away haven't been told anything yet, so they can only speculate on what really happened there. Good. Follow all procedures for handling this matter. I expect the whole issue to be covered up, so as not to alert the traitor. But your majesty, what do we tell the news reporter and the press who are already all over this? Tell them that the man had previously attacked someone and was trying to escape the law in Baymard before getting caught. In addition to what His Majesty has said, make sure to keep the man's real identity private too. Make up a fake name, as well as nationality too, Lucius added. King Father Army General Lucius. Then can we use Corona? No, we have a treaty with them and can't hurt our friendship over this. In short, since the man is from Tariq, and we can't use Baymard or Corona as a nationality, then we're only left with Daephorus and Arkadina. Well, I prefer that we go with Arkadina as the man's nationality. But your majesty, we say that the man was from Arkadina. Wouldn't there be a fatal flaw in the story? We caught the man in the coastal port, and not in the land port that leads to Arkadina. It wouldn't matter. because at the end of the day, we have said that the man was trying to escape after harming someone. So we could also assume that the man was afraid that we would catch up to him once he left Baymard. So he wanted to get on a ship and make sure that he would be long gone before we realized his crime. Ah, that makes sense, Your Majesty. HMHM. Also, the press had only flooded the scene after the man had been taken away. So they only know what the man looked like, based on the information from the observers. So take advantage of this, and spread out fake information about the man's looks too. At this point, no one would really know anything about the man's looks. And so if we tell the reporters that the man had blue eyes, of course it would be so. But for hair color, since everyone had seen it, then just let it be. And remember, no one, not even your girlfriends, wives or best friends, should know about it. Is that understood? Yes, Your Majesty. Good. Anything to add, King Father Army General Lucius? Well, you've said it all. But in addition to that, since we're trying to interrogate him, doing so in the port will only raise more suspicions to the matter. So we need to secretly transfer him to the palace's dungeons without anyone knowing. It's better tranquilize him quietly and take him out. Remember, the traitors are still within the military. And since we don't want the press to know the exact identity and looks of the man, we have to hide him away from the public's eyes, Lucius said while stroking his beard. If they wanted to get down to the bottom of this, they needed to do things as stealthily as possible. Landon also thought that Lucius' idea made a lot of sense too, and for the first time, he was truly happy that the cathode ray cameras hadn't come out yet, or else the man's picture might have been taken and placed on the front cover of tomorrow's newspapers. Over the years, the reporters had become hunters of news. It was as if they could sniff out anything newsworthy information from a mile away. Sigh. Luckily, the man had already been arrested a couple of minutes prior to the reporter's grand entrance in the port. They drove while recounting their next step. And soon, they had finally arrived at the coastal port. Now, it was time to find out who the traitor was. Please go to https://readnovelfull.com. I'm King of Technology to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 473 New Info. Chapter 473 New Info. Once they arrived at the port, they parked their vehicle within the regions meant for workers and guards within the port. Since the news reporters were all over the place, Landon and the gang had decided to use the side doors that were meant only for security personnel. As soon as they stepped out of the door, two burly security men quickly came forward and greeted them. These men didn't know anything about the reason why Landon visited, but all they knew was that their chief security officer had told them to wait down here for Landon and take him up undetected. So they had been here ever since. They then did their best to maneuver Landon and the rest around the building, while using only the doors and rooms for the staffers and security personnel. And after a bit, they finally took one of the security elevators and ended up on the highest floor of the building. There, they moved towards the coastal port's main security sector and quickly opened the door for Landon and the rest. The security sector was very large, as it had a total of 18 massive rooms within it. In some rooms, people were processing the paperwork for all confiscated items, while in other rooms, other officers were busy processing and following up on incidents that involved those held in the port's holding rooms for a day or more. One had to know that several people tried to steal other people's passports as claim it as theirs, as well as tried to force their way in. Some people with black eyes even stole the passport for those with blue eyes. But since there were no picture portraits on the passports, many people were utterly shocked as to how the security guards and workers here knew all these things. Of course, with the physical attributes and secret codes written at the back of each passport with invisible ink, no one really knew how they were caught. And so if the officers found any suspicious incident, they would first confiscate the passport, keep the person within the port, and try to process what had happened. They would also place the passport's name on a list, and those who came back claiming that their passports were missing, could just take a look at the list first. There was too much work to be done daily, so the massive security sector here was constantly busy. Of course, before Landon could go in, he had to show proof that he was permitted to step in, for sure. The security men that brought them in showed a note from the chief security officer. And later on, they were still searched from head to toe. They were allowed to keep their weapons, but even so, the number of weapons that they had on them was still recorded by the officers at the sector entrance. Your Majesty, King Father Lucius, sirs, welcome. Landon and the gang were all currently standing within the chief security personnel's office. The chief security man was a very tall man with wide shoulders and very dark long hair. The two of you can return to your posts. Yes, sir, replied the men who led Landon and the rest here. And when they were finally gone, the chief officer quickly led Landon and his gang to a private holding cell that only he and a few others in the security sector had access to. The entire cell was all white. In short, everything within the cell was white, from the table to the chairs and even the doors. Everything was immaculate white, except for a dark screen on one side of the wall. The room was also soundproofed, so no matter how hard the prisoner screamed or yelled, those outside wouldn't be able to hear a thing. Landon and the rest had already stepped into another room adjacent to the holding room, and were currently observing the man through the glass-like screen before them. Landon, Lucius and his rest looked at the man intensively, while going through his information again. Your Majesty. After we sent for you, the suspect spoke. Landon and everyone's eyes turned curiously towards the chief security officer. He said that those documents had been planted into his suitcase last night after he got drunk in his hotel room. Oh, interesting. And how sure was he that it was planted there only last night? Your Majesty. According to the suspect, he had finished packing up everything the day before, and that night, he had decided to drink at the bar with some new friends that he had made here. New friends? Yes, Your Majesty. New friends. He said that they were also tourists as well, and had asked him to join them since it was his last night in Baymard. According to the suspect, after a night of fun, he slept like a log, woke the next day and noticed that his suitcases had been slightly moved. But at the time, he was running late to catch his ship ride. So he brushed it off and left. And what about those so-called friends of his? What are their names? And are they still in Baymard? Your Majesty. The suspect gave us the names of his friends, and according to the suspect, they should still be in Baymard. Of course, I also have a special unit looking through today's information, as well as last night's information. And so far, no names similar to the ones given have left Baymard through any of the ports. For sure, we will still continue our search just in case we miss anything else. And we have also sent out a list to the workers checking the passports too. You can rest assured, Your Majesty, until this case is solved, none of these men will leave Baymard. Good, Landon said while nodding in satisfaction. Everyone looked at the man behind the screen intensively, while trying to figure out whether his story was plausible or not. Guilty or innocent? That was the question. Please go to https://readnovelfull.com. I'm King of Technology to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 474 almost there. Chapter 474 almost there. Alright, as planned, we need to get this man out of here first. Right. With that, everyone moved quickly and soon uncuffed the captive from the table. The captive, who thought that he had been freed, was extremely shocked when his hands were placed behind him and still cuffed. They also placed a long coat over his shoulder, so as to block the fact that he was handcuffed from any prying eyes. He was confused by the fast-paced events that were going on. It's best for you to stay completely quiet, unless you want to taste our weapons for yourself. That was the only thing that these men had said to him ever since he had brought him out of the White Room. In truth, he was extremely glad to be out. For a moment, he truly felt like he was losing his mind slowly. Why would anyone make a room that was almost completely white? It was like mental torture, and he never wanted any part of it any longer. In a flash, Landon, Lucius, the chief of security and the other two captains, quickly used the security doors within the building. Until they were finally back in the worker security parking lot. Your Majesty, I will keep a lookout for those men on the list, so worry not. HMHM. Be sure to send word to the palace or barracks when you find anything new. At the same time, look through the records for when these friends of his actually came into Baymard. I want to know what their nationalities are, why they came here, if they were really tourists as the suspect claimed, and how long were they granted stay in Baymard. Understood, Your Majesty. I will get it done immediately. After talking with the chief of police, Landon and the rest drove away from the port and headed towards the palace. Everyone sat in their original positions, with both soldiers still sitting in front, while Landon and Lucius were again seated at the back. As for where the captive was, for sure he was currently sandwiched between Landon and Lucius. There was no need to tranquilize the guy because after warning him, they didn't hear any single sound from his mouth anymore. They drove at a steady pace towards the palace, and soon, they had arrived, successfully gotten the captive into Landon's residential building without Annon's prying eyes. Of course, this entire time, the suspect had been blindfolded, so he had no clue where they had taken him to, ever since he left that white room back in the coastal port. In Landon's wing, there were several secret rooms, dungeons and tunnels there. So because there was a possibility that the man could be innocent, Landon and the rest didn't throw him into Landon's secret dungeon. Instead, they kept him in one of Landon's secret rooms in his wing instead. With everything in order, Landon and the rest quickly removed the suspect's blindfolds. Mr. Himura, if you answer our questions honestly, then everything will work out well for you. But if you even so much as lie or make any false statements, then it'll make you wish that you were never born in the first place, Lucius said, with a very cold and intimidating tone. Himura shook a little, after hearing the threat, and couldn't help but sweat a little. The suspect jerked upright, panicked and tried to pull his hands away. The more he pulled, the more he felt the sharp edges of the handcuffs dig deep into his skin. He looked at the people who towered over him in fear and felt coldness envelop him slowly. Were they going to kill him? No, I didn't do it. I'm innocent. I'm innocent, I tell ya. I'm really innocent, the suspect said, while wailing, shivering and looking at Landon and the rest with fear. Sir, calm down. We're just asking you questions, and nothing else. All right. Let's begin. The interrogation went on for 41 minutes, with the suspect answering all their questions nervously. He cried, cursed and shrieked every now and then, but overall, they had gotten all that they could out of him. With that done, they gave him his lunch, which he thought was poisoned. But after hunger had gotten the best of him, the suspect ate the meal and was surprised that nothing had happened to him. After taking care of the suspect, Landon and the rest immediately walked out of the room to make their analysis and draw up their plans before finally splitting up. Lucius decided to stay in the vicinity so as to provide for the captive later on. But as for Landon and the other soldiers, they left to find these visitors. According to the suspect, these visitors stayed in the same hotel as he did. So they immediately started from there, and the rest was history. 3 whole days went by, with the news reporters already putting their fake story on the news. Everyone knew about the incident in the coastal reaction. But of course, their version of the story was utterly wrong. Within the barracks, 2 people who had been previously nervous about the incident seemed to be fully relaxed when they heard that it was as they had suspected. Bro, do you think that they were onto us? No. From the report, it said that the person they had caught was from Arcadina, and even wanted to flee from the place as fast as he could for fear that if he rode on horseback, Baymard might use its cars outside to catch up to him. In addition to that, the person is about 5.7 and has deep blue hair and brown eyes. So he definitely can be our man. Also, I had gone to the hospital to see the victim from the man's previous attack, and I can tell you that the man was all bandaged and looked like he was in pain while laying on a hospital bed. But how did you visit the man when you don't even know him? Bro, didn't you hear? The man was open to being visited by anyone. The reporters and other curious citizens also came out to see him as well. Anyway, for the time being, I think that was still safe, right? And even if they eventually find out, it would probably be too late for them to do anything about it anyway. Both men grinned and continued their military pursuit without a care in the world. Who would suspect them? Nobody. Please go to https://readnovelfull.com. I'm king of technology to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 475 Who Did It? Chapter 475 Who Did It? The traitors went about their business within the barracks without a care in the world. They had managed to even fool His Majesty Landon Barn. So right now, they were feeling very unstoppable. And while these backstabbers were gloating in their success, back in the palace, Landon and his gang had already reached their final verdict. They walked into the room which now had 6 people in it, and looked at each and every one of them thoughtfully. They had to bring the other suspects in because if they were actually guilty, then they would definitely send word to those traitors in the barracks. But while the group stayed here, they were treated and cared for extremely well. Over the past few days, these suspects had learnt that they had rights, and wouldn't be ill-treated or handled in any way. After all, they were suspects and not prisoners. In fact, they were given free delicious food, books and games to entertain themselves with. They didn't really kick up a fuss, because they were told that they would be in here at most for 1 week max. But it was only 3 days and these people had already found the culprit. How fast? They were also told that they would be compensated for their troubles and given an expansion on their visas if they were found innocent. These people didn't even know that they were in the palace. So their story would probably talk about being blindfolded, as well as how scared or excited they were. All in all, they enjoyed almost the same luxuries as suspects who stayed in their homes. The only thing that wasn't given to them was the freedom to walk around the place. Stepping into the room, Landon and the rest could see that some of the suspects were excited, while others looked extremely sad or had stone-cold expressions on their faces. Landon looked at the excited men amongst the pack and couldn't help but shake his head wryly. There were always people who got excited when going through something remotely dangerous or dramatic. Some people just lived for the drama. Bam! One of the soldiers shut the door behind him tightly and followed patiently behind Landon. Now, it was time to unmask the traitor's accomplices from the group. Gentlemen, this is Chief Inspector Morgan from the police department, who you're all familiar with by now. He's done putting all the clues together. And now, it's time for judgment. Inspector Morgan, the floor is yours. Thank you, Your Majesty. One should know that the military couldn't look and search for clues like the inspectors or even those skilled like the FBI. Hence this investigation had to be handled by the inspectors. Whether the suspects were guilty or not, the inspector would do their best to crack down the case as swiftly as they could. Lucius was also the head of the police here in Baymard, so he knew about their tactics. But even still, he, Landon and the other 2 soldiers just stood at a distance and let the chief inspector work his magic. Inspector Morgan looked at the suspects coldly and finally dumped a file on the table before them. Today, I'll tell you all a little tale about what actually happened on the night that you all claimed to be drunk, or as the youth call it now, wasted. Mr. Thomas. Me. Anderson. Yes, they both answered nervously. You 2 initiated the whole thing, telling everyone to go out for fun. Both of you also paid for everyone's bottles of beer, and also made sure that everyone was drunk to stupor. But before they could even protest, Inspector Morgan raised his tone and continued speaking over them. Do you 2 want to deny it? No. But So you do agree. You both initiated the whole thing and made sure that everyone was slightly pushed to their limits. And by the time everyone went back to their rooms, it was lights out for them when they got on their beds. Listening to the inspector, the rest of the suspects couldn't help but look at the duo suspiciously. Was it really a coincidence? These people had tried so hard that night to make them completely wasted. And even when some of them protested at the beginning, The duo wouldn't have it and continuously insisted that they should drink until they passed out. The other suspects unconsciously leaned away from the duo from shame. They were almost used by these people and killed. Luckily, the Baymard had a policy of first finding out the truth before prosecuting or torturing them. Most places would begin torturing them and even go so far as to kill them without any evidence at all. They all swore that after they get out, they wouldn't be so trusting of people again. They would only get wasted with people that they truly knew. They could drink with strangers, but not to the point where they were wasted. Yes. Was this what the Baymardians meant by drinking responsibly? All of you said that during your stay here, no one except for the staff came into your rooms. And since none of you were familiar with each other, you all just knocked on each other's doors when it was time for breakfast or when you wanted to leave for fun. Correct? Yes, yes, yes. They all answered hurriedly while looking at Inspector Morgan anxiously. You see, we searched your rooms and found strands of hair, dirty dried up footprints in your bathroom and other minute details. That showed that indeed, apart from the hotel workers. No one else came into your rooms. So all of you were telling the truth. All except one. Once again, everyone was utterly confused. Even the back soldiers at the back were confused as well. Everyone was at the edge of their seats, as their minds quickly went to work. The suspects all looked at each other as if trying to find out who the real culprit was from amongst them. They looked at everyone's subtle movements, as if trying to be detectives themselves. In the end, who did it? Please go to https://readnovelfull.com. I'm king of technology to read the latest chapters for free. Chapter 476. The jig was up. Chapter 476. The jig was up. Everyone kept wondering how the liar in the group could be. Why would the person lie if he wasn't guilty? The most surprising thing to them was how this inspector was able to tell if they had any visitors in their rooms or not. Of course, amongst them, there was one person whose heartbeat increased nervously. Inspector Morgan looked at them and smirked. As I said, all except one of you was telling the truth. Mr. Himura, I think you can stop pretending now. Hearing that, everyone's eyes bulged out in shock when they heard Himura's name. He was the most unlikely in their opinion. He was the shy one of the group, and always needed convincing whoever they wanted to do anything. Did the inspector make a mistake? Yes. For a lot of untrained civilians, you might be able to fool them, but I'm sorry to say that your luck has finally run out. For starters, even though you came as a tourist, you claimed to be a merchant. Now, anyone who has spent enough time with merchants would know their uncontrollable urge to buy and sell. If there was anything new and amazing, they would try to get any sort of deal, discount or contract for any new item on the market. And that's where you gave yourself up. What sort of merchant leaves the place with just 3 pieces of baggage? In fact, let's forget about the number for now, and loom at the items within them. Your luggage only had single items in them, and not items bought in bulk. If you had even bought 4 pairs of shirts that looked alike and were different sizes like large, small or medium, that would even be somewhat believable. But you have just 1 pair or type of product for yourself only. And what sort of merchant leaves with just 3 suitcases? In addition to that, while you were here, you never tried to get deals for your so-called business or even show signs of interest in buying any item in bulk. In other words, you shopped with only you in mind. So no matter how I see it, there's no way that you're a merchant. Your skin is extremely fair and in no way the same to those of peasants or ordinary folks. So maybe you're noble instead. The more Inspector Morgan spoke, the more shocked everyone became. Especially the other suspects. What the hell? You could catch a lie using just this? Even though the other suspects were all amazed, they couldn't help but agree with Inspector Morgan's analysis. What sort of merchant didn't care about expanding his business, as well as getting enough products to market out? It was like Himura had been shopping for himself rather than for his store. 3 bags. Even they as nobles had at least 4,050 bags. But Himra, who they just found out was also a noble, only left with 3 bags. Come on. Even peasants who were leaving Baymard left with 4 or 5 bags. But this dude wanted to leave with just 3? Nah. It was definitely suspicious. Mr. Himra, with all that we've said, it seems like your identity is a fake, isn't it? Inspector Morgan said, with a broad smile on his face. Himra looked at him and sneered. So what if I came here using a fake identity? What does that prove? Ah. Finally showing your true self. I always knew that cowardly appearance and demeanor of yours was all an act. It was all an act. All the other suspects looked at Himra in shock. Was this still the shy and overly obedient guy that they all knew? They had never seen Anon's facial expression change so fast. One moment he looked like an angel, and the next, he looked like a demon. Really a smart one. In case you got caught during your departure, you already planned for others to take the fall in your place. So 2 weeks before your departure, you began looking for your targets. You would always sit in the lounge area for several hours while observing everyone that came and went. And that's how you spotted the other suspects. You then made your move by accidentally spraining your ankle in front of them. And sure enough, you took the opportunity to bond with them and tell them about how you had no friends here in Baymard. Of course, from there, the rest was history. You see, from the get-go, you had planned for us to crucify one of them as the culprit. But never in your wildest dreams would you have believed that we would uncover the whole case and still find you as the culprit. In other words, your bags were never touched by anyone else. Silence. The room was dead silent, and after listening to Inspector Morgan, they finally knew that they had been had. Their blood began to boil with rage, as they thought about how they would never see their families again if they were actually found to be guilty. Luckily, the Baymardian police and military forces were too skilled to let them suffer any losses. Many of them felt like breaking their handcuffs and smashing Himra's head against the table. Mother, bam. They hit their tables hard and cursed Himra with all their hearts. So with that said, even though everyone except Himra is free to leave, we will ask for you all to stay here until nightfall before we secretly transport you out again. And of course, I have to remind you all that everyone should keep this experience a secret. Many people want information about Baymard. So when they hear that you went through this scenario, they might capture, torture and even kill you and your families just to have any information about your experience during the case. So for your own sake, keep this experience a secret. Now, as we had promised, your stays in Baynard will be expended by 14 days. And you will get 2 free tickets each to any of the theater shows. This is our little thank you for cooperating with us. With that said, the soldiers took Himra to the secret dungeon within the wing, while the other suspects stayed in the room instead. They were once again uncuffed and allowed to do anything they wanted in the room. Now, it was time to get the names of those Baymardian traitors. Chapter 477 His Master. Chapter 477 His Master. After locking Himra up in the secret prison, the soldiers looked at Inspector Morgan with a whole new level of respect. One should know that this was their first time witnessing any inspector in action. So they were left utterly shocked. They had so many unanswered questions in their minds, and couldn't help but walk up to Inspector Morgan curiously. Inspector, there's something that baffles me. How did you know that someone else had been in Himra's hotel room apart from himself and the hotel staffers? You see, in Himra's tomb, we found a used coffee mug with its handle facing the left side of the table. And besides the mug, was also a stirring spoon that was also on the left-hand side of the mug. In short, there were over 7 pieces of evidence like these scattered all over the parlor living room. So of course, one would not be wrong to assume that all these details the suspect was left-handed. The captains frowned as they listened to Morgan. But from what we know, Himra is right-handed instead. Bingo. He's right-handed. But all the evidence in the living room points out that he was left-handed instead. So just to confirm again that we were sure, we looked at the other rooms too, just to see if the suspect was truly left-handed or right-handed. In the bedroom, Another used mug was placed on the right side bed table, and this time, the mug's handle is facing the right of the table. If you pick up a mug with your right, you'll definitely place it down with the handle facing the right. And vice versa for when you pick it up with your left. In addition to that, the bathroom also had two used bars of soaps that were left on the right-hand side of the bathtub, as well as the sink. Also, even though we don't have any way of identifying fingerprints, we still take note of some minor details by looking at them. For example, the right bathroom tap handle had numerous fingerprints on it when compared to the left handle. In short, there were over 24 reasons that backed up the claim that the suspect was indeed right-handed. So that meant that some left-handed person must have used the mug in the living room earlier, which also proved that the suspect lied about not having anyone over before he left. Listening to Morgan's analogy, both captains nodded in awe at Morgan's amazing deduction skills. Were all inspectors like this? But how did you know that his cowardly facade was all an act? For starters, he knew about most of Baymard's weapons, and also had a plan for if he got caught. So with that in mind, it was also safe for us to assume that he knew about some of our principles and technologies here. You see, when he was previously locked up in the coastal region, he already knew that you all had been watching him from behind the black screen. After all, the military also had black screen rooms for instructors too. So the traitors in barracks would have probably told him about them. Hence his goal was to act as pitiful as he possibly could, so as to make everyone think that he was innocent. After all, civilians and even nobles don't know anything about the black screen wall yet. And since it wasn't written down in his list, he thought that no one would be suspicious of his pitiful act at all. Also, his eyes were somewhat shifty, his breathing would sometimes get heavy, his eyes became dilated and tensed up for a bit during questioning, and he would always bring out some pitiful point whenever he answered a question. In short, from a psychological point of view, there were so many reasons why I felt very certain that this whole charade was an act. Morgan answered honestly, clap, 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 clap. Landon claimed, and so did everyone else. Bravo. Well done, Inspector. Thank you, Your Majesty. Himra, who was currently chained up, was extremely shocked by the minds of these Baymardians. If he knew that he would be caught so easily, then why the hell would he even try? He smiled bitterly, as his face was fried with regret. But somehow, after thinking about his master, he felt a little bit better. His master would definitely save him at the end of the day. Everyone looked at Himra and smiled coldly, especially the soldiers who were almost received by him. So Mr. Himra, are you finally ready to talk? Jai bust the names of the traitors, and well as who you're working for. And we promise to give you a painless death. Hearing the word death, Himra sneered and looked at them as if they were idiots. He didn't for 1 second believe that they would kill him. TSK. Do you know who my master is? It's Freak Master Nopline. And you know what happened when anyone touches my master's men? Touch me, and you're all dead for sure. Looking at how quiet everyone was, Himra felt even before confident in his master's capability. Why are you all going silent now? Didn't you all say that you will kill me? HMPH. Since you know who my master is, then you better let me go, or else, Himra warned. And soon, he saw someone walk steadily towards him. Yup. They were about to release him. At least that's what he thought. One of the captains stepped forward with a smile that didn't reach his eyes and immediately shut his hands. Bang! Himra looked at them in shock, as he couldn't believe what had just happened. The pain that he felt was truly something unimaginable. Ah! He screamed, shuddered and yelled out loud with all his might in agony. He felt consumed by a pain that knew no end or limit, as it tore through his body like shards of glass and made his blood run cold. His breathing began heavy, his face became slightly pale, and sweat immediately formed on his forehead and chest. Ah, you morons. Just wait till spring comes again. Then you'll feel my master's wrath by then when he brings all his faces to take you down," Himra said hysterically while panting heavily. Everyone in the room just looked at him as if he were an idiot. "We won't repeat ourselves again. Tell us what we want to know, and we'll give you a slightly painless death. And just so you know, the more blood you lose the more likely you'll die. At first, Himra chose not to give him. But after being punched and shot on both hands and one foot, he soon gave up as he had never experienced this kind of pain in his entire life. In fact, it was when they wanted to shoot off his penis that he decided to talk. At least let him die with that intact, all right. Immediately after confessing, Landon requested for Himra to receive medical attention. After all, even if he had to die, he had to be executed in front of everyone else. Any spy who knew their secrets had to die by public execution. There was no other way around it. And so they secretly called some medical staff to come to the palace and looked after a tied-up Himra. And when everything was properly taken care of, they quickly made their way into the barracks. With the names at hand, everyone smiled calmly while imagining how they would deal with these backstabbers. Now, it was time for action. Chapter 478 Foolish Men. Chapter 478 Foolish Men. Landon and the rest drove in complete silence towards the barracks. And while they were heading over there, Chief Inspector Morgan went to the bank instead. From what Himra said, he had given the men close to 15,000 bays each as payment for the information. Of course, they would receive more later on once they completed their job by giving out the manufacturing procedures of all weapons in Baymard. Landon thought that it was almost an impossible job to accomplish, because things like the pure chemicals needed were extracted in percentages by the alchemy industry before being sent to the weapon manufacturing industry. How could they properly separate compounds and chemicals like nitric acid, other nitrates and so on, while making sure that the percentages of these chemicals are at least above 97% concentrated? Even making bombs and so on need the right composition and concentrated chemicals that were produced by the alchemy industry. More still, did these people know how many departments and industries worked together with the weapon manufacturing industry? Even synthetic rubber production that was gotten by oil distillation, and other components from the plastic manufacturing industry and so on, also contribute to making these weapons. So they were basically asking these two men to steal over 50 procedures from over 7 or 8 manufacturing industries. After all, Baymard had a ton of weapons available, and each weapon was completed with chemicals and parts produced by both the weapon manufacturing industry and other industries too. So when Landon first saw the amount that these traitors had received, he didn't know whether to feel bad for them or pity them. These procedures were all worth over millions of bays each. But these people only took that much. Looking at everything, since no one really knew the production process, they probably didn't know how much work, procedures and companies work alongside the weapon manufacturing industry. In their minds, what they might have envisioned could even be a single sheet with bullet points on it. How silly. Anyway, Morgan was going to the bank with written permission from the chief of police Lucius. He was sent there to check if those two traitors had deposited the amount in their bank accounts, because if so, then he could bring up their bank statements as proof as well. Obviously, they wouldn't keep such a huge amount of money in their lockers within the barracks for fear of being caught. So it would have it be either in their bank accounts, or their residential homes outside the barracks. Hence Morgan had also planned to stop by their homes after leaving the bank. Time was of the essence and he had to make haste with his search. As for Landon and the rest, they went back to the barracks, but secretly kept a lookout for those two traitors. It was especially hard for the captains, because whenever they saw them, they felt like running over and beating them into a pulp. But as leaders, they bottled up everything and pretended to be their regular selves. As for Landon and Lucius, they quickly sent out a notice that 2 days from now on Thursday morning, all jobs and classes will come to stop at 12 noon. Of course, only those operating public transport, working the port, hotels and other jobs that needed to stay operational, would be exempt from this. This also included those who would be guarding the empire, prisons, military buildings, coastal relation and the walls in King's Landing. So with all that said, Landon expected to see most of the police officers, military men and civilians on site anyway. Even though Landon had said that work should stop at 12 noon. He still wanted to give everyone time to eat and relax. So he requested that everyone assemble in District G around the place where they usually kept the Empire's Christmas tree at. It used to be the city square when Baymard was still a city. Now, it was known as the Wishing Ground, as people believed that making a wish here during Christmas ... or even kissing your lover here during Valentine's Day, meant good wishes or a long union together. As for what Landon called assembled them for, it was apparently to announce some new changes in Baymard, as well as to appoint some new soldiers who will go out to Corona and help give a going hand to the doctors and nurses dealing with the Shinjip disease there. Apparently, since His Majesty felt that the talk might be somewhat boring to the children, he also requested for the children to stay at home with the guardian too. And so everyone made a mental note of the notice that was posted and announced everywhere. They also made plans just as His Majesty had said, and planned for someone to babysit their children. Be it their elder daughters, sons or even the nannies at the daycare centers. As adults, they knew how serious things like this could get, especially when it concerned a disease like the Shinjip disease. Even others from other empires decided to come as well, as they too had been flowing up on how Baymard's attempt to cure disease. One should know that it was similar to major viruses like AIDS and other illnesses that didn't have a cure yet, so it would be a miracle if Baymard actually cured it. Healers from all over the world would flood to Baymard in attempts to know how they did it. Even kings and nobles had sent their spies into Baymard just to get info about the situation, as they were too scared to get in Gum City in Corona, for the risk of getting infected. So any Shinjip news made people's ears stand up at attention. Not to talk about the fact that newspapers that published articles on Shinjip typically got sold out like hotcake. Inspector Morgan, I need everything on your end ready before then. Yes, Your Majesty. Captains. In the meantime, keep an eye out on our targets. I want to know where they go, what they do and who they mingle with regularly. Yes, King Father Army General Lucius. We will do as you've instructed. Dr. Mitch. Make sure that Himra is alive and kicking, and watch him very closely. We will also send some secret guards to watch over him as well. We need him on that day as well. And get the fake injured man to prepare for that day too. Understood, Your Majesty. Good. With everything sorted out, Landon and Lucius decided to turn in for the day. 2 days went by in a flash. And soon it was already 2:50 p.m. on Thursday afternoon. The crowd quickly gathered while looking at their watches, and of course, trust the reporters with their news crew to already be the two. They had their equipment set up, and were ready to get down all the juicy details from this assembly. For sure, the soldiers, police officers, guards, Marines and other officers were the two as well. They looked very heroic and made many people look at their formation in awe. There was also a white clean van parked at the back of the stage. The van looked like a delivery van, so everyone just assumed that His Majesty probably wanted to distribute things to everyone. Time passed by quickly, and soon, Landon, Lucius, Inspector Morgan, Gary, Josh, Mark, Threy, and the two captains who helped them with the case, came up the stage just in time. Landon looked at his watch and smiled. 3 p.m. Time to close the case. Today, I will call out 18 names of soldiers, who will later join the team of doctors and nurses that will be going to Corona after Christmas. With that, Landon began calling out some of the soldiers' names, which included the names of the traitors too. Of course, he spaced their names apart when he called them out so that they wouldn't be suspicious about it all. Simon McBeal. Yoshi Hanoya. Hearing their names, the traitors excitedly walked onto the stage with their heads held high. Hee. After successfully managing to fool someone like His Majesty Landon Barn, they still got picked for such an important mission. So how could they not feel proud if they knew that it would be this easy to deceive a messenger from the heavens? Then wouldn't they have done it ages ago when they had first arrived in Baymard? At this point, weren't they above the heavenly messenger then? HMPH. Forget it. At this point, they saw themselves as immortal beings. Chapter 479 Drama on the Assembly. Chapter 479 Drama on the Assembly. They walked up the stage and stood beside the others who had also been called out as well. Looking at them, Landon smirked at their stupidity. Right from when they had made that deal several months ago, Landon had always known about it. This was his territory that he had personally mapped out with the help of the system. So any spies or those making shady deals or even talking suspiciously will get to him through the system's monitoring and recordings. But it wasn't necessary up to him to do something about it. The armed forces in Baymard had to learn on their own, without him saying anything. Of course, he would never allow the wrong persons to be prosecuted, and would also never allow any information to leave the Empire, as he would magically warp where he needed to be, and secretly take out those involved if the Baymardian forces ever let them go accidentally. In fact, he knew why they had betrayed Baymard, and it was all for greed. These traitors were former slaves that had just been rescued by his men while he was away in Corona. They had been taken forcefully from Deiferus and were on a ship moving towards Terik. It was there that he sent his men to intercept and rescue them, alongside other slaves. In short, these men had only stayed in Baymard for 2 months and 3 weeks now, so one could say that they were still fairly new in Baymard. Nonetheless, when they came here, they signed an agreement to keep their mouths shut and not to speak about Baymard's secrets no matter what. So since they broke the rule, then they should expect whatever was coming to them. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone in the audience clapped while looking at these brave men on the stage. The chosen soldiers all stood at the front of the stage in a straight line for all to see. And while the people clapped, the 2 captains who had previously helped out in the case calmly walked behind the chosen soldiers, until they were directly behind their targets. Everyone just thought that the captains were just walking around to check the postures of the chosen soldiers. So no one thought that anything was wrong at the moment. Of course, as the captains moved, Landon continued his speech as well. These men will join the Shinjet team and head on out after Christmas. Well, all of them, except 2. Bam. Silence. There was complete silence for a while, as people were trying to register what exactly was going on here. Did these captains just pin 2 soldiers down like thieves? And why was His Majesty just watching without saying anything? In fact, the other soldiers around the men first thought that an enemy had attacked. But when they wanted to make their move and saw that these men were pinned down by their captains, they looked at His Majesty and Lucius, who didn't even try to stop it. And it was only there and then that they knew that these 2 men had probably effed up somehow. Thinking about it now, it was really strange that fresh blood like this who just joined the barracks would be asked to go out on a mission. One needed to first be trained and disciplined for a while before they could even dream about leaving. 2 months of training is too little for outside missions. Of course, if the mission were in Baymard, they could request for these newbies to help them reload the weapons during a battle, so that was understandable. But to go out on dangerous missions? Please. There were too many great officers for the job. So looking at it like this, they knew that this was definitely a setup. And now, the only question they had was what the hell did these 2 newbies do to warrant such a public disgrace? As for the news reporters on the scene, their eyes popped and their news senses were tingling. They already pushed their way forward in a blink of an eye, and were almost about to get on the stage, before they were finally stopped. This just in. two soldiers had been stumped and thrown onto the ground. No, scratch that. They had been James Bonded and sent downwards in a flash. Those who had their radios at home or at work within the workstations that didn't close down for the day were in utter shock. Did they actually hear that right? Two soldiers were kicked down. But why and how? Everyone looked at the stage with expressions that were both filled with excitement and confusion. Your Majesty, can you talk already? Killing us with suspense here. The two traitors were first confused as well, and then it quickly dawned on them. They've been found out. At first, they were fearful, but when they remembered that their guy had already escaped, they began to feel like there was hope for them. Yes, they could deny everything and act like they were unfairly punished. After all, they were soldiers, and were seen as war heroes, said the people who hadn't even got out for one Baymardian battle or mission yet. At least that's what they thought of doing, before they saw the white van behind them open up. And their guy was brought out and forced to kneel down beside them as well. And then they saw the fake patient step out of the van and look at them with a broad smile on his face. They felt like crying, but had no tears to shed. Those who had seen the man in the hospital or even seen his portrait on the papers, felt like today's drama was just too much for them to handle. Why didn't they bring popcorn? What the heck? How could a man with a broken rib, leg and hand injury wake up so soon? And from the looks of it, his body had no injuries whatsoever. So why did the newspapers say that he did? They looked at the man from head to toe several times, as if trying to mind control him to say his story. Come on, speak. As for the news reporters, how could they miss this scoop? They looked at the fake patient in shock and their bodies trembled from excitement, as all they saw when they looked at him was literally one word: news. Sirs, please let us get on stage 2. This is news, and we have permission to interview the people here today. Mr. Severus, please, come this way, sir. The news reporters were all currently scrambling below the stage, in attempts to talk to the fake patient. But of course, they were immediately stopped by the police and army. As for Landon, now that all the chips were laid down nicely, it was time to formally begin execution. Off with their heads. Chapter 480 The Execution 1. Chapter 480 The Execution 1. Everyone looked at those on the stage in confusion, but the soldiers and other armed forces around looked at the entire situation differently, because even though they didn't know what was going on, looking at Landon and Lucius, who still stood there as still as a rock, many of them quickly suspected the men on the stage even more. They came up with many theories in their minds but chose to stand quietly and wait for His Majesty's reasons. The other men who were first caught as suspects were also amongst the crowd as well. They mocked arrogantly while looking at Mr. Himura, who was currently kneeling on the stage. Since he wanted to kill them by using them as scapegoats, then why should they feel any pity for him? He deserved it. Landon looked at everyone calmly and stepped forward. Everyone, I know many of you are confused by what is going on today, but before we get on to the matter at hand, let me introduce you to these two men. Landon went on to talk about how these men had been brought in after they were rescued by the soldiers, and how they had only stayed in Baymard for 2 months and a few weeks. Knowing this, everyone quickly realized that even though they were soldiers, they were still newbies who were also trying to learn all the rules that Baymard incorporated. After talking about the origins of the two traitors, Landon decided to dive right into the matter at hand. Citizens of Baymard, the reason why these people are being roughly handled is because they had committed treason. Immediately, the crowd almost exploded from shock, and the armed forces also turned cold as well. Treason? How, when and why? Everyone kept their ears at attention, and even the usual loud news reporters were quiet as well. Landon looked at everyone's shocked expressions and calmly moved towards the traitors with his sword in his hands. Yes, my Baymardians, these men had committed treason. To give you all a brief summary of what actually went down, a few months back, these men had made a deal with some nobles. they were to give information about all of Baymard's weapons, which also included the manufacturing processes used for these weapons. These men didn't even care about the implications of their actions, nor did they care about you all, Landon said, before kicking one of the traitors hard in the stomach. Ah! The man's body trembled from rage the more he was kicked. When we rescued you both, did we give you the option of going back to your empire? Did we force you both to come to Baymard with us? As a matter of fact, did you two ever think about the people who saved you? Because if you both managed to somehow successfully give out that information, then Baymard might be attacked by those nobles who made the deal with you. Do you know what this means for the people? It means that there might be war because of your stupidity. And if Baymard loses, then our peaceful empire might no longer exist. Our children would be sold to slavery and separated from their families, and even the wives might be sent to prostitution camps. Many of the men might be killed, while a few of them would be sent and locked up in training camps for several years to come. The freedom that we are all used to will be stripped away from us in a flash. No more high salaries, no more good living, and no more education. Many survivors might turn hungry and die from starvation, while others might die from common illnesses that we can now treat. Because when the enemy strikes, they might want to monopolize all our industries just for themselves, with no aim of making anything cheap anymore. In short, all that the people had toiled for would go down the drain just like that. As the crowd listened to Landon, their hearts turned cold. Every sentence from Landon reminded them of how they used to suffer before Baymard blossomed. How dare they? A bunch of ingrates. If Baymard hadn't saved them, then wouldn't they still be slaving away somewhere? As for the former slaves, they were extremely angry, because now some people might think that all rescued slaves were like that. Of course, some who were rescued from those underground camps from slavery were also reminded of their past experiences. Similarly, those who were here to work and pay for their children's education here also turned cold as well. With no more education, wouldn't their children's futures be somewhat blocked? Even the merchants within the crowd also felt angry as well. Other than His Majesty Landon Barn, and maybe Queen Penelope, they couldn't imagine what other rulers would agree to give them so many benefits as merchants, not to talk about the cheap prices of the products. So since Corona was already in alliance with Baymard, it was safe to assume that they wouldn't pull this stunt. So which empire was it? That was the question on everyone's mind. But Landon hadn't mentioned the empire, because he didn't want them to be prejudiced against its people. After all, he had secretly signed a treaty with King Mikhail of Tariq. So it wouldn't be good to do that. As the crowd watched Landon kick both traitors, they couldn't help but feel that Landon's kicks were somewhat soft and weak for these traitors. Your Majesty, please let me do it. No, Your Majesty. I'm an athlete, and have more power for the job. Your Majesty, please, there's no need for you to dirty your shoes with the blood of these men. Allow me to do it, Your Majesty. The traitors, on the other hand, begged for their lives, as they thought of Landon forgiving nature. Your Majesty, please forgive us. We were blinded solely by greed. But now we will promise to change for the better. Yes, 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 Your Majesty. We will change. Both men tried so hard to plead towards His Majesty's forgiving side. But when those closest to them heard this, they quickly spoke out, as they didn't want His Majesty to be deceived by these demons. After all, who didn't know that His Majesty was a kind soul? Your Majesty, please don't listen to them. Your Majesty, they're only sorry because they had been caught. As the crowd spoke, the soldiers and other armed forces all looked at the men on stage with eyes that carried daggers. If not for their self-control, they would have already shot the bastard on stage 1,000 times over and over again. In short, the entire audience was riled up with rage.